Hogwarts Ravenclaw. Mike looked at the white marble tomb in front of him, stroking the elder wand in his hand. After a while, Mike looked up expressionlessly and said, "Let's get started." Behind Mike, a group of wizards were standing neatly. They were all wearing white robes. When they heard Mike's order, they all showed excitement. They all began to release apparition and turned into twisted figures and disappeared. Only Mike was left standing alone in front of Dumbledore's tomb, stroking the elder wand in his hand. "You know, a mudblood like me, how can I succeed without some crooked ways? Everything is for the greater good." Chapter 1. Orphan. Late at night on July 1991, 7, London. In an alley, a blonde boy was confronting a large black dog with dull fur. The boy held a metal stick in his right hand, which must have been taken off some kind of machine. There were burrs on the broken end of the top of the stick. The boy moved his right foot back and bent his body slightly to fight. Behind him were several huge trash cans, which were filled with high piles of garbage and emitted a foul odor. In the darkness not far away in the alley, two figures were observing the scene. One of the old men with a long white beard whispered, "Minerva, do you think he can scare the dog away? We can't just watch that kid fight that dog, he'll get hurt." "Professor." The tall woman at the side seemed very dissatisfied. She pursed her lips tightly, and the wrinkles on her face trembled as her mouth opened and closed. As she spoke, she drew out her wand and pretended to move forward. The old man with white beard stretched out his hand to stop her and said, "Wait." At the same time, in the alley, the big black dog seemed unable to contain its hunger, and it pounced on the boy with its big mouth full of sharp teeth and saliva. On the other side, the boy stared at the black shadow that was rushing towards him, and suddenly bent his body to the right to avoid the big black dog's attack. At the same time, he swung the short stick in his hand. The initial speed of the short stick was not fast, but it suddenly accelerated in the middle, turning into an afterimage and smashing towards the big black dog. The big black dog fell to the ground whimpering, but quickly got up again, with its tail tucked tightly between its legs. It turned around and limped out of the alley. The stick had just hit it and broke its right front leg. "It seems that our little Mike won." The old man with white beard narrowed his eyes and smiled. And in the alley, Mike didn't seem to intend to let go of the big black dog that was trying to snatch food from him. Mike took a few steps and quickly approached the big black dog, holding the short stick high in his right hand and hitting the big black dog's waist. The big black dog's right front leg was injured, so its movement speed was greatly reduced. In addition, its back was facing Mike, so it could only limp forward. With a poof sound, the big black dog fell to the ground again. Mike had already sat on the big black dog and smashed the dog's head with the short stick in his hand. After an unknown amount of time, Mike stopped moving, panting heavily. The big black dog under him had already died. The dog's head was bloody and there was a small pool of blood slowly expanding under its body. After calming his breathing, Mike stood up, holding a short stick in one hand and dragging the big black dog with the other, and walked towards the darkness outside the alley, without even looking at the trash can they had just fought over. Not far away, the two people watching the fight looked at each other in silence. What happened in those few short minutes was really beyond their expectations. These two people are Albus Dumbledore and Minerva McGonagall, the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry and the head of Hogwarts Gryffindor House, as well as Professor of Transfiguration. Originally, they thought that Mike, a boy less than 11 years old, would try to scare away or fight off a vicious dog as tall as his waist. However, they never expected that Mike actually chose to kill the big black dog and seemed to be ready to make it his dinner. Professor McGonagall turned her head stiffly and looked at Dumbledore. "After all, he is an orphan who has been wandering for 5 years. If you were too soft-hearted, he might have died long ago. He is still a child, Dumbledore." There was a persuasive tone in Professor McGonagall's voice. She knew Dumbledore too well. What McGonagall did would undoubtedly cause Dumbledore's dissatisfaction. "Don't worry, Minerva. I can see that the child is not a bad person by nature. Besides, aren't there teachers like us?" Dumbledore did not turn around and continued to look at the darkness where Mike disappeared. Mike obviously didn't notice that two wizards had just witnessed what he did. He was humming a little tune while walking on the empty road. Mike was out looking for food this time. His original goal was the trash cans in his territory. These European and American countries may have excess resources, and the residents have the habit of wasting food. Thanks to this bad habit, Mike always gets something every day. Mike's luck was obviously good this time. A big black dog showed up and served as Mike's dinner. With better options, Mike would naturally not go through those smelly trash cans again. Even though he was a homeless orphan and had no right to dislike dirt, it was better to be clean. Being too sloppy would make people sick easily. Yes, Mike is an orphan. In theory, he should stay in an orphanage, but Mike knows that not every orphanage is as good as they say. In fact, many orphanages are engaged in disguised human trafficking. Their clients are all kinds of people, even couples with serious criminal records and no marriage certificate can successfully adopt children. It stands to reason that most of them do not meet the adoption conditions, especially in the UK where the adoption conditions are extremely strict. But as the saying goes, money makes the world go round. As long as you pay, those cumbersome and strict restrictions will open a window for you, and the size of the window depends on how much you pay. Mike has never been to any of these orphanages, but he knows all about them. Everything in this world requires money, and you can't get into a good orphanage without money. For an older street-wandering orphan like Mike, no matter how long you have been wandering, even if you have only been wandering for one day, your price will plummet. Now only the free welfare orphanage built by the government is willing to take Mike in, and this is only possible after he was caught by the so-called social welfare department but actually the urban appearance and municipal department and went through formal procedures. But these orphanages, well, what can I say? In the words of the city's municipal administration department, you street thieves deserve to rot in an orphanage like this. Mike couldn't bear to recall the treatment of the orphans in these orphanages. What was most despairing was that no one would be willing to adopt the children in these orphanages. Even if there was, they would definitely not be kind enough to do so. After all, everyone in London knew what kind of children were held in these orphanages. So in order to avoid being caught by the hyenas and thrown into an orphanage, Mike had to stay away from the city and build a shed in a forest in the suburbs. And our Mike named this shed he built by himself Garbage House, which is a very appropriate name, because this house is indeed built with garbage. At this time, our Mike was lying on a tattered mattress in the garbage house, full of food and drink, his eyes fixed on the wind chimes on the ceiling. After staring at it for about 20 minutes, the wind chimes suddenly swayed in the windless state, making crisp tinkling sounds. Looking at the wind chimes, a bright smile broke out on Mike's little face. This was the first time in half a year that he took the initiative to use his ability to make the wind chimes move. Mike thinks he has superpowers, and supernatural phenomena will appear around him whenever he gets emotional. Sometimes the glass in his hand will suddenly break, sometimes a fire will suddenly ignite around him. The severity of these supernatural phenomena depends entirely on the intensity of his emotions and is completely uncontrollable. This is why Mike moved to the woods. If such supernatural phenomena frequently appeared in front of people, he would definitely be investigated, and then he might be sliced and studied. Since Mike discovered that his ability was related to his mood swings, he began to learn to control his emotions. Because he found that if he mastered his emotions, he could control his abilities to a certain extent and use them as he wished. Obviously, the efforts over the past 6 months have not been in vain. He had successfully activated that ability when fighting with the big black dog just now. At that time, all he was thinking about was beating the dog to death, so his short stick seemed to be endowed with some magic, and its speed and strength became extremely great. In this way, the next step of the plan can be carried out. The boy's eyes sparkled in the darkness, and soon a slight snoring sound was heard from the hut. Actively activating his abilities twice in a row tonight was too tiring for the thin boy. Chapter 2. Lucky Boy Mike and the Letter. Mike's full name is Mike Townley. He could have been considered a successful person, if the standard of a successful person is being rich. It has to be said that Mike is lucky. After all, it is not easy for a gangster who has lived in an orphanage since childhood and has been wandering on the streets since he was kicked out of the orphanage at the age of 14 to buy a big villa in the wealthy area of New York and get married and have children. All this was thanks to his amazing luck. Mike is like the illegitimate son of the goddess of luck. From the day he stepped onto the streets, whenever he was involved in a fight or a gunfight, no matter how tragic the situation was, Mike would remain unscathed. So people who knew Mike gave him a well-deserved nickname, Lucky Boy Mike. But luck didn't seem to always favor Mike, or maybe his luck had run out in that bank robbery. Mike, who successfully robbed a bank and possessed a huge amount of wealth, encountered all kinds of troubles in his middle age. His daughter was determined to make pornographic films and his wife cheated on him every now and then were just trivial matters. The most unfortunate thing was that his former enemies found him, who had changed his name. Finally, in the late night of April 2019, with a gunshot, lucky boy Mike fell down. But when he woke up again, he was surprised to find that the goddess of luck did not seem to abandon him. He was reborn as a skinny and wounded little kid, and returned to 1991. After reading the child's memory, Mike discovered something unusual. This little kid, also named Mike but without a last name, actually had superpowers. Although he couldn't control this ability, and because of it he was called a monster, and was beaten to death by the children who ostracized him. But now all of this belongs to Mike. Mike doesn't care about the child's miserable experience. Mike has seen too many miserable things at the bottom of society, so much that he has become numb. If this body didn't have superpowers, Mike would probably go out and join a gang or enter an orphanage known as a concentration camp for hooligans. I believe that with the experience of his previous life, Mike will definitely be able to thrive there. After using these people to obtain a large amount of money, he can retire and work in the investment industry to completely clean himself up. Mike already has several investment plans that are sure to make money. When he was a wealthy man, he heard others brag about many successful experiences. What? You mean reading? You want a gangster leader and bank robber to study hard and make progress every day? Don't be ridiculous. You should know that what Mike hates most is studying. He even learned basic English reading and writing after he became rich, just to avoid embarrassment. And, this is in the UK. In such an old capitalist country, it is impossible for a homeless orphan to succeed through studying. It is good enough if he can support himself. In Mike's words, in such a society, people like him can only succeed by taking crooked paths. If you follow the rules of those in power, you will never get ahead. But superpowers disrupted Mike's plan. If he had such power in his previous life, he would not have been killed by a pistol. If he had such power in his previous life, he would have succeeded long ago and would not have needed to take the risk of robbing a bank. So Mike was determined to master this power, even if it took several years or even more than 10 years. Because as long as he mastered the power, Mike was confident that he could quickly gather wealth and power in a short period of time. So, in the past 6 months since he came into this world, Mike has been staying in the garbage room every day to practice his abilities. The method of training is also very simple. He just needs to stabilize his emotions and stare at the wind chimes on the ceiling to make him move. Mike had some experience in controlling his emotions, which helped him stabilize his ability quickly and stop setting the cabin on fire from time to time. But he had not made any progress in making the wind chimes move, and he thought it was because he was not firm enough in his idea of making the wind chimes move. And just last night, Mike found that he seemed to have succeeded. When fighting with the big black dog, the short stick followed its own wishes and became faster and stronger. Excited, Mike returned to his garbage house and began his daily practice. Sure enough, the wind chime mind-swinging method that had never been successful was successful. At this time, in the garbage house, Mike woke up, and the moment he opened his eyes, the wind chimes on the ceiling caught his eye. Mike laughed when he saw the wind chime. In the past 6 months of practice, Mike fell asleep almost every night looking at the wind chime, and woke up in the morning looking at the wind chime. Although this wind chime was made of broken glass and fishing line that Mike collected, Mike had decided that he would take this wind chime away from this hellhole and keep it until he died. That's right, Mike decided to leave the garbage house. Now that he has basically mastered his superpowers, it's time to make money. And his body has been well maintained in the past 6 months. With his current height, the hyenas in the welfare home will not take him as prey. However, just as Mike was looking at Fengling and fantasizing about marrying a gangster princess, becoming a gangster godfather and reaching the peak of his life, he found a letter lying next to his pillow. Mike was stunned. Although his garbage house was simple, he still had good protection measures. Since the other party could put a letter next to his pillow without anyone noticing, it meant that the other party had the ability to kill him without anyone noticing. Thinking of this, Mike picked up the envelope and opened it without hesitation. Since the other party was here to deliver a letter, it would not do anything bad to him for the time being. If they had any purpose, they could just do it while he was asleep. After a while, Mike finished reading the letter and sat on the mattress in a daze. Hogwarts, isn't that my youngest son Jimmy's favorite Harry Potter? Because of Jimmy, Mike, as his father, was forced to read the entire Harry Potter series to Jimmy several times, and also watched all the Harry Potter movies with him. Mike is so familiar with this children's book that he can't be more familiar with it. At this time, Mike finally understood what happened to him. His superpowers were simply the magic power of the little wizard. You know, magic riots are very dangerous. Many young wizards have died from magic riots. And during this period of time, I actually treated it as a superpower and actively triggered it to try to control it. Sure enough, the goddess of luck favors me, otherwise I would have been blown to death long ago. At this moment, a piece of parchment fell from the Hogwarts admission letter in Mike's hand. Dear Mr. Townley, in view of your special situation, we will send someone to your residence to answer your questions and provide you with necessary assistance. After reading the note, Mike subconsciously glanced at the electronic watch without the strap beside his pillow. The numbers on it showed 8:31. Mr. Mike Townley, it appears that you have read the letter we sent you. Mike looked over and saw that the door of the garbage room had been opened at some point, and an old man with a white beard was standing outside the door with a smile on his face. Oh my god, this is Dumbledore. Newbie Mike didn't pay attention to the envelope at all, otherwise he would have seen that it was clearly written, to Mr. Mike Townley on the mattress in the garbage house in the Grove on the west side of North Yankton Town, London City. Chapter 3. Dumbledore's Unexpected Home Visit. Mr. Mike Townley, it appears that you have read the letter we sent you. Dumbledore stood outside the door. The soft sunlight outside shone on him, making him seem to be glowing, especially his white beard. Mike stared at Dumbledore in amazement, and glanced at the letter in his hand from time to time. For a moment he didn't know how to react. Seeing Mike's stupid look, Dumbledore continued. Please forgive me for not introducing myself yet. I am Albus Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. I am here to help a young wizard like you who has a special situation. Principal. Mr. Principal. Mike seemed to have not reacted yet. Mr. Townley, when the guests come, won't you invite me in first? Dumbledore winked at Mike and smiled like a mischievous old man. Mike shuddered, then hurriedly invited Dumbledore in and asked him to sit on the only intact sofa in the garbage room. Mr. Principal, is everything in the letter true? I was really admitted to a magic school. Dumbledore sat down without any disgust and looked around the clean and tidy environment in the garbage house. Of course, Mr. Townley, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry is a school of magic with a long history. Also, I have to say that your place is unexpectedly clean. Mike's mind was extremely confused at this time. Dumbledore's arrival was too sudden. Fortunately, Mike had seen many big scenes in his previous life and had a strong ability to adapt to changes. Mr. Principal, why did the principal come in person? Can't we just send anyone else to do this? Of course, I'm not suspecting you're lying to me, it's just too sudden. Mike's face flushed with nervousness, and he subconsciously asked the question that puzzled him the most. Don't be nervous, Mr. Mike. We are sure that you have magical talent and meet our admission requirements. I believe you have already discovered this, regarding the series of abnormal phenomena happening around you. Dumbledore paused here. As to why I came here in person, it's mainly because the Ministry of Magic discovered that you seem to be intentionally triggering a magical riot. You know, this is very dangerous. I think it's necessary for me to come here in person for your special situation. Oh. Magical riots are those abnormal phenomena happening around you. After saying this, Dumbledore also glanced at the large piece of meat hanging on the steel structure of the shed. Mike had calmed down by now. The training of controlling emotions during this period was still useful. He found that Dumbledore was looking at the leftover meat from last night. Combined with what he said before, he realized that someone had been watching him all this time. The abnormal situation that Dumbledore mentioned included not only the magic riot but also his actions last night. Mr. Principal, I haven't eaten meat for a long time. I didn't do that on purpose. I just couldn't help it. Mike pretended to be aggrieved. Dumbledore was obviously a little surprised that this child had such outstanding observation skills. But it was understandable, after all, he was an orphan, and if he didn't have a strong ability to read people's expressions, he would suffer a lot. Mr. Mike, I don't mean to blame you. In fact, I have seen many children like you. One of them is very similar to you. He is also gifted and has suffered a lot since childhood. Dumbledore smiled kindly. I believe you are kind, and I believe Hogwarts will not let you down. Also, just call me Dumbledore, don't be so reserved. Mike couldn't help but feel his scalp tingling after hearing what Dumbledore said. He had a hunch that the child Dumbledore was talking about who looked very similar to him might be Voldemort. Thank you, Mr. Dumbledore. May I ask how much is the tuition for Hogwarts? I would like to go to school, but I don't know if I have enough money. Mike controlled his expression and smiled stiffly. Oh, Mr. Townley, I think you may have misunderstood something. Hogwarts School provides subsidies for students with special circumstances like you. You just need to wait for our follow-up staff. There is no charge. Dumbledore explained, pretending to be surprised. Mike pretended to be relieved, his eyes were red, and he said with a choked voice, "Thank you. Thank you. I have always dreamed of going to school, but, thank you." Mike still cried in the second half of his speech. Poor child. Dumbledore stroked Mike's short blonde hair with his big hand. Don't worry, just like I said, Hogwarts will not let you down. Mike couldn't help but feel a chill when Dumbledore touched his hair. You know, Dumbledore was suspected of being a homosexual, but he had to continue to pretend to be grateful. The two talked for a while until Dumbledore took the initiative to leave. Then Mike, with red eyes, sent Dumbledore to the door. See you at Hogwarts, Mike. Dumbledore nodded to Mike and apparat away. Mike stood at the door of the garbage room for a long time without saying a word. He really didn't expect Dumbledore to come to visit his home in person, and he also didn't expect that his superpower was actually the burst of magic. But he just learned from a conversation with Dumbledore that his talent seems to be very strong. After all, the talent of a little wizard who can control his magical bursts and not get hurt before the age of 11 can be imagined. This means that he has an amazing talent in silent and wandless casting. In fact, in the era when there were no magic wands, only such people were considered to have magical talents. In modern times, with the emergence of magic wands, many people who were considered to be squibs in ancient times can also become wizards with the help of magic wands. Mike couldn't help but get excited when he thought of this. The wizarding world was completely different from the world of ordinary people. In the wizarding world, individual power was very strong. Even Dumbledore and Voldemort could fight against the army alone. In such a world, it was self-evident what it meant to have a strong magical talent. For a muggle wizard like him to stand out in the wizarding world? That's almost impossible. Although Dumbledore and others have done a lot to promote the peaceful coexistence of wizards and muggles, the wizarding world is still the territory of pure-blood wizards. Muggle wizards are undoubtedly at the bottom of the discrimination chain in the wizarding world, and even the squibs from some big families live better than them. This can be seen from the Weasley family. Ron's father, Arthur Weasley, worked in the Ministry of Magic's Misuse of Muggle Artifacts Department and even wrote the Muggle Protection Act. But from the description of him in the original book, it is clear that he did not know much about Muggles. Isn't there a Muggle-born wizard who is more suitable for this job than Arthur? Of course there is, but the Ministry of Magic would rather let an incompetent pure-blood wizard work in this position and wait for death than recruit a Muggle-born wizard. So, if Michael wants to stand out, he must either overthrow the rule of pure-blood wizards over the wizarding world, or possess a power so strong that pure-blood wizards cannot ignore it, just like Voldemort and Dumbledore. Mike shook his head, throwing the distracting thoughts out of his mind. Now there is one more pressing matter. Just now, Mike learned from Dumbledore that every young wizard born in a Muggle family can use the Hogwarts admission letter as a voucher and exchange it for 5 gold galleons at Gringotts at the rate of £1 to 100 gold galleon every year. Mike's current savings is only over £400, which he has picked up in the past 6 months. It has to be said that Mike's nickname of Lucky Boy is not for nothing. The purchasing power of the pound in this era is very strong, and more than £400 is not a small amount. If I sell the stuff in the junk house, I could probably get more than £500. Thinking of this, Mike quickly packed up the things that might have been in the garbage room, and went out with a big package on his back. Chapter 4. Diagon Alley. Early in the morning, 2 people, 1 adult and 1 child, were walking on the road in North Yankton. The tall middle-aged man was at least 2 meters tall, while the other was a child, thin, wearing a pair of black-framed glasses that could not be fixed with tape. His hair must have not been cut for a long time, and it was piled on his head like a pile of weeds, covering his forehead. This strange group walking on the street attracted the attention of passers-by. Some people even suspected that the child was abducted. After all, the giant did not look like a good person. But no one intervened, not even calling the police. After all, gang activities were not uncommon for residents of North Yankton, but it was rare to see such unscrupulous behavior. These 2 people are none other than the Hogwarts gamekeeper, Hagrid, and the Hogwarts freshman, Harry Potter. After a while, the two came to the door of a shack in the woods west of North Yankton. Hagrid cleared his throat and was about to knock on the door, but it suddenly opened. Mike looked at the giant outside the door and recognized at first sight that the person was Hagrid from Harry Potter. Before Mike could speak, Hagrid put down his hand that was about to knock on the door and coughed to ease the embarrassment. "You are Mike Townley, right?" Let me see." Hagrid seemed to have forgotten his words halfway through, and took out a piece of paper from the pocket of his thick coat and began to read. "I was abandoned by my parents when I was 2 years old. I escaped from the orphanage when I was 5. I have been wandering in London ever since." I'm sorry." Realizing that he had read the contents of the note, Hagrid became even more embarrassed and quickly crumpled up the note and stuffed it back into his pocket. In short, I'm the gamekeeper at Hogwarts, and I'm here to take you, Harry, to Diagon Alley." Mike didn't care about Hagrid's rudeness and gave a sunny smile. "It's okay, Mr. Hagrid, and thank you for coming all the way." Hagrid didn't waste any time. When he saw that Mike knew why he was there, he took Mike and Harry to London. Harry was very nervous throughout the journey and never spoke. He originally thought that Hagrid would use some magical method to take him to the magical world, but he didn't expect that Hagrid first took him to pick up a Hogwarts freshman named Mike, and then took the two of them on the subway to downtown London. Harry had a good impression of Mike. After all, Harry had always felt that there was no one in the world more miserable than himself, until he met Mike. Compared with the other person's experience, the suffering I have experienced seems to be nothing. Of course, it is not denied that Harry still had a little bit of gloating in his heart, but this thought was quickly suppressed by Harry, and followed by a strong sense of guilt. It must be said that Harry is still very simple. Mike was very talkative along the way, always finding things to do to chat with Hagrid and Harry. After the conversation along the way, Hagrid's embarrassment soon disappeared, but Harry responded to Hagrid and Mike's topics intermittently, and he was still very nervous. Not long after, Hagrid led them into the Leaky Cauldron. The Leaky Cauldron is obviously very famous as a public entrance connecting the British wizarding world and the Muggle world. But for a famous place, it was too dark and dirty. A few old ladies sat in the corner of the room drinking sherry from small glasses, one of them was smoking a long pipe. A little man in a top hat was chatting with a bar owner who was almost bald. As soon as the three of them entered the door, they attracted everyone's attention. Just as the bar owner Tom was about to greet Hagrid, he noticed the two people behind Hagrid. After looking at them carefully for a while, he excitedly stepped forward and shook Harry's hand. "Oh my God! You are Harry Potter, right? I am so honored." As soon as Tom's words fell, the whole bar was boiling, and everyone rushed to Harry's side, hoping that the famous Harry Potter could shake hands with him. Mike noticed a man dressed like an Indian. He spoke stutteringly and it was obvious that he was Quirrell, the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts this year. Hagrid looked very proud, as if he was forced to shake hands with everyone. However, he still played his role, drove away everyone and led the two to a brick wall behind the Leaky Cauldron. 3 blocks up, and 2 blocks across. He muttered. "Okay, stand back, little ones." He tapped the wall 3 times with the tip of his umbrella. The brick he knocked on began to shake and move, and a small hole appeared in the middle. The hole became larger and larger, and soon there appeared in front of them a wide archway wide enough for Hagrid to pass through, leading to a winding, endless cobblestone street. Mike looked at everything in Diagon Alley excitedly. This is the wizarding world, Mike and Harry wished they had 8 eyes. They kept looking around, trying to see everything around them clearly. Hagrid laughed heartily when he saw the 2 men, who looked like country bumpkins coming to the city. "Don't worry, we'll go to Gringotts to get the money first, and then we'll take you for a good look around, Harry." Hagrid noticed Mike beside Harry. "And you, Mike, don't worry. Hogwarts has prepared your school supplies for you, and we can just go to Gringotts to pick them up." Mike smiled and nodded. He could clearly feel that Hagrid treated him and Harry differently. As they were chatting and laughing, they came to a snow-white building that stood tall above the surrounding shops. Next to the shining bronze door, an elf wearing a scarlet uniform inlaid with gold bowed to them. Harry was obviously curious and kept staring at the goblin. Seeing this, Hagrid possessed Harry and said something, but he was afraid that the goblin would hear him, so he spoke in a very low voice. Even Mike, who was standing next to them, couldn't hear it clearly. Not long after they walked, a silver door appeared in front of the 3 people, with words written on it. "Come in, stranger, but beware the consequences of greed, for undue demands and unearned gains will be punished most severely, so if you want to take from our underground vault a portion of the wealth that never belonged to you, thief, you have been warned, beware that you will not attract treasure but retribution. Mike shrugged it off. He was a bank robber in his previous life. This kind of bank warning sign could only scare simple-minded people like Hagrid and Harry. They walked through the door and into the hall. There were about 100 goblins sitting on high stools behind a long counter. Some were weighing coins with copper scales, while others were examining gems with eyepieces, while they were hastily recording in a large ledger. There were countless doors in the hall, leading to different places, and many goblins pointed bows to guide people in and out of these doors. Hagrid and Harry walked towards the counter. Hagrid spoke to one of the goblins at the counter and said to Mike, "Mike, just give him the Hogwarts acceptance letter and he will give you the things. Harry and I need to go to the vault to get something." Mike nodded in greeting and watched them walk away, led by a goblin. "Hello, sir." Mike turned around and handed the notice to the fairy. The fairy didn't speak to Mike. He took the notice, looked at it with a magnifying glass for a while, and then took out a large box from behind him. Mike opened the box and saw many learning items written on the notice inside. But they all show signs of use, especially the crucible. The inner wall of the crucible is uneven, the bottom is obviously much thinner than other parts, and there are large black stains on it. Mike even suspected that its previous user had used it to cook shit, so that it still emits a foul stench today. Mike closed the box and looked at the fairy who was looking down at the color of the gem. "Can you exchange pounds for gold galleons?" "Of course, 5 pounds to 1 gold galleon, up to 100 gold galleons." The goblin raised his head, somewhat surprised that a poor fellow like Mike would ask this. "Keep it a secret for me." Mike threw out a small bag containing British pounds of various denominations. The goblin opened his pocket and counted the coins inside with such speed that Mike was startled. After a while, the goblin put a bag of gold galleons in Mike's hand. "We have a rule that every transaction where Hogwarts students exchange Muggle coins for gold galleons must be reported to Hogwarts." The little goblin spread his hands on the counter as if he was helpless, but the smile on his face betrayed him. What a greedy fellow! Mike took out 5 gold coins from his pocket and discreetly placed them in the hand of the goblin, which was spread out on the counter. "Also, tell the guys who just came in that I'm going to go shopping and meet at the Leaky Cauldron when the time comes." The little goblin received the bribe and nodded his head as if he was pounding garlic. "Don't worry, sir, you've never exchanged gold galleons." Chapter 5. Magic Wand. Mike walked out of Gringotts. In fact, he was very puzzled as to why the wizarding world handed over the economic power to the goblins. But after learning about Gringotts and the goblins, Mike felt that he seemed to understand. Most wizards are not good at mathematical operations and logical reasoning, and can even be said to be dull, which makes them unqualified for the work of Gringotts, but goblins have a unique talent in this regard. 1 gold galleon is equal to 17 silver sickles, and 1 silver sickle is equal to 29 bronze nuts. Even wizards with powerful magic cannot guarantee that they can get every transaction right with such a strange and complicated exchange ratio, so this is very profitable. Shaking his head to dispel these strange thoughts, Mike still had one most important place to go. Following his memory, Mike came to a small, shabby shop. The shop sign, which had been peeling and the gold paint had faded, read, "Ollivander, made exquisite wands since 382 BC. Mike pushed the door open and walked in. Inside the small room, a skinny old man was tidying up messy wand boxes at the counter. He must have just finished a business deal. "Welcome, young sir." Ollivander saw Mike. "Strange face, I guess you must be a freshman at Hogwarts, right? I remember every wand I've sold, and it's obvious that this is your first time here. What's your name, little guy?" "Mike, Mac Townley, sir." "So, Mr. Townley, which hand do you usually like to use?" Ollivander waved his wand and a measuring tape crawled up Mike's body along his legs like a snake. "Right hand." "Okay, let's try this one. 11 inches, cherry wood and unicorn hair, a powerful combination." After measuring Mike's physical data, the tape measure quickly flew back to Ollivander. Mike took the wand, and before he could wave it the tip of the wand emitted a soft white light. "Great. Well, no. It's suitable but not the best." Ollivander snatched the wand, searched behind him for a while, and then took out a black wand. 13 inches, blackthorn wood and dragon's heartstring. A powerful combination, a wand for warriors. Mike stretched out his hand to take the wand, but just as Mike's hand approached the wand, before he could grab it, the wand broke free from Ollivander's hand and flew into Mike's hand. The moment he held the magic wand, an orange-red ball of light shot out from the tip of the wand. Not long after it flew away, the ball of light exploded and turned into orange-red light dust that floated down, illuminating the small shop red. It's amazing. This is the first time I've seen a wand so eager to choose its owner. Ollivander almost jumped up in excitement. You will definitely achieve great things in the future. Mike stroked the lines on the wand, although he suspected that Ollivander would say this to everyone who came to his store to buy a wand. But Mike was still very happy. No one doesn't like to hear compliments, even if you know he might be lying. And getting the wand means that Mike has officially become a member of the wizarding world. After handing the wand exchange voucher given by Hogwarts to Ollivander, Mike walked out of the shop. Ollivander's wand shop has a cooperation with Hogwarts and the Ministry of Magic. Ollivander can get subsidies for every wand sold to young wizards, so that young wizards can get wands at a low price. Of course, this is only for the first purchase. If you lose your wand later, then sorry, you have to buy it at the original price. The original price of each wand is about 50 gold galleons, and the price of special material customization is higher. Mike was in a good mood after buying the magic wand and walked into Flourish and Blotts. Although Mike had guessed that magic books would be expensive, he didn't expect them to be this expensive. A copy of Advanced Potion Making costs 9 galleons. You should know that the Muggle wizard clerk at Flourish and Blotts only earns 42 galleons a month. And this is because this is a Hogwarts textbook, so it is subsidized. Other books of the same level as Advanced Potion Making were almost twice as expensive as his. No wonder Ron could only use his brother's old books, otherwise he wouldn't be able to afford them at all. On the recommendation of the clerk, Mike bought several books suitable for first-grade wizards. The high price made Mike feel a little painful, but he knew it was a necessary investment. There is no investment in the world that is more cost-effective than investing in yourself. Of course, there are second-hand bookstores in the wizarding world. The Weasley family bought almost all their textbooks from a second-hand bookstore in the corner of Diagon Alley. The books here are only about 1/3 of the price of new books, but most of these books have missing pages. Those books with good student notes and well-preserved are even more expensive than new books. This is also one of the reasons why Ron's grades are poor. Just imagine, these second-hand books, which were already in tatters, first fell into the hands of his brothers. By the time Ron got these books, he didn't know how many hands they had passed through. It is really difficult for Ron to learn magic with a book that is missing a lot of content. Thinking about it this way, Ron is really pitiful. It was already dark when Mike returned to the Leaky Cauldron carrying a large box. He did not intend to return to the garbage house, but rented an upstairs room from Tom. Because Mike was still young, Tom gave him a preferential price, charging him only 18 gold galleons a month, including lunch and dinner. Mike had just received the book and couldn't wait to study the magic in it, but he vaguely remembered that young wizards would be warned if they used magic in the Muggle world. Although I can't remember whether this is true or not, it is safer to stay in the Leaky Cauldron and learn magic just to be on the safe side. Mike had just put his luggage in his room when Harry and Hagrid arrived at the Leaky Cauldron. Harry put his hands behind his back, as if hiding something. "Mike, I heard about you from Hagrid. I just found out that my parents left me a lot of gold galleons." Harry's face flushed, and he kept rubbing his hands behind his back. "I think we are friends, even though we just met today, but, if you need money, this is for you." After saying this with his head down, Harry stuffed the cloth bag hidden behind his back into Mike's hand. The bag was full of gold galleons. Poor Harry, trying to make friends with money. Mike felt the weight in his pocket and didn't know what to say. He never expected Harry to give him money. Harry became anxious when he saw that Mike didn't speak for a long time. I don't mean anything else. I just want to help you. I know how you feel. I'm an orphan too." Poor Harry was willing to show his scars to his friend in order not to make him feel bad. Mike thought so, and he was indeed a little touched at this moment. Harry at this time was indeed kind and lovely, but Mike would never do this. "I know, Harry, I know everything. I admit that I need the money." Mike showed a gentle smile, "But I took this money for nothing. I will give you an IOU. Although I may not be able to pay it back for a long time, I swear I will pay it back." "You don't need to. We are friends, and between friends. No, this is a principle. I don't want your kindness to turn into charity to me. Mike interrupted Harry. Harry also smiled when he heard what Mike said. No matter what, Mike just needs to accept the money. As for the IOU? He'll tear it up later. Harry thought so. At night, watching Harry gradually disappear on the street, Mike couldn't help shaking his pockets filled with gold galleons. He didn't tell Harry that he didn't need money to buy a cauldron or anything, but accepted Harry's kindness. Because one of the ways to quickly enhance the relationship between people is to seek help from others, or in other words, to find a way to owe favors to others. Most friendships among adults follow this pattern: you owe me a favor, and I repay you a favor. In this way, the feelings between the two people deepened. Mike's experience in his previous life told him that this method was very useful. Feeling the cool air outside, Mike returned to his room. He couldn't wait to start trying to learn magic. Chapter 6. Pride and Prejudice. The textbooks in the wizarding world are shit. After failing to cast the petrification spell for the 200th time, Mike threw the book in his hand away. During these 2 days, Mike spent all his time studying the first-year textbooks of Hogwarts. Although they were old books donated by senior students, Mike's luck was as good as always. These books were complete judging by the page numbers. There are not many magic spells that a first-grade wizard can learn, and the one Mike wants to learn most is the petrification spell. This magic can make the target lose the ability to resist instantly. If the magic level is high enough, it can even turn the victim into stone. But it turned out that Mike was a little too fanciful. He could not learn the petrification spell just by reading books. It was not because he did not have enough magical talent, but because the textbooks in the wizarding world were so poor. These books are just like Chinese recipes, filled with quantifiers such as a little and a proper amount. But magic is not cooking. When cooking, you can at least eat it no matter how much seasoning you put in. But magic requires fast and precise movements and spells. Who knows how much the tone of voice will be raised when chanting a spell? In fact, this is also understandable. After all, this is just a textbook written by the British wizarding community for young wizards, and the entire British wizarding community has only a few tens of thousands of people. This is equivalent to a few teachers in a small town in the United States writing a few textbooks for students in their school. It would be strange if the quality was high. Helpless Mike can only choose to seek help from the customers of the leaky cauldron. Go away, mudbloods. Go back to your mud pit. A drunken wizard said to Mike, who came over to chat him up. It's because of you mudbloods that the entire wizarding world is in such a mess. Hearing the sound, Mike was furious. He stepped forward and knocked the wine glass that the wizard was raising to his mouth away. What did you say? Say it again if you can. The wizard didn't expect Mike to dare to do this. He stretched out his hand wet with wine and pushed Mike to the ground. At the same time, he took out the wand from his pocket with his other hand and pointed it at Mike. You filthy mudblood! How dare you be so disrespectful to a distinguished pureblood wizard? Hang the fuchsia bell! Mike only felt a huge force pulling his pants and hanging him upside down. The belt could not withstand the huge force and broke with a snap. Mike's pants were pulled down almost instantly, revealing his red underwear. Seeing Mike's embarrassed look, everyone in the bar burst into laughter. Listening to the laughter of the people in the bar, Mike felt that an unprecedented anger was about to overwhelm all his rationality. Ah! With Mike's roar, a shock wave came out from Mike's body and attacked all around. With a loud bang, the leaky cauldron was in a mess, and all the tables and chairs around Mike were smashed to pieces. The wizard who had cast a spell on him was embedded in the counter, but he was not injured. The bar owner Tom had just added a piece of armor to protect him. How dare you do this? Tom walked out from behind the counter angrily. Get your garbage out of my bar. Now. You are not welcome here. Mike knew that Tom was doing this for his own good. If he continued to stay here, people from the Ministry of Magic would come to investigate, but he still refused to accept it. He stared at the wizard's face embedded in the counter with cold eyes, and memorized this face firmly in his mind. Then he left the leaky cauldron quickly without saying a word. After seeing Mike leave, Tom ordered the waiter to throw Mike's luggage out, and then squatted in front of the pureblood wizard to check his injuries. On the other side, Mike didn't go far. He was hiding outside the leaky cauldron waiting for someone. Mike couldn't stand such grievance. The shockwave just now damaged the fireplace in the leaky cauldron, which could not be repaired by the repair spell, so if the customers in the bar wanted to leave tonight, they could only go to Diagon Alley to find another fireplace, or directly apparate. Looking at the wizard who was slowly getting up, Mike felt that he was definitely not able to use such a high-level spell in his current state. I don't know how long it took, but the pure-blood wizard didn't leave. He was still bragging about how many Muggle wizards he had bullied and how easy it was to get along with those Muggle-born witches. Finally, when the bar closed, the pure-blood wizard staggered out of the bar. Mike hid himself in the darkness and followed the wizard in front. The wizard seemed to be too drunk and lost the ability to cast spells. He did not choose to go to the fireplace, but wandered aimlessly in Diagon Alley, and finally fell asleep in front of a shop. He never woke up from this sleep, and while the effect of his magic burst had not yet worn off, Mike tied him to a big rock and threw him into a river beside Diagon Alley. By the river Pure Blood? Ha! Mike was holding the purse he had found on the wizard, looking relaxed. In his pocket, 2 magic wands were lying quietly. In fact, being kicked out of the Leaky Cauldron did not affect Mike much. That night, he booked a room in an inn near the Leaky Cauldron that was willing to accommodate him. As for learning magic, with the wand contributed by the pure-blood wizard, Mike could now learn magic at will. Since the wizard who wrote the teaching materials was not very familiar with the use of quantifiers, Mike could only use the process of elimination to find the correct casting posture. Lucky Mike was indeed a man of great luck. He found the spellcasting technique of petrifying everything after less than 100 attempts, and thus mastered the spell. As for the pure-blood wizard, his wand was engraved with the crest of the pure-blood family 28, the Burke family. Mike didn't care about this. What a joke! The guy named Bach would be eaten by fish and shrimps until only bones were left in 2 months at the latest. The Bach family would not be able to find a kid like him who was only 11 years old. Mike always thought that he was a very tolerant person. He would forgive any grudge as long as the right price was paid. Mike felt that the pure-blood wizard's price of using his life and wand was enough. As for the Bach family, Mike has no intention of taking revenge, and he may even cooperate with them if there is a chance in the future. After all, there are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. More than half a month passed in the blink of an eye. For more than half a month, Mike has been studying the magic in books. His hard work paid off and he finally mastered several simple and commonly used magic. At this moment, he was dragging a large box on his way to King's Cross Station in England. As he mastered more and more magic, he became more and more eager for magic. He couldn't wait to go to Hogwarts to learn more powerful magic. He ignored the strange looks from the people around him and walked towards platform 9 1/4, where there was a magical door waiting for him to open. And in front of the door, Harry Potter was talking to a group of people with red hair. Chapter 7 Hogwarts Express. Hey, Harry. Oh. Mike. Harry, who was originally very nervous surrounded by red-haired people, seemed to have found his backbone when he saw Mike. Why are you here just now? I thought you were already here. Ah, sorry, Harry, that's because there's a black cat in front of me. Mike spread his hands and shrugged. Harry was confused. What? You like cats? That's fine, let's not talk about that for now. Mike didn't care that Harry didn't understand his lateness joke, and looked at the people with red hair. Wouldn't you like to introduce your new friend? Oh, I forgot. This is the Weasley family. I'm asking them how to get into 9 3/4 station. Harry realized what was happening. This is my good friend Mike. Nice to meet you. Thank you very much for taking care of Harry. Mike raised a sunny smile on his face and bowed to the Weasley family. Perhaps it was because the 11-year-old Mike was so cute bowing that Mrs. Weasley came forward and hugged Mike. What a cute and polite child. It must be said that Mike's face was still very cute, so he immediately captured Mrs. Weasley's heart. Look, Mom has a new son. The 2 tall red-haired boys on the side made funny faces when they saw this. Yeah, I'm afraid we will fall out of favor in the future. Mrs. Weasley turned around and yelled at the boy, George. You've got the wrong person, Mom. This is George. As our mother, you didn't even recognize us. We are so disappointed. The red-haired boy next to him said dissatisfiedly. Then the 2 of them pushed their luggage and rushed into platform 9 3/4 with laughter. What a bunch of little bastards. Mrs. Weasley pretended to be very angry, but the smile at the corner of her mouth betrayed her. Okay, Harry, Mike, you guys go in too, the train will leave soon. And you, Ron, take this sandwich I made for you, don't get hungry on the way. After hearing the noise, the 3 said goodbye to the Weasley family and rushed into the wall. Arriving at the 9 3/4 station for the first time, Harry and Mike were obviously very curious about everything they saw. Compared to them, Ron was much calmer. At this moment, his attention was all on Harry, and he looked as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. Mike found a lot of old acquaintances. Neville seemed to be being educated by his grandmother, with a look of grievance on his face. Malfoy in the distance was saying goodbye to his parents. Their family had a very similar temperament, all exuding a self-righteous air. There was a large circle of open space around them, and everyone was walking around them. The three of them quickly boarded the train that was about to depart and found an empty compartment to sit down. Ron, who was sitting down, obviously couldn't control himself anymore, and he mustered up the courage to say, "Are you really Harry Potter?" Harry pushed back his bangs, showing Ron the lightning-shaped scar. "Oh my god! I'm actually sitting in the same box with the legendary Harry Potter." Ron began to chat with Harry. Looking at the two people chatting enthusiastically, Mike felt that he needed to join in. "Harry, I've asked around in Diagon Alley these past few days, and I've heard about your situation. I have to say that the situation may not be as optimistic as we thought," Mike said, pretending to be serious. "Since you defeated the Dark Lord, many people who used to follow him are very dissatisfied with you, especially those pure-blood nobles." Mike began to instill his own ideas into Harry, thinking that a simple-minded kid like Harry was the easiest to brainwash. If Dumbledore could do it, then Mike could do it too. "That's right, Harry, none of those so-called nobles are good, especially those in Slytherin, who are full of little Death Eaters." Ron, who was standing aside, immediately agreed and echoed what Mike said. Mike looked at it with some amusement. Ron himself was from one of the 28 pure-blood families, yet he was so skilled in speaking ill of the pure-blood nobles. No wonder the Weasley family was called pure-blood traitors. Harry was obviously intimidated by the two men and hurriedly began to ask them questions about the wizarding world. As the topic deepened, Ron also became warmer to Mike, and when a snack seller came in, Harry bought a bunch of snacks for everyone. As the three of them were eating snacks and chatting, Neville, a man with a big round face, walked in. "I'm sorry, have you seen my toad?" Neville said with tears in his eyes. Harry and Ron shook their heads. "I lost it again. It must hate me. It always tries to run away from me. He will come back." Mike rushed forward to comfort him. Neville Longbottom was also a member of the Longbottom family, one of the few pure-blood families that favor Muggles, so it was necessary to make friends with him. "How about this, I'll go with you to look for him." "Really? But forget it. I don't want to trouble you." "Thank you." It can be seen that Neville is an inferior and autistic child. "It's decided, let's go." Mike knew he needed to be direct and tough when facing such a child, so he led Neville out of the box. "Harry, you and Ron don't have to come, we need someone to look after our luggage." Hearing the voice, Harry, who had originally wanted to go forward to help, sat down again. Mike led Neville through one compartment after another. During the journey, Mike kept asking questions to the people in the compartment, while Neville lowered his head and just followed Mike. When Mike opened the last compartment of the first grade, a girl with thick hair appeared in front of him. It was Hermione Granger, one of the three saviors. Looking at the girl with buck teeth in front of him, Mike couldn't help but smile as if his plan had succeeded. All of this was Mike's plan. First, he instilled in the savior the idea that pure-blood nobles were bad people, and then left the savior trio and Neville with the impression that he was helpful and capable. "Have you seen Neville's toad?" Mike said to Hermione with a smile. His face was frozen all the way. "What kind of toad is that? Does anyone really keep a toad as a pet? I mean, don't you think they're disgusting? You're freshmen at Hogwarts too." Hermione peppered the air with questions. "Rifle has the bloodline of the invisible leopard. Let's just forget it. We can't find it. It will show up by itself soon, right?" Neville raised his head and forced a smile at Mike, but he couldn't help but let his tears flow. "Thank you so much for accompanying me to look for it for so long, Mike." "It's okay, Neville. You said before that Lefou often disappears for a while and then suddenly appears again." "Yes. Then it's not a big problem, Neville. Lefou is playing with you. It's obvious that he likes you very much, otherwise he wouldn't have come back by himself after running away." Mike comforted Neville. "We'll look for him one more time. If nothing works, we'll ask the teacher to help us find him when we get to school." Neville lowered his head to hide the tears that welled up in his eyes, and kept thanking him in an inaudible voice. "Okay ma'am, sorry to bother you, but we have to go look for Neville's toad." "Wait. I'm coming too. By the way, do you know magic? I tried a few simple spells at home, just for practice, and they worked. No one in my family knows magic, so when I got the acceptance letter, I was shocked, but also very happy, because, I mean, as far as I know, this is the best magic school, and I know all the textbooks by heart. Of course, I just hope it works." Mike was probably the first person of the same age that Miss Granger had met along the way. When she saw him leaving, she immediately followed him. As for Neville, he had long been ignored by her. Hermione kept talking all the way, and she was still not satisfied until the three of them returned to Harry's box. Mike stretched out his hand to signal her to shut up. Because at this time, the door of Harry's box was blocked by two tall young men. "I think I can tell who is an outlier myself." When Mike squeezed into the box between the two of them, he heard Harry speak coldly to Malfoy. "What happened?" "Mike. Mike. He's Draco Malfoy. His whole family are Death Eaters." The two saw Mike and rushed to talk. "Ah. Red hair, ragged clothes, I think you must be a Weasley. I don't think anything on your body is new, after all, your father's pitiful salary can't support you at all. I heard that your mother even has to go out to sell snacks to supplement the family income, is it true, Weasley?" Draco's face flushed red as he stared at Ron. Seeing this, Mike stepped forward and grabbed Draco by the collar, looking down at him. "You wanna fight, kid? Hey? You wanna let me punch you in that pretty face? I swear I'll beat you up so bad even your mother won't recognize you." Michael had killed many people in his past and present lives. Draco felt as if he was facing a tiger when he was stared at by his murderous eyes. Goyle and Crabbe wanted to help, but were held back by the trembling Neville. Not long after, Draco broke out in a cold sweat. After struggling to break free from Mike's restraints, he used trembling hands to adjust his collar to hide his embarrassment. "Just wait. My father is the governor of Hogwarts. I want him to expel all of you." Draco left a harsh word and quickly left with Goyle and Crabbe. Even after walking a long distance, one could still hear him scolding the two. Chapter 8. Sorting Ceremony. "Oh, a roar of incompetence." Mike shook his head with disdain. "Okay, someone tell me what happened." Harry and Ron came over and explained to Mike the purpose of Malfoy's visit. Mike chuckled. He actually knew exactly what Malfoy was doing. Mr. Malfoy came with good intentions this time, but he was obviously a spoiled child. He recognized Harry, but despised Ron. Most importantly, he actually thought that Harry, who grew up in the Muggle world, could understand his theory of pure-blood supremacy, especially under the premise that both of Harry's parents died at the hands of Voldemort, the leader of the pure-blood aristocracy. It can be said that the two of them are not born in the same camp. Wanting to win over Harry? It's simply a fantasy. If he comes again, come to me and I will handle it. I have dealt with many such cases when I was wandering the streets. Mike said solemnly to the two. "You are so handsome. This is Ron and Harry." Hermione's focus was different from the other two. "What, you were living on the streets?" "Yes, I am an orphan." "I'm sorry, I meant." Hermione realized she had said the wrong thing and apologized hastily. "Okay, let's not talk about this anymore." Mike interrupted Hermione before she finished. "The train will arrive at Hogwarts soon, let's change clothes quickly." "Ma'am, I think you need to step aside." "Also, thank you, Neville, your courage just now is really amazing, you will definitely be sorted into Gryffindor." Hermione blushed and ran away. Harry and the others quickly changed into wizard robes, and unknowingly, they all regarded Mike as their backbone. Mike also changed into the second-hand robes that Hogwarts had given him. This robe was obviously too small, and only covered Mike's calves, while Harry's robe was tailor-made and covered his shoes securely. Ron's robes were obviously second-hand or even had been worn many times before. He felt a little inferior when he saw Harry's new robes. Mike was different. He didn't care if his shabby robes would attract other people's contemptuous looks. He walked down the train with Harry and Ron in big strides. As soon as they got off the train, a tall figure caught the attention of the three people. Hagrid's size made it hard for him to escape attention among this group of young wizards. First years. First years, come here. Harry, come here, how are you? Hagrid finally noticed the three people. Under Hagrid's leadership, a black lake appeared before everyone's eyes. A castle stands on the hillside across the lake. Under the starlight, the entire Hogwarts castle looks like a pearl dotted in the night sky. Compared with it, even the moon pales in comparison. No more than 4 people per boat. Hagrid led the little wizards onto the boat. Harry and Ron boarded the boat first, followed by Mike and Hermione. Neville originally planned to take a boat with Mike, but seeing that Hermione got on the boat first, he could only leave with grievance. Hagrid rowed his boat, which could be sunk at any time, in the front, and the little wizards followed slowly. It wasn't long before Mike felt the majesty of Hogwarts when they got closer. Unlike when it was far away, the interior of Hogwarts was now brightly lit, and the castle was filled with spires, which was quite stunning. "Lower your head." Mike and the others fell into a state of dementia until Hagrid woke them up with a loud roar. They followed a dark tunnel to the dock under the castle, and under the leadership of Hagrid, they finally gathered in front of a huge oak door. On the way, Neville's toad finally returned to Neville's hands by itself, and Neville burst into tears with excitement. Mike noticed the movement over there and looked at Neville. He met Neville's eyes and gave him an encouraging look. The door suddenly opened, and a tall witch in emerald green robes looked at the little wizard standing in front of the door. She had a serious expression and pursed lips, and her eyes drifted casually over Mike and Harry. She was Professor McGonagall. "Thank you, Hagrid, leave the rest to me." She said goodbye to Hagrid and led the young wizards into the castle. Under her pressure, the young wizards who were originally chattering with each other fell silent and followed Professor McGonagall like chicks following a hen. After passing through the huge castle hall, everyone finally stopped in a small room. "Welcome to Hogwarts," said Professor McGonagall, "but before you officially enroll, you still need to go through the sorting ceremony to decide which college you will study in for the next 7 years. The 4 colleges are Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw and Slytherin. Each of them has produced countless outstanding wizards, and they have all made great contributions to the wizarding world. In addition, the school holds the College Cup every year. I hope you can perform well and strive to win glory for your college. In a few minutes the sorting ceremony will be held in front of the entire school. Before that, I suggest you tidy up your appearance." Professor McGonagall stared at the stain on Ron's nose and turned away. Noticing McGonagall's gaze, Mike took out his wand and pointed it at Ron's nose. "Clean it up." The stains on Ron's nose disappeared instantly. Noticing Mike casting the cleansing charm, Hermione's mouth opened in excitement. "You actually learned how to clean it up." "I haven't learned it yet, it's really too difficult." Mike smiled at her politely and didn't care. At this moment, his attention was all on the white transparent figures that suddenly emerged from the wall behind them, ghosts. He was very interested in these ghosts. What kind of life forms were they? Did the soul really exist? Soon Professor McGonagall came back and led the little wizards into the hall. Mike swore he had never seen such a magical auditorium. Students in robes sat around 4 long tables, candles floating in the air above the tables. Looking up, you could see the ceiling. No one knew what kind of magic they had cast on the ceiling, it was as if it didn't exist. The moonlight outside shone straight down, and dots of light dotted the night sky. Professor McGonagall coughed and drew the attention of the freshmen back. In front of her was a tall wooden chair with a patched and worn-out pointed wizard hat on it. "I will start calling the roll. Students whose names I call, please sit on the chairs and put on the sorting hat." Mike was a little surprised. This was not what he expected. The sorting hat didn't sing, but he didn't have time to think about it, as Professor McGonagall began to call the roll, and the first name called was his. "Mike Townley." Mike strode forward. He had already decided which house to go to, Ravenclaw. According to the information from the original book and the information I got in Diagon Alley these days, Slytherin is where pure-blood families gather, so pass. Hufflepuff is where mediocre people gather, so pass too. Of the remaining Ravenclaw and Gryffindor, Mike chose Ravenclaw. First, the fighting power of Ravenclaw students clearly crushes that of Gryffindor students. The name of the academic concentration camp is not for nothing. Second, Ravenclaw, like Slytherin, is also rich in dark wizards. You should know that the literal translation of Ravenclaw is Raven's Claws, which means greedy plunderer. Where did all the books in the Hogwarts library come from? Most of them were looted by Ravenclaw and its students from other places. Therefore, Ravenclaw students are good at fighting and do not reject looting. This can be seen from their dean, Phileas Flitwick. The dean of a school of top students is actually a fighting champion. If Ravenclaw is full of nerds, then he would never be the dean. In short, Ravenclaw is a paradise for Mike to cultivate his own followers. Let's go back to the hall. Mike picked up the sorting hat. Although it was dirty, he didn't dislike it at all. At the same time, he silently said in his heart, Ravenclaw, Ravenclaw, let me go to Ravenclaw. The moment he put on the sorting hat, a somewhat funny voice sounded in his mind. Wow, you are a strange little wizard. Ambitious and possessing outstanding magical talent, if it weren't for your bloodline, Slytherin would definitely be the most suitable house for you. The sorting hat paused. What? You want to go to Ravenclaw? It's not impossible, but perhaps Gryffindor would be more suitable for you. Have you decided? Okay then. Ravenclaw. The sorting hat announced the result loudly. Suddenly, the students at the second table on the left applauded loudly. The first freshman of the year was theirs, which was a good omen. Chapter 9. The Good Life in Ravenclaw. After Mike was welcomed to a chair by the enthusiastic seniors, they began to introduce themselves to each other. When they learned that Mike was of Muggle origin and an orphan, the female seniors around him began to comfort Mike with overflowing maternal love, and only a few people showed contempt. Mike looked at the beautiful girls surrounding him and couldn't help but sigh, it's really a good decision to come to Ravenclaw. The three saviors were assigned to Gryffindor just like in the original book. When Harry learned that he and Mike were not in the same college, he almost cried. Although they had only spent a short time together, Harry had already regarded Mike as his good friend. It was already late at night when the banquet ended. Mike and others followed the seniors to the entrance of Ravenclaw's common room, in front of the eagle-head door knocker. What is the most precious treasure of mankind? Extraordinary intelligence and talent are mankind's most precious wealth. The Ravenclaw said in unison. The door opened silently. Please remember this sentence. The female headmaster said to everyone, our Ravenclaw students are the smartest among the 4 major colleges, and they also sail the farthest in the ocean of knowledge. I hope this sentence can guide you to go further. When everyone finally stepped into the Ravenclaw common room, it was as if they had arrived at a library made up of pure blue. The bookshelves against the wall were densely packed with books, all of which were donations from generations of Ravenclaw students. Most of them are the old notes and homework of Ravenclaws, as well as some novels, biographies, and magic books. These books are one of the reasons why Mike chose Ravenclaw. With these notes, Mike will be able to get in touch with more spells that can only be learned in higher grades. As for the imbalanced gender ratio in Ravenclaw, with boys being a very small minority, that can only be considered an unexpected gain. Because there are so few boys, Ravenclaw's boys' dormitories are single rooms, which are much better than the bunk beds in other colleges. Mike's first class at Hogwarts was Professor Snape's potions class, and it was 2 consecutive classes. In class, Professor Snape gave his usual speech on death and glory. Mike's guess was correct. Snape said these words to the freshmen every year. However, Mike's crucible with a very thin bottom was obviously not capable of brewing magic potions. It couldn't even make the simplest sleeping potion, which was used to motivate the young wizards. As expected, it exploded. What surprised Mike was that after seeing Mike's overly thin cauldron, Snape, with a gloomy face, did not deduct points from Ravenclaw, but only gave him a verbal scolding. At the end of the class, he even kept Mike and gave him a second-hand but almost intact cauldron, and warned him that if the same thing happened again in potions class, he would be put in detention. Mike held the crucible in his hand and didn't care about Snape's warning. You know, he used to be a cook in the gang and was no stranger to chemical pharmaceuticals. What surprised him was Snape's attitude. It seemed that Snape's malice was largely directed only at Gryffindor and Harry Potter. There were not many classes at Hogwarts, so Mike had a lot of free time, and he spent all of it reading books in the Ravenclaw common room. Unlike students in other colleges who go to play in the castle after class, there are many Ravenclaws like Mike who choose to read books. So Mike was happy. When he got tired of reading, he would flirt with the female classmates around him. When he didn't understand something, he would ask the female seniors for help. Mike spent so much time with those women that he even felt that he had the same body scent as them. If this body wasn't too small, Mike would have already started to take action. You know, in Hogwarts, girls can enter the boys' dormitory at will. After a long period of study, Mike found that rote learning and working in isolation was not feasible. After consulting senior students, he felt that he had benefited a lot. The few magics he had learned by himself were full of flaws. But when he asked the seniors why his spells were always so weak, no one could give him an answer. They just said that it might be because Mike's magic power was still too weak. Mike was dismissive of this. You haven't seen my magic burst, and you say I don't have enough magic? You are kidding. Soon it was Mike's first charms class, and the teacher was their head of house, Professor Flitwick. In class, Professor Flitwick taught them a simple spell: stick the stick in the front teeth. Mike, who already had some basic knowledge, made the little mouse on the table grow 2 huge front teeth almost at the same time as Professor Flitwick. That's great. 10 points for Ravenclaw. I've never had a little wizard with such outstanding talent. Flitwick was so excited that he almost fell off the podium. Oh, the lady from Gryffindor did a good job too. 5 points for Gryffindor. Hermione glared at Mike fiercely, then looked at the little mouse on the table with the same big buck teeth as hers. She felt like the whole world was against her, and her eyes couldn't help but turn red. But Mike didn't have time to pay attention to Hermione's reaction. He had to make a good impression on Professor Flitwick. After class, Mike did not rush out of the classroom like the other little wizards, but waited until Professor Flitwick packed up his things and then went up to ask. Professor Flitwick, could you spare me a moment of your time? I have some questions about spells. Of course. Mike, why don't we go to my office and talk? I also have something I want to talk to you about. Professor Flitwick agreed immediately. In the corridor, Mike found that although Professor Flitwick had short legs, his movement speed was not satisfactory. He did not need to slow down at all, but had to walk fast to keep up with Professor Flitwick. Finally arriving at the office, Professor Flitwick asked him to sit down at the desk and poured him a cup of tea. Dear Dean, I feel that the effect of my spells is far behind those of the seniors. Why is that? Mike couldn't wait to ask as soon as he sat down. There are many reasons for this problem. Why don't you cast a spell for me to see? Flitwick was obviously very happy that Mike called him Dean instead of Professor, and he almost couldn't stop laughing. Wingardim Leviosa. Mike took out his wand and cast a levitation spell on the book on the table. The book immediately began to shake slightly, and after a moment it floated up shakily, but fell back onto the table before it floated very high. Oh! Excellent levitation spell. With all due respect, Mike, your spell skills are already better than most first-year students. Even many senior students are not as good as you. Flitwick paused, but I find that you still have room for improvement. You didn't mobilize your emotions when casting magic. Emotions? Mike expressed confusion. That's right. The essence of magic is that the magic power in our body is released in a certain way. The waving of the wand and the chanting of the spell when releasing magic are the process of mobilizing magic power. But this method of using magic is the lowest level, while mobilizing emotions is a high-level method. When casting a spell, you mobilize your emotions. The stronger your emotions for the success of the spell, the better the effect of your spell will be, until you reach your limit. As for the highest level method, you completely control your magic power and let it operate according to your own ideas. This last technique requires a huge amount of knowledge and amazing talent, which is also the premise of silent and wandless casting. Of course, it is still too difficult for you. Professor Flitwick spoke a long string of words at once, then picked up the teacup on the table and took a big sip. Thank you. Your guidance has opened my eyes, Dean. Mike bowed deeply. Professor Flitwick put down his teacup, looked at Mike with some sympathy, and said, I've heard about your story, poor child. Chapter 10. Malfoy's Provocation. Poor child, I heard about your story. Professor Flitwick looked at Mike sympathetically. I assure you that no one in Hogwarts would dare to discriminate against your bloodline. Mike was stunned for a moment when he heard the voice, and then his eyes turned red. He immediately realized that Professor Flitwick was talking about what happened in the leaky cauldron. He didn't expect that it would reach the professor's ears so quickly. The British wizarding world is really small. Mike was almost forgetting about this matter. He always thought that he was not a person who held grudges and he would usually take revenge on the spot if there was a grudge. But he still has to pretend to be good at it. Fortunately, decades of life experience have given him perfect acting skills. Flitwick's heart almost broke when he saw Mike's aggrieved look. He thought that he was just like the child in front of him, discriminated against by people around him because of his fairy bloodline. However, he had a very bad temper back then. No matter who it was, if Flitwick felt that he had offended him, he would take out his wand and hit him with a flaming fire. It was not until he won the duel championship that his temper gradually improved, because no one dared to offend him anymore. Oh, poor child. It's okay now. Professor Flitwick reached out and stroked Mike's short golden hair. Thank you, Dean Flitwick. You are the first person who is kind to me, Mike said, wiping away non-existent tears. After another round of greetings, Mike said goodbye to Professor Flitwick. Thank you very much, Dean Flitwick. Mike bowed deeply to Flitwick. Can I come to you for advice again in the future? Of course, kid, the door of my office is always open for you. Come on, or you will miss lunch. Flitwick smiled and nodded at Mike, and seemed to have thought of something, and winked at Mike mischievously. By the way, Mike, don't experiment with magic in the lounge, it will make a mess. You can go to the 8th floor and take a look, I think you will get something. Thank you, Dean. After saying goodbye to Flitwick, Mike walked alone on the way to the restaurant. The previous wave of sales was well worth it. Not only did he get a solution to the weak power of his spells, but he also got a promise from Flitwick that he would support him. The most important thing was that Flitwick gave him permission. The 8th floor is where the room of requirement is located, and Flitwick's last words undoubtedly hinted that he could enter the room of requirement. In this way, he would not have to worry about Dumbledore suspecting him after entering the room of requirement. This is not because Mike is overly cautious. According to the original book, Hogwarts Castle itself is a magical object, and the headmaster himself is likely to have the right to monitor all the facilities of the school. As he was thinking about it, Mike had already walked into the restaurant. There were many little wizards eating in the restaurant. Mike found a table and sat down. Steaming food immediately appeared on the plate in front of him, beef stew with potatoes and white bread. Mike. What have you been doing these days? We've been wanting to find you. Mike looked towards the sound and saw the three saviors standing in front of him. Sorry, Hogwarts is so interesting. I've been exploring it these days, although I haven't even finished exploring the Ravenclaw common room yet. Mike spread his hands and shrugged his shoulders jokingly. Hermione obviously didn't believe this and said, I think some people have been busy flirting with seniors these days. I didn't, don't talk nonsense. Mike hurriedly denied. You're lying. I saw you and those senior girls kissing each other in the library. Mike didn't expect Hermione to care about such things, and teased, Oh? Why are you paying so much attention to me? Do you like me? No. It just happened, don't talk nonsense. Hermione's face turned red in an instant, and she was about to run away. But a young man with platinum blonde hair stopped her. Wow! Come and see, Miss Know-It-All from Gryffindor and the blonde boy from Ravenclaw are together. What are you doing here? Malfoy! Harry yelled at Draco. Get out of my way! Is this how your parents taught you to treat a lady? You undisciplined beast! Mike stood up and stared at Draco viciously. It seemed that this look reminded Draco of the embarrassing scene on the train, and his face turned pale. Madam? Can a woman with such big teeth be called a lady? Draco said with saliva flying. But she is a good match for you, Mike. You two dirty mudbloods. Mike was also happy when he heard the last three words. He had just put up the umbrella of protection when someone came to his door to help him establish his authority. He took out his wand, pointed it at Draco and said, I'll give you a chance to reorganize your words. Draco was not at all afraid. He simply did not believe that a muggle mudblood like Mike could learn so much magic in just a few days. As for him, he was a pure-blood aristocrat and had been learning magic since he was a child. Fuck! Draco said word by word. All petrified. A beam of light that was almost invisible to the naked eye hit Draco, and Draco's body stiffened, his face still maintaining that ferocious expression, and his body appeared grey like stone. This was Mike's petrification spell. The petrification spell just now used Mike's emotions, which was not a difficult task for Mike who had been training for half a year. The effect of this technique of emotional release was also very good. The power of the spell has obviously become stronger. The previous petrification spell did not have such a luster, and this is the sign that the petrification spell has become popular. Seeing Draco being petrified, everyone around exclaimed. You will be expelled. You are not allowed to cast spells in the hall. We should go and tell the professor. Hermione was so anxious that tears came out. The poor child did not understand how vicious the three words mudblood contained. Mike didn't care about this. In a place like Hogwarts, discrimination based on bloodline was against political correctness. He was more concerned about the fact that emotional casting was a great addition to spells, which also indirectly confirmed his conjecture about the nature of magic. Magic power is like chakra, a fusion of physical strength and spiritual strength. Therefore, when emotions are high, the strength of the spell will increase, and the magic power of the young wizard will increase as he grows older. Besides, he has someone to back him up now. Sure enough, not long after, Professor Flitwick arrived in the hall on his short legs. "I want to see which little bastard dares to slap me in the face." "Aha! Draco Malfoy! You are really capable, just like your damn father." Professor Flitwick was very angry. He had just made a promise with Mike, but he didn't expect that someone would slap him in the face right after. As for the fact that Mike cast the petrification spell on Draco, he chose to ignore it. If it were him, he would have done something even more extreme. "How dare you! How dare you violate the school rules so brazenly!" At this time, Professor McGonagall and Snape also arrived. Professor McGonagall was obviously furious. He never expected that just a few days after the start of the school term, there would be freshmen who dared to violate the school rules, especially in public. Snape stood beside McGonagall without saying a word. He was nearby and witnessed the whole process, which was why Draco dared to be so arrogant. But Draco made a mistake this time. The 3 words "Mudblood" were Snape's Achilles heel. It was because of these 3 words that he lost his lily. 50 points will be deducted from each of you two. 10 days of detention. Professor McGonagall made the ruling. "I protest. I can't listen to you this time, McGonagall." Professor Flitwick obviously couldn't accept this kind of slapping way of dealing with it. Little Malfoy actually dared to call Mike a Mudblood. He deserves the petrification spell. Hearing the word Mudblood, Mag's expression changed drastically. Slytherin will be deducted 100 points, and Draco Malfoy will be put in detention for 15 days. I will be in charge of his supervision. Professor McGonagall looked at Draco's hideous face and said with pursed lips, "McTownley will be put in detention for a day. Professor Flitwick will be in charge." Chapter 11, Restaurant Incident Follow-up. Professor McGonagall announced the final punishment. Slytherin was deducted 100 points, Draco was locked up for 15 days in Professor McGonagall's office, and Mac was locked up for 1 day in Professor Flitwick's office. The confinement time is from after dinner to midnight every day. This punishment can be said to be very severe, especially for Draco. Not only was he punished to be confined for 15 days, but Slytherin House was also deducted 100 points. You should know that Slytherin has won the House Cup for several consecutive years in recent years. Draco's actions made Slytherin's hope of winning the cup this year slim. Professor Snape didn't react when he saw Slytherin being deducted points, but Mike was not surprised. As Dumbledore's confidant, Snape must know that this year's House Cup has been decided to be given to Gryffindor. Mike was very satisfied with the result. He was only locked up for 1 day in Professor Flitwick's office. This was simply a reward for him. He could ask Professor Flitwick questions for the whole night. He was happy just thinking about it. The crowd that had gathered in the restaurant to watch the excitement dispersed under the drive of the class leaders, and Mike and Draco were taken back by their respective deans. But the difference was that Draco followed Snape with a look of bad luck on his face, as if he had eaten something disgusting. Mike, on the other hand, walked with his head held high, a little behind Flitwick. Many people around him were applauding Mike. Most of them were Muggle-born or half-blood, and they had long been annoyed with the pure-blood nobles. "I'm sorry, Mike." Professor Flitwick looked at Mike apologetically, "I just promised you." "It's okay, Professor. I can protect myself. My petrification spell is very effective." Mike raised the wand in his hand. "Ha ha ha." Professor Flitwick was amused by Mike's actions. "Yes, your petrification spell is indeed the best I have seen among the freshmen. But when facing this kind of person, I personally prefer to use the fire spell. Forget that you don't know the fire spell yet. It doesn't matter. I can teach you tonight." Mike was not too happy when he heard this. He had seen the record of the fire curse in the Ravenclaw library. It was not a very difficult spell, nor was it very powerful. A water curse could easily put it out. But he still had to pretend to be very happy. The two of them talked and laughed all the way back to the Ravenclaw common room. At this time, the news that Mike defeated Malfoy with a petrification spell in the restaurant had already reached the ears of these classmates, and they gathered around to ask for details of the incident. After Flitwick and Mike explained to the students for a long time, everyone returned to their original seats and continued reading. Professor Flitwick also returned to his office. At this time, a sturdy black guy stepped forward and said excitedly, "You did a great job. I've been annoyed with those purebloods for a long time, those blood discriminators." Mike remembered this guy. His name was Franklin Clinton. He was also a muggle, and he was the tallest among the freshmen. Mike didn't understand why he joined Ravenclaw, because according to his size, Gryffindor should be his home. "Thank you, Franklin, this is what I should do, these pureblood trash should be punished as they deserve." Franklin wasn't surprised that Mike remembered his name. He knew his size would attract a lot of attention. "That's right. I've made you my friend. Next time something like this happens, you must call me, I will beat them to a pulp," said Franklin. "Of course, we so-called mudbloods must unite to fight against those who discriminate against our race." Mike thought this black man with a very American name was very interesting, maybe he could win him over. "Hey, you know what? The first time I saw you, I felt that we were destined to be together. From now on, we will be friends. If you have any problems, just come to me, and I will do my best to help you." Franklin was so happy. This black guy had not had a happy time in the past few days. Everyone was reluctant to get too close to him because of his size. Mike was the first person who was willing to be friends with him. Mike finally got rid of Franklin, who was still not satisfied, after a lot of arguments. After getting rid of Franklin, Mike was ready to go to the kitchen to find something to eat. He had just started a fight with Draco halfway through his meal. Now it was past the time for the restaurant to serve food, so he had no choice but to go to the kitchen to trouble those elves. Just as he walked out of the Ravenclaw common room, he found that the three saviors were waiting at the door of the Ravenclaw common room. Seeing him come out, Harry and Ron hurried forward. "You did a great job. Did you see Draco's expression?" His expression at the end was just like he had eaten Beeb's beans that smelled like earwax. Harry and Ron said one after another, "Yes, Professor Mike explained to us what a mudblood is. He really deserves it." Mike was answering them casually, and he also noticed Hermione in the corner. Hermione's eyes were still red. She stood there with her head down, holding a paper bag in her arms, looking very aggrieved. Mike noticed that the paper package must contain food, as the oil stains had seeped into the surface of the package. "Hey, Hermione! Is this for me? Thank you so much, I'm hungry." Mike could see that Hermione felt a little guilty about his detention, so he said this deliberately. "I noticed that you didn't seem to have finished your lunch." Hermione handed the paper bag to Mike. "It's all my fault. It's because of me that you were put in detention." As Hermione was talking, she started crying again. Mike hurriedly comforted her, "It's okay, Hermione. We are friends, aren't we? Malfoy came after me this time. It's me who got you into trouble. And in my opinion, that wasn't confinement at all. You know, Professor Flitwick is an expert in charms. I would love to be put in confinement in his office." "Really? Don't lie to me." Hermione slowly stopped crying after hearing that. Mike was one of her few friends. The Gryffindor students didn't like her very much and thought she was a nerd who stuck to the rules. "Of course, you don't have to worry about it. You know, we are friends, right?" Mike was so hungry that he saw stars. He quickly opened the paper package. "Oh! Sausages and chicken legs. My favorite. Thank you so much, Hermione." Hermione lowered her head once to hide her shyness when she heard the voice. Mike didn't care about Hermione's actions. In his opinion, Hermione, Harry, and Ron were just little kids, even younger than his son and daughter. "My daughter is really sensible." Mike sighed in his heart. Harry and Ron only cared about how handsome he looked in the restaurant. Only Hermione noticed that he had not finished his meal, which reminded him of his daughter in his previous life, Tracy. Once upon a time, Tracy was such a filial and sensible girl. Unfortunately, later on, for some reason, she actually wanted to make that kind of movie. It was really a misfortune for her family. Chapter 12. A different fire spell. After saying goodbye to Harry and the others, Mike headed for the Transfiguration classroom. The only class in the afternoon was Transfiguration, and Professor McGonagall was not a professor who liked students to be late. Mike's talent in Transfiguration magic is obviously not as outstanding as that in spells, or in other words, Mike is not very interested in Transfiguration magic. Compared to other offensive spells, transfiguration magic is too complicated. After Mike came into contact with the magic of transformation, he found that it was very difficult to cast the spell successfully. It required you to have a very clear understanding of the composition of matter. In other words, if you want to learn the magic of transformation well, you need to master a wealth of knowledge of physics and chemistry. This was really difficult for Mike. He had no knowledge of these two subjects in his past life or this life. The only thing he had studied was chemistry, which was taught by his master when he was a chef. He could cope with the potions class, but he knew nothing about the composition of matter. But this does not mean that Mike's transfiguration grades are bad. On the contrary, Mike's transfiguration grades are better than most freshmen. Don't know much about physical chemistry? It doesn't matter. There are many wizards who have not learned physical chemistry. Wizards have their own way to understand the composition of matter. After the transfiguration class, Mike got up and returned to the Ravenclaw common room to continue studying emotion casting techniques. He was very satisfied with the petrification spell he had cast in the restaurant. It was the strongest petrification spell he had cast since he learned it. The emotional casting technique has a very obvious amplifying effect on spells, which can be most intuitively reflected in the fluorescent flashes. If the light released by Mike's lumos is equivalent to the flashlight of a mobile phone, then the lumos after using the emotional casting technique and using full strength is like a high-intensity flashlight. The light emitted is both bright and has strong penetrating power. Emotional spell casting is actually not a very advanced skill. Most wizards will discover this skill in the process of learning magic. The reason why Mike's seniors didn't tell him before was not because they didn't master the technique, but because they didn't understand the essence of this casting technique. In their view, they just strongly hope that the spell will succeed when they cast the spell, so they succeed in casting the spell, and the magic effect is also very good. From this point of view, Professor Flitwick is worthy of being an expert in spells. He used the most understandable language to make Mike understand the principles of this technique. Time passed quickly, and soon it was time for Mike to go to Flitwick for detention. Mike was a little confused about Professor Flitwick's words about teaching him the fire curse. As far as he knew, the fire curse was not a very advanced magic and its power was not very strong. But he didn't think too much about it. His most urgent task was to continue trying to please Professor Flitwick. The head of Ravenclaw is a man whose fighting ability is comparable to that of Snape. Although his performance in the original book is not outstanding and he is often the source of jokes among the professors, the title of duel champion is no joke. And judging from the professor's very different appearance from ordinary people, he has experienced no less discrimination than Muggle-born wizards. Flitwick must have a sense of sympathy for himself. When Mike walked into the office, Flitwick was sitting on a specially made high chair reading today's Daily Prophet. There was a ladder-like structure between the legs of the chair to make it convenient for Professor Flitwick to climb up. "Mike, you're here. Please sit down. My black tea is very good. Would you like to try it?" Flitwick greeted Mike warmly. After seeing Mike nod, Flitwick raised his hand and waved gently, and the teapot and teacup flew over automatically and poured a cup of steaming hot black tea for Mike. After the two of them drank tea and exchanged pleasantries for a while, Flitwick began to talk about the main topic of the night, the fire spell. Mike had already learned about the fire spell before, and it was not difficult to cast this magic. Mike successfully cast it after trying it a few times, but the power was very impressive. The fire spell that Mike cast could only light a cigarette at best. After Mike showed Flitwick his fire spell, Flitwick did not dislike Mike. Instead, he praised Mike. After all, as a Muggle-born wizard, it was very good for Mike to master such magic, and it was not his fault that he used the fire spell like this. The fire spell is a simple and practical magic. Don't underestimate it, Mac. Flitwick paused. The fire spell is a very flexible magic. It can be released in different forms according to the caster's wishes. Professor Flitwick said as he waved his wand. Flames? An eagle made of flames flew out from Professor Flitwick's wand. Every feather of the eagle was vivid, just like a fire elf. It was flying in the not-so-big office, flexibly avoiding every obstacle, and finally disappeared in front of Mike. Mike was stunned. He never expected that magic could be used in this way. Before this, his understanding of magic was, the magic wand was like a pistol, the magic spell was the bullet, and releasing magic was like firing a bullet from a pistol. The power of the magic depended entirely on the magic power of the caster. But Flitwick's move opened the door to a new world for him. It turned out that magic could be used in this way. It turned out that the fired bullets could turn. To do this requires extremely advanced magical control, which is still too far for you. Moreover, this is not practical and too fancy. Flitwick was very proud of Mike's country bumpkin look. Come on, let me show you something practical. After saying that, Flitwick took Mike to the bookshelf in the corner. With a wave of his wand, the bookshelf opened automatically, revealing the room inside. This is a spacious spell training room. The walls are all made of high-grade alchemical materials and are engraved with special protective runes in ancient magic to ensure that magic cannot cause damage to them. There are several dummies standing at the end of the room. These dummies are not simple either. They are all made by alchemists and have unique alchemical spells attached to them, so that magic like Tarantella dance that is effective on living people can also be effective on these dummies. Professor Flitwick entered the room without saying anything. He pointed the wand in his hand forward, and a deep purple flame gushed out from the tip of the wand and sprayed directly onto the dummy in the distance. The temperature of these flames was so high that the air near the flames was burned and distorted. Although the dummy was made of alchemical materials and had strong resistance to high temperatures, it began to melt almost instantly under the scorching purple flames and was burned to ashes in just a few seconds. Flitwick glanced at the stunned Mike and smirked. He stretched out the magic wand and pointed again, and the purple flame appeared again, but this time it was a ball of flame and kept flying out from the tip of the wand one after another. These purple fireballs were flying at extremely fast speeds, and some of them were moving irregularly in the air. Eventually, these fireballs landed accurately on the dummy, causing a violent explosion. By the time the explosion was over, the dummy had long disappeared, leaving only a charred area where it had been. Mike's eyes lit up. He didn't expect the fire spell to be so powerful that it could even be used as a fireball. Judging from the spell that Flitwick just cast, this is clearly a fireball machine gun. Magic spells are flexible, Mac. Flitwick interrupted Mac, who was in a daze. Most of the spells you are learning now have been simplified. Although these simplifications make your learning easier, they also make the spells you cast become dull and weak. Meditate and feel the flow of magic when you cast a spell. Once you have clearly felt the flow of magic, try to control it, let it accept you, and become your hands and feet. Chapter 13. Magical Perception and Meditation. Mike lay on his bed in the dormitory with his eyes open. The fire spell that Professor Flitwick had shown him earlier had shocked him so much that he didn't even know how he walked out of the office and returned to his dormitory. Magic could actually reach that level. It was ridiculous that he had previously thought that casting magic was as simple as waving a wand and chanting a spell. Now that he thought about it, he was completely a frog in a well. Today he witnessed the power of magic for the first time and finally understood the pride of wizards. Just imagine, how could a group of supermen who could cast spells as powerful as heavy artillery by casually waving their wands treat a group of mortals who have no talent and are like ants equally? Mike even felt that it was a miracle that humans were not enslaved or killed by wizards before nuclear weapons were developed. The situation of wizards facing muggles at that time was just like the situation of Americans facing the local natives when they were pioneering the American continent. The power was completely not on the same level. I believe everyone knows what happened to those natives. They were almost wiped out. You have to know that the flame released by Flitwick was purple. Mike remembered that his master when he was a chef once told him that the temperature of red and orange flames was about 3000 degrees, which was also the most common flame we usually come into contact with. As the flame temperature increases, its color will change, until it finally turns into ultraviolet light that is invisible to the naked eye. A flame of that intensity is at least tens of thousands of degrees. Purple flame, although Mike didn't know the exact temperature, it was definitely above 3000 degrees. Flame of this temperature could melt steel almost instantly. If a mere fire spell could achieve this level of success, then what about the even more terrifying fiendish fire curse? Without the use of a breaking spell, the devil's flame would almost never go out, and the increasingly powerful devil's flames could be as destructive as nuclear weapons in certain circumstances. Mike longs for this kind of power. Compared with this great power, my original ideal, to become a superior person, is simply worthless. Mike was so excited that he couldn't sleep when he thought of this. But Mike had no idea what Flitwick was talking about when he talked about meditation and feeling the flow of magic. The first thing is to feel the flow of magic. Professor Flitwick's intention should be to let him feel the flow of magic power in the process of casting magic, but when Mike cast magic, he always just waved his wand and chanted a spell to make it successful, and he never felt any magic power. Mike thought that maybe he didn't notice it when he cast the spell originally, so he released a fluorescent flash casually, but just like before, he didn't feel anything. Now Mike is a bit of a muggle. In order to increase the power of magic, according to what Professor Flitwick said, one must be able to completely control his own magic power. But Mike can't even feel his own magic power, so how can he control it? After trying several more times, Mike used almost all the magic he knew, but the results were still disappointing. Apart from tiring himself to death, he didn't even feel any so-called magic. Gradually, Mike began to doubt his own talent. Sensing magic might be a talent, just like he was born very lucky. People without talent would not be able to sense magic no matter how hard they tried. But Mike did not give up. His luck was so good that he could be reborn even if he was beaten to death. If it really took talent to feel magic, then he must have this talent. After all, good luck can really do whatever you want. Mike began to search his memory carefully, trying to find the so-called magic in the past casting process. As his memories were turned over bit by bit, Mike once again confirmed that he had never felt the so-called magic power when casting spells. Just as he was grabbing his hair frantically, he suddenly thought of it. It doesn't necessarily have to be when casting a spell. Compared to releasing magic in a formulaic way with the help of spells and wands, the supernatural phenomena caused by magic explosions are caused without the help of any external force. So, are the magic fluctuations during magic explosions easier to detect? Mike immediately thought of his most recent magical outburst, the one at the leaky cauldron. Although Mike was very angry that time and wanted to kill the wizard, he vaguely remembered that there seemed to be a force being released from his body at that time. That feeling was like flowing water. Having found hope, Mike almost immediately wanted to experiment with a burst of magic, but reason stopped him. If magic exploded in the dormitory, there would definitely be big trouble. You know, Professor Flitwick had clearly warned him not to experiment with magic in the dormitory. Although Professor Flitwick's tone at the time sounded a bit like a joke, Mike didn't think it was a joke. Teachers prefer students with good grades and obedience. He had just caused trouble for Flitwick during the day, but that night he ignored his warnings and caused a big explosion in the dormitory. This would undoubtedly cause Flitwick's dissatisfaction. Let's put the experiment off until later. Mike has a perfect location for the experiment, the room of requirement. Mike restrained himself and decided to go to the room of requirement to conduct the experiment tomorrow. Although finding the room of requirement so quickly might attract the attention of Dumbledore, the old bee, time waits for no one. As he grew older, magic riots became less and less frequent. Mike used to even need to actively suppress his emotions to ensure that magic riots would not occur. And in all the days since entering Hogwarts, even though Mike had let go of his control over his emotions and even used emotion casting techniques, he had not triggered even one magical riot. At this time, Mike was very doubtful whether he could still trigger the magic riot. But all this can only be known through experiments. Having decided on tomorrow's itinerary, Mike began to think about another keyword Professor Flitwick mentioned, meditation. Mike knew absolutely nothing about meditation. He had never even heard of the word until today. No. He remembered. He had heard the word meditation before, from his wife Amanda. He remembered that his wife was very obsessed with yoga for a while. During that time, she would sit cross-legged on the yoga mat without moving, except for cheating on her damn yoga instructor. When Mike asked her about it, her answer was that she was meditating. Does meditation mean sitting cross-legged with eyes closed? Mike sat on the bed just as he remembered Amanda did, but soon he felt sleepy. His head with short golden hair moved up and down in the air, and finally, with a heavy nod, Mike fell asleep. Chapter 14. Franklin. The next day, when Mike woke up, the sun was shining brightly. The sun shone through the glass window onto Mike's face, and his short blonde hair reflected the dazzling light under the sun. From time to time, shadows would pass by outside the window. They were owls returning from delivering mail. After a long journey overnight, these hard-working messengers urgently needed to go to the owl house on the west side of Ravenclaw Tower to eat something and take a nap. As a regular knock on the door came, Mike squinted his eyes and sat up from the bed. Scratching his head, he found that he might need a haircut, as his original short hair had grown longer without him noticing and didn't feel as comfortable as before. After getting used to the dazzling sunlight, Mike did not rush to open the door. Picking up the cup of water from the bedside table and taking a sip of the water he had not finished last night, Mike began to tidy up his clothes. Because of meditation last night, Mike fell asleep without even taking off his clothes, and now his clothes were full of wrinkles. After cleaning himself up and tidying up his clothes, Mike opened the door. A tall black guy was standing outside the door. He was almost half a head taller than Mike. You have to know that Mike was considered tall among his peers. This black guy was Franklin Clinton, a freshman in the same college as Mike. Hey, Mike, good morning. Franklin was not impatient because he had been waiting outside the door for a long time. It seems that you have finished washing up. Let's go quickly. We have a defense against the dark arts class this morning. We are already late. Oh, okay, Franklin. Mike was a little surprised that Franklin, a classmate who had just spoken to him for a few words, would come to wake him up and even be late for class. I'm sorry, too many things happened yesterday, and I slept a little longer. Don't say that. We are friends, aren't we? Friends should help each other. Franklin showed his white, reflective teeth and smiled, but we really have to go faster. We are already late. Mike didn't care about Franklin's words and said, Don't worry, the professor of defense against the dark arts is Quirrell, the stuttering clown. He also graduated from Ravenclaw. He won't make things difficult for us. That's good. Franklin breathed a sigh of relief and slowed down his pace, but what does the clown mean? You'll know later. Mike licked his teeth and smiled meaningfully. In fact, I'm also surprised that Quirrell actually graduated from Ravenclaw. His current appearance is simply embarrassing for Ravenclaw. The two of them talked and laughed along the way, and even went to a restaurant to get breakfast. During the conversation, Mike told Franklin a lot about Hogwarts, including the factional struggles between the four colleges and many strange stories. When the two arrived at the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, Quirrell was standing on the podium, holding a book and reading stutteringly. Most of the young wizards below the podium had an expression that said, Although I'm very sleepy, I still want to listen to the class carefully. Quirrell saw the two people who were late, put down the book in his hand, and was about to speak when he was interrupted by Mike. Respected Senior Quirrell, please forgive us. Mike hid the breakfast he brought in his robes. Hogwarts is really too big, we got lost on the way to the classroom. Okay, Mike and this gentleman, please come in. Quirrell stuttered after hearing Mike's words. Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff attended this class together. The classroom was divided into two areas, one yellow and one blue, by students from the two houses. Everyone tacitly chose to sit with classmates from their own house. But Michael didn't care about that. He took Franklin to the most secluded corner of the classroom. There was also a short Hufflepuff boy sitting here. He seemed a little timid. When he saw that the two tall Ravenclaws, Mike and Franklin, seemed to want to sit next to him, he immediately stood up straight, bowed to them, and ran to the empty seat in the front. Mike naturally didn't care about these things and sat down calmly. Franklin was a little hesitant, but seeing that Mike didn't care, he also sat down. Two blue spots appeared in a large area of yellow. Even though the corner chosen by Mike was very hidden, it was still very eye-catching from the podium. But Mike didn't care. He chose this corner just to give Quirrell some face. With Quirrell's current timid state, as long as he was not angered too much, he would ignore him. Mike took out 2 slices of bread from his robe, and took out a sausage wrapped in wax paper from his pocket. He untied the wax paper and made a simple hot dog with the 2 and started eating it. Franklin next to him was obviously not as bold as Mike, and sitting among a group of Hufflepuffs made him a little nervous. But seeing Mike eating with great relish, he also learned how to make a hot dog and started eating it bite by bite. I admire you, Mike. Franklin stopped after taking 2 bites. You can get along so well with professors and classmates. Just now, Professor Quirrell called you by your name, but called me the freshman. Mike finished the hot dog in his hand in a few bites. Feeling a little thirsty, he picked up the water bottle that the Hufflepuff had forgotten to take away and took a big sip. It turned out that what was inside was not water but some kind of drink, which was sweet and delicious. It's enough for me to know your name, Franklin. In fact, I have noticed you for a long time, a black man with strong limbs but a smart mind. A young man who is not good at speaking but longs for friends. Mike put down the kettle. You don't need to feel sorry for yourself, you are my friend Mike Townley. You are no worse than others. To be honest, your magical talent is amazing to me. Franklin's dark face actually turned a little red with excitement. This was the first time someone praised him since he came to Hogwarts. Mike was speechless when he saw Franklin's choking expression. This kid really lacks love, right? He just instinctively did some commercial compliments, but he got so excited. Professor Quirrell on the stage was still reading from his textbook, but from time to time he cast his eyes towards the blue in the vast expanse of yellow. Franklin talked incessantly to Mike about everything about himself, from his terrible family to the strange looks he received after arriving at Hogwarts because of his figure and poor speaking skills. Mike responded to him intermittently, and before he knew it, he had finished all the drink in the kettle in his hand. To be honest, this drink is really good. After the get out of class, I will ask that guy what brand of drink this is. Finally, when the bell rang, Franklin finally shut his mouth. But his gaze towards Mike was still burning. Mike felt a little frightened by his stare and quickened his pace to walk out of the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, while Franklin followed Mike out. Chapter 15. Follower. After finishing the 2 Defense Against the Dark Arts classes in the morning, Mike started wandering around Hogwarts. He had eaten too much during class and needed to digest the food. He didn't want to go to Ravenclaw, as Mike had already visited that place. After thinking it over, he decided to go to Gryffindor. The tower where the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom and the Gryffindor common room were located was not far away. After taking a ride on an automatically flying staircase for a while, Mike finally arrived in front of the portrait of the fat woman. Looking at the fat woman combing her hair in the portrait, Mike recalled that the password for the Gryffindor common room seemed to be Dragon Scum. The password has been changed, dear. The fat woman stopped what she was doing and looked at Mike. Oh, you are a student of Ravenclaw. Handsome little Ravenclaw, what are you doing in Gryffindor? The fat woman acted so conceited that Mike just felt disgusted. Look who this is, isn't this our Prince Charming? That's right. It looks like our Prince Charming finally remembered his friends in Gryffindor. The Weasley brothers just happened to be walking over from a distance. You guys came at the perfect time, George, Fred. I was just about to go in and look for you. Mike spread his hands and shrugged, and what about Prince Charming? Don't you know? What you did in the restaurant that day has spread everywhere. George said in surprise with an exaggerated expression. Poor Cinderella Hermione, she was blocked by the evil young man Malfoy in the restaurant. At the critical moment, her Prince Charming suddenly took action and saved her from the evil young man. Fred clasped his hands in front of his chest, looked up at the sky with a very intoxicated expression and said. Mike was speechless. He had never thought that the restaurant incident would become a story of a hero saving a beautiful girl after being spread. However, looking at the funny looks of the 2 brothers in front of him, he was afraid that they were the culprits. The Weasley brothers did not continue to tease Mike. They had a very good control over joking, which was one of the reasons why Mike was willing to make friends with them. George glanced at the black guy following Mike and said, by the way, who is this person? Is he your new friend? Yes, this is my new good friend, Franklin. Mike spread his hands and shrugged helplessly. Yes, that's right. Franklin has been following Mike since the Defense Against the Dark Arts class was over. He didn't say anything, just followed silently. Poor Mike, in order to avoid making the atmosphere too awkward between the 2 of them, he spoke to him in a sporadic manner at the beginning. But after they walked up several stairs, Franklin still showed no intention of leaving, so Mike ignored him. After several people introduced each other, the Weasley brothers finally opened the door of the Gryffindor common room for Mike. As soon as Mike entered, a girl with big wavy hair appeared in front of him. Mike, how could you enter the Gryffindor common room? Hermione's reaction was a bit exaggerated. Students from other colleges were generally not allowed to enter the common rooms of the 4 major colleges, but she immediately realized that her attitude was a bit wrong. I mean, how did you think of coming to the Gryffindor common room to find me? I'm worried about you, Hermione. When I left yesterday, I noticed that you were not in a good state. Mike lied, and where are Harry and Ron? Hermione curled her lips and said with some disdain, they are playing wizard chess in the dormitory. I will take you over there. I don't know what's so fun about it. It's just a waste of time. Led by Hermione, the 2 quickly arrived at Harry's bedroom. The door was not closed, and the shouting of the 2 people inside could be clearly heard from the corridor. Hermione walked into the dormitory first. Girls can enter and leave the boys' dormitory at will, but it is different in reverse. Boys who try to enter the girls' dormitory have a miserable end. Oh my god! Hermione, this is the boys' dormitory. Even if you want to come in, please knock first. Ron was surprised to see Hermione suddenly barging in. He was hiding his pants that he had thrown on the floor when he saw Mike. "Mike! You came to see us? Great, Harry and I are studying wizard chess, do you want to join us?" Mike and Franklin did not refuse. As two young wizards of Muggle origin, they were also very curious about the wizard chess. After introducing each other to everyone, the four of them gathered in front of the wizard chess. But Mike looked away after just a few glances. Apart from the fact that the chess pieces could talk and move, this was simply a replica of chess. In Mike's eyes, it was really boring. Hermione was very happy to find that Mike was not interested in wizard chess like her, and began to criticize Harry and Ron again. Franklin looked embarrassed. He was also the kind of person who was ruined by toys, as Hermione said. Mike did not agree with Hermione, but instead invited everyone to go to the restaurant for dinner. He had almost finished shopping, and if he didn't go to the restaurant, he would miss lunch. As soon as he walked out of the dormitory, Franklin immediately returned to his previous state and followed Mike silently. Mike strode forward nonchalantly, but Harry and the others seemed to notice something but didn't say anything. Today's lunch was roast chicken and mashed potatoes, which obviously suited Harry's appetite. He was seen gnawing on a chicken leg in each hand with great pleasure. His hands were covered with oil and sauce from the chicken legs, and there was a circle of dark brown stuff on his mouth, which was mashed potatoes mixed with roast chicken sauce. "You should try this, it tastes really good." Harry held out the chicken leg he hadn't chewed yet and said to Mike, "By the way, Mike, Ron and I have an appointment to see Hagrid this afternoon. Do you want to come?" Mike dodged the chicken leg that Harry stretched out, cut a piece of chicken with a knife and fork and stuffed it into his mouth and said, "I'm afraid not. I have something else to do this afternoon." Before Harry could ask what was going on, Hermione interrupted, "That's right, Mike is not like you who just thinks about playing all day. Let's go to the library to read together in the afternoon." The second half of the sentence was directed at Mike. "Well, I'm afraid that's not possible. Professor Flitwick wants to see me this afternoon about something." Mike felt that Hermione's attitude towards him was a little bit wrong, so he made up a reason to put her off. "Okay then." Hermione looked a little disappointed and poked the chicken on the plate absent-mindedly with her fork. "Can I go with you?" This was Franklin. The kid seemed to be dependent on Mike. When he heard that Mike was going to see Flitwick in the afternoon, he asked hurriedly. Mike was helpless. It looked like if he didn't arrange some work for Franklin in the afternoon, the kid would probably have to watch him walk into Professor Flitwick's office before he could feel at ease. "How about this, Franklin, can you do me a favor this afternoon?" Mike came up with a plan quickly. Franklin on the side was facing a formidable enemy. He immediately nodded and stood up, and it seemed that he was not even going to eat. "Oh, sit down, Franklin, don't be so anxious, it's just a small matter." Mike hurriedly asked him to sit down. "I thought the bottle of drink I drank during class this morning was very good. Can you help ask what the drink is?" Hearing Mike's words, Franklin sat down again and wolfed down the food on the plate, saying in a very vague voice, "Don't worry, I'll do it after dinner and I promise to get it done for you." Mike looked at Franklin's back as he finished his lunch in a flash and walked towards the Hufflepuff common room and couldn't help but sigh, "This kid is hopeless. But maybe it's a good chess piece," Mike thought. Chapter 16, Room of Requests. The 8th floor of Hogwarts seems very deserted compared to other floors. There are no classrooms that are used by young wizards on a daily basis. Therefore, people who come here either have other purposes, or are lost or bored. And Mike is obviously the one with ulterior motives. At this time, he was standing opposite the tapestry where the troll beat Barnabas with a club. This was where the famous Room of Requirement was located. Legend has it that the Room of Requirement can satisfy almost any need of the user. All the user needs to do is walk back and forth across the tapestry 3 times while silently repeating what he or she wants 3 times in his or her mind. Then a door will appear in the bare wall, and when you open it you will find a room furnished just to suit your needs. It is said that one time after a cocktail party, Dumbledore had to pee urgently but couldn't find a toilet, so he paced back and forth in front of the Room of Requirement. At this moment, a door suddenly appeared on the wall. After he entered, he found that the room was filled with various luxurious chamber pots. He later collected the chamber pot he had used that night. No one knows how Dumbledore discovered the Room of Requirement, but what is certain is that there must be many people who knew about its existence. Hogwarts has cultivated countless outstanding wizards over the past few hundred years, and there are definitely some who are extremely lucky among them. Mike looked at the wall in front of him and began to pace slowly. His top priority now was to use the room of requirement to experiment whether he could sense magic when magic exploded, rather than exploring the secrets of the room of requirement. I need a training room for the training spell. Mike repeated it 3 times in his mind. A door appeared silently on the wall, and he succeeded. The door led to a room somewhat similar to Professor Flitwick's training room, but much larger. The walls around look no different from ordinary walls, but if you cast magic on them, you will find that these walls are incredibly resistant to magic. There are also training dummies in this training room. They are alchemical dummies like the ones in Flivina, but these dummies are obviously more ancient in style and are obviously not products of this era. Tarantella. As Mike's wand flashed, an alchemical puppet not far away began to tap dance. That looks good. Mike thought to himself. After confirming that the facilities at the training ground were intact, Mike began today's experiment. He closed his eyes and lay motionless, beginning to stir up his inner anger. The strange thing was that a few minutes passed, but nothing happened. It seemed that Mike's previous thoughts about the magic burst were correct, and he was indeed slowly losing the ability to burst magic. But if he wants to feel the magic, this is the only way Mike can think of at the moment. Helpless Mike could only close his eyes again and recall the thing that made him most angry in his memory, his daughter Tracy in his previous life. Tracy has always dreamed of becoming a star. If she were gifted and followed a normal academic path, perhaps Mike would support her. But she was not willing to give up her dream despite her mediocre talent. In the end, in order to sign a contract with the film company, she even volunteered to become the heroine of the company's new movie. Normally, Mike should bless her. But that new play is one of those indescribable little movies. Angry Mike rushed to the set with a gun as soon as he received the news. Thinking back to all this, Mike's expression gradually became ferocious, and the temperature around him was rising rapidly. Finally, with a roar, a large ball of fire broke out around Mike, burning everything around him indiscriminately. Fortunately, it only lasted for a moment, otherwise Mike would probably be seriously injured today. The flames died down, revealing Mike lying on the floor with his hands protecting his head. Mike was not injured. Except for his robe being burned into tatters, he had no injuries at all. Even his hair was not damaged because it was protected by his hands. Mike tried hard to turn his body over and laughed out loud. He could clearly feel the flow of magic in the magic explosion just now. Please forgive Mike and the author for their lack of cultural knowledge. We really can't find the exact words and sentences to describe that feeling. In Mike's own words, the moment the magic power exploded, he felt like a bunch of sticky asphalt was moving rapidly through his blood vessels, and the process was extremely rough. It's hard to describe the asphalt-like feeling, but once you feel it you'll never forget it. Finally it reached the surface of my skin and was fired from every pore like a bullet. Mike's entire body was now aching. The backlash from the explosion of magic power just now was very strong. But he survived, and not only survived, he also successfully felt the magic. Mike struggled to crawl to the table in the corner where he had placed his wand to prevent it from being destroyed during the experiment. As a spot of light appeared on the tip of the wand, Mike once again felt the flow of magic power. Although it was so weak that it could be ignored, he still felt it. He felt the energy slowly gathering from all over his body and finally released through his wand, forming the fluorescent flashes he was now releasing. Mike was relieved. If he still couldn't feel it this time, he would have to burst out his magic power again or even several times, which would be too dangerous. Although Mike had a golden finger of luck and was confident that he would not die from the explosion of magic power, perhaps because of his age, he felt that his whole body was torn apart when the magic power exploded. It was really painful. Although it hurt like hell, Mike still maintained the fluorescent flashing and carefully felt the weak flow of magic power. He must remember this feeling firmly, otherwise all his efforts would be in vain. I don't know how long it was before Mike, who was lying on the ground, opened his eyes. Don't get me wrong, Michael didn't fall asleep this time. He was just feeling the flow of the magic of fluorescent flashing. Just now Mike fell into a strange state, and only the faint flow of magic power remained in his perception. Not sure if it was an illusion, but Mike felt that after he came out of this state, the originally weak flow of magic power became clearer. Mike struggled to stand up and decided to end the experiment here for today. Although the pain in his body was much better, he was physically and mentally exhausted. This was probably the sequelae of excessive use of magic. Mike now just wanted to go back to his bed and have a good sleep. When Mike got to the corridor, he found that it was already dark. The corridor was pitch black, and the only source of light was the faint light on Mike's wand. I forced myself to walk towards the Ravenclaw tower. The footsteps that would have sounded negligible during the day echoed in the corridor and spread far away. When passing by the door of a classroom, a pair of big hands stretched out from inside, covered Mike's mouth and pulled him into the dark classroom. Chapter 17. The Sorcerer's Stone begins. Mike was shocked. In his current state he couldn't cast any offensive spells. But not being able to use magic didn't mean he had no ability to fight back. He just brushed his left hand across his waist and a sharp knife appeared in his hand. Just as he was about to make a bloody hole in the arm that was covering himself, the man spoke. "Hey, it's me Mike, calm down." Mike remembered the voice, it was the voice of the two Weasley brothers. "Filch is nearby, will you be quiet?" Mike nodded, and the knife in his hand disappeared silently into his sleeve. "I never thought that our Prince Charming would have the bad habit of wandering at night." George let go of Mike's hand when he felt that he was no longer struggling. "You don't look well. Did you just fight a troll?" Fred joked as he looked at Mike's disheveled appearance. "I've had an accident, George, Fred. Can you take me back to Ravenclaw? I feel terrible." "Of course, we are the famous Weasley brothers. Come with us, we know there is a secret passage nearby that leads directly to the Ravenclaw tower." George and Weasley helped Mike out of the classroom. It must be said that they were really masters of night walks. Mike could hardly hear their footsteps, and he himself seemed to be propped up, with his feet hardly touching the ground, which made his footsteps almost inaudible. Soon the three of them arrived at the secret passage leading to Ravenclaw. The entrance to this secret passage is also located on the 8th floor of Hogwarts. There are 2 suits of armor at the entrance. It can be seen that someone often comes to clean them, and there is no dust on them. Mike walked out of the secret passage and finally returned to the Ravenclaw tower. To be honest, he was very curious. You know, Ravenclaw's tower can be found next to the Owl House. The secret passage was not long, but it could lead directly to the tower. "Don't you really need to go see Madame Pomfrey?" When they arrived at the Eaglehead door knocker, the Weasley brothers asked Mike with concern. After declining the Weasley brothers' kindness, Mike answered the Eaglehead door knocker's question and returned to the Ravenclaw common room. His physical injuries were not serious and the only thing he needed now was a good sleep. "It seems that our Mr. Prince Charming is not like a normal person." "Yes, all Ravenclaws are not normal, just like that follower Franklin." "You know that's not what I mean." "I know, but Mike is our friend, there's no need for us to get to the bottom of it. Let's go, Filch has been led to the 8th floor, let's go to his office and get our treasure back." George and Fred walked into another secret passage while talking. At noon the next day, Mike finally woke up. After a good night's sleep, he felt refreshed, and all the fatigue from last night was swept away. It's still good to be young. Mike sighed as he felt the vitality in his young body. In his previous life, he was already in his 40s before he traveled through time, and all the functions of his body had begun to age. Today is the weekend, so Mike doesn't have to worry about being late for class. He slowly tidied himself up and walked out of the dormitory. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Franklin waiting outside the door, playing with the kettle in his hand. When he saw Mike leave the door, his eyes lit up and he walked forward and handed the kettle to Mike. Mike instinctively took the kettle before he could react, but the kettle was so heavy that he almost slipped out of his hand. The kettle was about the size of an ordinary thermos, but Mike swore that the liquid inside must have weighed more than 10 kilograms. "I went to see that Hufflepuff yesterday, but he told me that the drink was made by his mother and it's not available outside," Franklin said proudly, "so I found a way to get him to give me the rest. Here it is." Mike was a little stunned and said, "How much?" Hearing the word money, Franklin became even more proud. "It didn't cost any money. That Hufflepuff is really kind-hearted. He gave me all the wine without saying anything when he heard that I liked to drink." Mike couldn't help but mourn for that Hufflepuff. However, Franklin seemed to have been waiting at the door of his dormitory early in the morning, and there was no knocking sound from inside, probably because he was afraid of disturbing his rest. Mike was still a little touched. He handed the kettle to Franklin and told him to hold it as it was too heavy. "Thank you so much, Franklin. You must have been waiting outside the door for a long time," Mike said apologetically. "No, I just arrived too." After a brief greeting, Mike took Franklin to the restaurant. His stomach was growling with hunger. Today's lunch was very hearty and tasted very good, it didn't taste like British food at all. Mike took a steak and ate it slowly, occasionally picking up the drink in the glass beside him and having a drink with Franklin. This time Mike did not sit at the wrong table. He and Franklin were sitting at Ravenclaw's exclusive table. But it turns out that sometimes trouble finds you even if you don't look for it. "Mike, do you remember the time we went to Gringotts together?" Harry said to Mike, but he stopped talking when he saw Franklin next to Mike listening. Mike noticed his gaze and stuffed a piece of beef into his mouth. While chewing, he said, "Franklin is my brother." "It's okay, Harry. Go on. What happened to Gringotts?" "Gringotts was robbed the day we went there. And Hagrid happened to take a mysterious cloth bag from the vault that day." Harry paused. "I suspect that the person who broke into Gringotts was targeting that cloth bag." "Come on, Harry. This kind of thing is too far away from us. You might as well take care of your own business." Mike tried to change the subject. "I heard that you were targeted in the potions class. What happened?" After all, Harry was still too young. Mike changed the subject and started complaining to him about Snape. If Harry knew about the grudge between Snape and his parents, he would probably understand why Snape hated him so much. Mike, who had finally dealt with Harry, drank the last sip of the drink in the glass and fell into deep thought as he watched Harry gradually walk away. Judging from what Harry said just now, he and Ron should have learned something from Hagrid yesterday. And in Mike's memory, the cloth bag that Hagrid took out from Gringotts was the Philosopher's Stone. This means that the plot of the Philosopher's Stone has finally officially begun. I also need to think carefully about what role I should play in the next plot. Chapter 18. Penelope. A week had passed since Mike discovered magic. During this time, Mike would run to the room of requirement almost every night. With the secret passage that the Weasley brothers took him through, the time spent traveling between the two places was greatly shortened. I have to say that the room of requirement is a really great place. With it, Mike can finally experiment with magic without any worries. There are also a large number of magic books hidden in the room of requirement, some of which are not even available in the Hogwarts school library, including many books about dark magic. There was a lot of dust on the surface of these books, and it looked like they had not been flipped for a long time. Only a few of them had less dust, and it seemed that they had been flipped recently. There are also many books on defense against the dark arts that are not included in the textbooks. It was like someone handed me a pillow when I was sleepy. Mike was worrying about how to improve his knowledge of the dark arts. You know, the professor of the Defense Against the Dark Arts class in the past 2 years was basically a waste. Quirrell only read from the book in class, and Lockhart next year was a complete waste. It was not until the third year when the werewolf Lupin came that they were able to have a few real defense against the dark arts classes. After searching around and finding no records of the specific process of casting black magic in these books, Mike put them aside. His top priority now was to improve his combat effectiveness. The plot of the first-year Philosopher's Stone had already begun. He must get a good ranking in this game that Dumbledore arranged for Harry, so that he can have a chance to show his face in front of all the students in the grade. Of course, it would be even better if he could help Ravenclaw win the House Cup, so that all the students in Ravenclaw would remember his name. This would be very helpful for his plans for the senior year. Mike's training focus was not on magic perception and meditation, because he found that the increase in his strength in a short period of time from magic perception and meditation was almost negligible. Although his perception of the magic in his body would increase a little after each meditation, Mike could not control the magic at all in a short period of time. And meditation is not like what is written in those wizard novels, which can even replace sleep. Meditation is very mentally exhausting. Mike can only meditate for about half an hour a day now. He will feel exhausted if he meditates for more than that. Therefore, he puts meditation after spell training, otherwise he will not have the energy to use spells. Every day before going to bed, he would drink a glass of drink he got from the unlucky Hufflepuff. Mike found that this drink was very helpful in restoring his spirit. Drinking a glass every night helped him recover his spirit as soon as possible. I have to find a way to get the formula from Hufflepuff when I have time. Mike thought to himself. On this day, when Mike and Franklin were doing their homework in the Ravenclaw common room as usual, they were found by Ravenclaw's celebrity Penelope. "Hey, Mike! How are you guys enjoying your time in Ravenclaw?" "That's right. Senior Penelope. I get to meet so many beautiful seniors every day. My friends in Gryffindor envy me. Most of the girls there are not that good looking, far inferior to our seniors in Ravenclaw." Penelope was so amused by Mike that she was shaking with joy. It turned out that women always like to hear others praise them no matter when and where. I have heard of Penelope Mac for a long time. This Muggle-born witch is truly worthy of the word incredible. Almost everyone in Ravenclaw praises her. Not only is she beautiful, she is also very talented in magic, and most importantly, she is a person with a very high emotional intelligence. She is very good at dealing with people. Young wizards from grades 1 to 4 are willing to follow her orders, and even many students in the senior grades respect her very much. You are such a smooth talker. I don't know how many girls' feelings you will deceive when you grow up. Penelope finally stopped laughing. I'm here to tell you that Professor Flitwick wants you to go to his office. I'm not a smooth talker. Besides, you are the one I respect most in Ravenclaw. Not only are you beautiful, but you are also so capable. I can't believe you are also a Muggle. Mike flattered again. When Penelope heard the word Muggle-born, her smile froze. I'm nothing. I'm going to graduate in a few years, and I don't know where to go. Maybe finding someone to marry would be a good choice. Penelope felt that she had lost her composure. I won't say any more. You should pack up and go to Dean Flitwick's office. Don't keep him waiting. I'll leave first. Watching Penelope's leaving figure, Mike couldn't help but glance at Franklin, who looked confused, and smiled. Franklin was still wondering why Penelope was still talking and laughing with them the moment before, and then walked away the next moment. Penelope is a smart man and also an ambitious one. The best place for such a person in the future is the Ministry of Magic. However, the Ministry of Magic does not recognize Muggle-born wizards. They can accept recruiting some Muggle-born wizards to become cannon fodder such as strikers and aurors, but recruiting a mudblood as an official of the Ministry of Magic? Or a witch? Don't dream. In fact, most Muggle-born witches choose to marry pureblood or half-blood wizards after graduating from Hogwarts. Only in this way can they receive fair treatment in the British wizarding world, such as working in the Ministry of Magic. After all, after getting married, they represent their husband's family instead of themselves. You know, in the UK, you have to change your surname when you get married. Some people may think that pureblood wizard families would not allow family members to marry mudbloods in order to maintain the purity of their bloodline. Such families do exist, and there were many of them in the beginning, but now they are all old news. Those families that insisted on blood purity either declined and died like Black and Gaunt, or were forced to accept these mudblood witches. But don't think that these witches will have an easier life after they get married. Most wizard families still discriminate against these witches based on their bloodline, and these wizard families are all paupers. In fact, most of the wizard families in the wizarding world are extremely poor, and the only rich ones are a small group of people like the Malfoy family. Some families even have to rely on those mudblood witches to go out and work to earn money to support the entire family. In their words, how can a noble pureblood go out and embarrass himself? Only mudbloods like you are best suited to do these things. That's right, not only do I have to earn money to support the whole family, but people don't appreciate it. A small number of witches will suffer from domestic violence or even have some ethical issues. I won't go into details about these, or I will be banned. That's why Penelope chose to fall in love with Percy in the original book. If we put ourselves in her shoes, we can understand why the Queen of Ravenclaw would fall in love with someone like Percy. First of all, the Weasley family is one of the 28 pureblood families, which will be of great benefit to her in the future when she enters the Ministry of Magic. In addition, the Weasley family is known as the pureblood traders, and is one of the very few wizard families that have a favorable impression of Muggles. After she marries Percy, at least she will not be discriminated against at family gatherings. From this perspective, Hermione marrying Ron could be considered marrying above her station, at least that's what the purebloods thought. After all, a mudblood witch marrying into a pureblood family would instantly turn from a dirty mudblood into Mrs. Weasley. That's marrying above her station. Unfortunately, Percy was an unreliable guy. In the end, Penelope couldn't stand him anymore and broke up with him. Chapter 19. Professor Flitwick's surprise. Mike quickly came to Professor Flitwick's office, carefully checked his appearance and found that there was no need for improvement, then knocked on the office door. Mike pushed the door open only after hearing Flitwick's slightly shrill voice from inside. As soon as he entered the office, Mike smelled a strong sweet fragrance in the office. The cup on the table in front of Professor Flitwick was steaming, and the smell came from there. "What are you standing there for? Please take a seat." Flitwick waved his wand, and a chair opposite him automatically opened. "How have you been lately, Mike?" Mike said it was okay to Flitwick, but his attention was still on the unknown drink. The sweet fragrance was so sweet that it was a bit greasy. Noticing that Mike had been looking at the cup of sweet tea, Flitwick replaced it with new tea with a wave of his wand. That was what the previous guest drank. That guest particularly liked sweet things. Mike thought he might have a guess as to who it was. It seems that you have found the room. How is it? Not bad, right? Asked Flitwick. It's amazing. That room is like a wishing machine. It gives me whatever I want. Mike said, pretending to be very excited. And I can feel the existence of magic there. The feeling is indescribable. You sensed it? How is that possible? Professor Flitwick's eyebrows seemed to fly with surprise. You are really the most talented little Ravenclaw I have ever seen. Mike picked up the freshly brewed tea on the table and took a sip, looking very proud. Being able to sense magic power means that you already have the potential to become a true wizard. You should know that in the past when spells were not simplified, only those who could sense magic power were considered qualified to learn magic. But even in that era when wizards flourished, there were not many young wizards who could achieve this at your age. You really surprise me. Thank you for the compliment, Dean Flitwick. What you need to do next is to meditate continuously. Meditation can enhance your perception and control of magic power. But be careful not to meditate for more than 10 minutes a day. You are still young and your mental strength is not strong enough. If you meditate for too long, you will become listless. If you overdraw your mental strength for a long time, it may cause irreparable damage to your spirit. This is no joke, so be careful. Mike nodded in agreement, but he was puzzled. He meditated for about half an hour every day, but he didn't feel anything unusual. Was it because he was an adult in his previous life, so his mental strength was particularly strong? Or was it because of the beverage he often drank? Professor Flitwick on the side was still in an excited mood. He had jumped down from the special high chair and was walking back and forth in the office with his short legs, as if he was looking for something. Aha! Found it! Mike, this is for you. Flitwick threw a wooden box to Mike. Young wizards with excellent performance should be rewarded. Open it and take a look. Mike took the wooden box and opened it. Inside was a pendant that looked like a raven. The pendant was completely black but it reflected a faint light, especially the two eyes of the raven, which seemed alive. The material of the pendant could not be identified, but it felt cool to the touch. It was foreseeable that if it was worn against the skin, it would be very cool in the summer. What are you standing there for? Try it on. Professor Flitwick was impatient. Seeing Mike in a daze, he urged him, this is an antique. It was made by ancient wizards to help young wizards sense and control magic. Currently, there are no more than 10 people in the entire wizarding world who can make this kind of pendant. Mike put on the pendant. Surprisingly, the pendant didn't feel cold against his skin as he had imagined. Instead, it felt a little warm, a bit like jade. Does it have a name? Of course, it is one of the treasures left by Ms. Ravenclaw. It is called greed. It means never give up the thirst for knowledge. Greedy? I love it. Thank you so much, Dean Flitwick. Flitwick smiled and waved his hand, saying, as I just said, young wizards who perform well should be rewarded. Also, how is your flying class going? Talking about the flying lesson of Mike is really hard to describe. Mike was a bank robber in his previous life. He was not the outdated robber of the 1980s, but an outstanding representative of the robbers of the new century. Do you know what an excellent robber of the new century is? It's the kind that uses all kinds of black technology. Mike even feels that if he had failed the civil service exam, he could have become a federal agent. Mike is no stranger to flying, he can do parachuting, hang gliding, and even wingsuit flying. With all these experiences, Mike is naturally like a duck in water when using a flying broom, but the flying broom in the wizarding world is too weird. The brooms the school used for their classes did not have the magic cushions that Mike had expected. The students were just riding on a wooden stick when they rode on the brooms. The feeling was so painful, and the turning of the flying broom was very difficult, and it was completely dependent on the user's center of gravity. The combination of the two was a disaster, and if you were not careful, you would be upside down, so Mike's first flying lesson ended quickly, and Mike couldn't stand it at all. Only those little wizards who are flying for the first time and are full of desire to fly can persevere. But even so, Mike flew much better than other little wizards, after all, he was experienced. It's okay. Mike said perfunctorily, why do you ask? Harry Potter has joined the Gryffindor Quidditch team, becoming the youngest member ever to join the school Quidditch team. If you have time, go find Penelope and ask her to take you to see Quidditch. I have high hopes for you, Mike. After saying that, Flitwick gave Mike a fatherly smile. Mike shuddered in shock at this smile. You can imagine what it would be like to see a fatherly smile on Professor Flitwick's goblin-like face. To be honest, it was quite scary. Mike hurriedly thanked Flitwick and left the office. Feeling the greed pendant on his chest emitting warmth, Mike couldn't help but laugh. I never expected that dear Flitwick would be so generous. This pendant is a good thing. Mike can clearly feel that his magic perception has increased a lot with the help of the pendant, and the magic power that he could not control before has also loosened a little. If you put something like this outside, it will probably be fought over, right? With excitement in his heart, Mike hurried to the Ravenclaw common room. He had no time to feel grateful for his good luck, as he had more important things to do. Chapter 20, Dolphin's Magic Drink. After returning to the Ravenclaw common room, Mike took Franklin, who was doing nothing, with him and asked him to lead the way to find the little Hufflepuff who had a drink in his hand. According to Mike's use during this period, he was surprised to find that this drink had a very significant effect on restoring mental strength. Every time he drank a cup of this after meditation, his mental strength would be restored faster. Even if he overdrew his mental strength, as long as it was not too excessive, it would not affect his normal study and life the next day. And most importantly, the drink was delicious. Soon they arrived at the Hufflepuff common room. Hufflepuff's common room was different from that of all other colleges. Their common room had no locks and anyone could enter at will. But Hufflepuffs never had any accidents for this reason because the Hogwarts kitchen was right next to them. There are hundreds or even thousands of house elves in the kitchen of Hogwarts. These little creatures have been breeding in Hogwarts from generation to generation. For these house elves who were almost killed by the wizard army who suppressed the rebellion during the Goblin Rebellion, this place is a paradise. And the person who brought them here was the founder of Hufflepuff House, Helga Hufflepuff. In order to repay Ms. Hufflepuff's great kindness, these house elves have been guarding Hufflepuff House for thousands of years. Therefore, there is no need for a lock on the door of the Hufflepuff common room. The elves protect the Hufflepuff College 24 hours a day. The fighting power of these house elves is no less than that of adult wizards. Under their protection, anyone with bad intentions will be attacked by them. Unfortunately, Mike was the kind of person with bad intentions. His purpose of coming to the little Hufflepuff was to get the recipe of the drink, and he even did not hesitate to use some extreme means for this. Under Franklin's guidance, Mike soon met the little wizard named Dolphin Carlo. The Caro family, to which Dolphin belongs, is also one of the 28 pure-blood families, and almost all of their family members graduated from Hufflepuff College. However, the Caro family suffered revenge from Voldemort because they supported Dumbledore, and almost all of their core members were slaughtered. Thorfinn was the only young wizard of this generation of the Caro family who attended Hogwarts. Mike was not surprised at all that such a pure-blood family with a long tradition had a potion that could restore mental strength. It just seemed that they did not know the value of this potion and only used it as a delicious drink. This was undoubtedly a good opportunity for Mike to get a bargain. Dolphin was obviously startled when he saw Mike and the others. He turned around and wanted to escape, but Franklin pulled him in front of Mike. Mike looked at the skinny boy who was a head shorter than him and said in a gentle tone, "Dolphin, right? Thank you very much for the drink. This is definitely the best drink I have ever had." The boy in front of him found that Mike didn't seem to have any bad intentions and felt relieved. He said, "That's what my mother made. Of course, the drinks my mother made are the best drinks in the world." It seemed that Franklin had scared Dolphin quite a bit last time, and the kid's body was still trembling slightly. "So it was made by your mother. I envy you for having a mother who is willing to make drinks for you. I have never seen my mother. I am an orphan." Mike found that Dolphin's expression was obviously a little sympathetic. "So do you still have those drinks? I really like this kind of drink. It reminds me of my mother. Or do you know how to make this drink? If you can tell us, I won't have to ask you for it every time." Hearing Mike say that he would come to see him later, Dolphin was obviously surprised and said hurriedly, I know how to do it, my mother taught me. I'll tell you now, first the orange juice." "Don't worry, Dolphin." Mike interrupted Dolphin who was memorizing the formula with his fingers, "Why don't you take a piece of paper and write it down, it will save a lot of trouble, right?" Hearing the sound, Dolphin hurried back to his dormitory to get paper and pen. He really didn't want to see these two fierce-looking people again. Mike turned around and whistled at Franklin with a smile. He didn't expect this little brat to be so easy to fool. Franklin didn't understand what was going on, so he just smiled at Mike and showed his 8 big white teeth. I have to say, black people have really good teeth, every one of them is white and bright. After a while, Dolphin came back with a slip of paper filled with recipes. Mike took the note and put it in his pocket without even looking at it. He was not afraid that Dolphin would lie to him. The monk may run away, but the temple cannot. Thank you, Dolphin. You will be my friend from now on. Feel free to come to me if you need any help. Mike patted Dolphin's shoulder and said. But Dolphin didn't seem to care, and said perfunctorily, thank you very much, but we have Senior Cedric to help us, you can go now. Cedric? That nice guy? I've heard of him, the star of Hufflepuff. Mike raised his eyebrows, but are you sure he's willing to help you with anything? You know, he's a well-known figure in your college, and there are countless little wizards around him every day. Can he really help every little wizard? Also, if you are bullied, can he really help you fight back? I'm afraid not. He is a good student who follows the rules. But we are different. No matter who bullies my friend, I will help him fight back. How about it, doesn't it sound good? After listening to Mike's instigation, Dolphin was obviously moved, and even his breathing became heavy. Mike didn't continue talking. He believed that Dolphin would take the initiative to find him soon. He knew the little brats of this age too well. What they pursued was 2 words, loyalty. What seems almost impossible to adults is to stand up for their friends, but this is what these kids pursue. With just a little instigation, they will be filled with passion, overwhelmed by their childishness, and thus be used by him. Especially for a cowardly kid like Dolphin, after he said these words, the first person he thought of when he was bullied would definitely not be Cedric, but Mike. Even if a family like Carlo has fallen into poverty, it must still have a lot of good things. This is its foundation. Maybe I can get a lot of good things from Dolphin in the future. Thinking so, Mike and Franklin left the Hufflepuff common room one after another, but before they walked far, a voice with the unique timbre of a teenager in the voice change period reached their ears. You two, stop. Chapter 21. Cedric the Helper. Mike was very angry. He had just finished showing off in front of Thorfinn, but now he was slapped in the face by the real Hufflepuff before he even walked out of the Hufflepuff common room. That's right, the person who came was none other than the famous Hufflepuff, Cedric Diggory, a perfect Hogwarts student, excellent in both character and learning, and all the good qualities that people imagined a Hogwarts student should have were embodied in him. Mike felt that if the Diggory family wasn't a traditional Hufflepuff family, Slytherin would be the perfect home for Cedric. The Diggory family is not one of the 28 pure-blood nobles, but this does not mean that the Diggory family is weak. On the contrary, wizard families like the Diggory family, who tend to live in harmony with Muggle wizards, are very popular in the current wizarding world. The Diggorys of every generation have been the stars of Hufflepuff. Almost every generation of their descendants will be the prefects of Hufflepuff. With the help of the large number of Hufflepuffs, someone in their family has even become the Minister of Magic. It can be said that the Diggory family has absolutely mastered the true meaning of the tactic of uniting the majority to fight against a small group. Although their family has been suppressed during Voldemort's time, after 10 years of recuperation, their current strength is definitely top-notch in the wizarding world. They are the new generation of nobles in the wizarding world, much more prominent than those old nobles who are listed as pure-blood nobles but have actually been corrupt for a long time. But this doesn't mean Mike is afraid. Mike stood there and twisted his neck, making a creaking sound, then he turned to look at Cedric. Look who this is, Franklin. Mike said with a bad look, the famous Cedric, what can I do for you? I know you, Mike Tonley. As soon as my younger classmates told me that 2 tall Ravenclaws came to the common room to cause trouble for Dolphin, I guessed it was you. But I warn you, don't think that Hufflepuffs are easy to bully. Cedric took 2 steps forward, staring at Mike's eyes with his big eyes. You really are a saint, Cedric. But I'm curious, which eye of yours saw us bullying Hufflepuff students? Mike was not afraid. It doesn't matter. I trust my younger brothers. This is the Hufflepuff common room. People like you are not welcome. Get out now. Cedric raised his voice. As the 2 men confronted each other, more and more people gathered to watch. Please watch your words. It seems that the motto of Hufflepuff is to welcome everyone, right? There are no locks in the Hufflepuff common room. Doesn't this mean that everyone is welcome? A hint of hostility appeared on Mike's face. What do you mean by people like us? Is it possible that even Hufflepuffs are discriminating against people of different bloodlines? Please explain it clearly. The blackthornwood wand appeared silently in Mike's hand. Seeing him take out the wand, the young wizards around him exclaimed, and some senior Hufflepuff students also took out their wands and prepared to come forward to help. Cedric's face looked very bad. He thought that this freshman should get out of here in a hurry after being warned by a well-known senior like him, but he didn't expect Mike to be so difficult to deal with. No matter who wins or loses in a fight between him and Mike, his reputation will not be very good, especially now that Mike has accused him of discrimination based on his bloodline. Although the Hufflepuff students are willing to believe him, the other colleges, especially Ravenclaw, will definitely be more willing to believe Mike. I'm talking about people like you who bully your classmates. Cedric began to panic. Where's Thorfinn? Find Thorfinn and confront him face to face. Cedric was still a teenager after all, and lacked experience in dealing with people. He hurriedly ordered the young wizards around him to find the person involved, Thorfinn, in order to quickly clear himself of the suspicion of discrimination based on bloodline. If it was confirmed that he discriminated against people based on bloodline, not only would his reputation in Hogwarts be affected, but his family's prestige in the wizarding world would also be severely damaged. However, Thorfinn had already disappeared. The timid little wizard disappeared as soon as he saw Cedric appear. Looking at the Hufflepuff wizards who were frantically searching for Thorfinn in the dormitories, Cedric's face became more and more ugly. If the person involved didn't show up, he couldn't explain the matter clearly. At this time, Mike on the side put away his wand and prepared to end this farce. If they really found Thorfinn, it would be difficult to end it. Dolphin is a very important friend of mine. How could I possibly bully him? Mike fiddled with the piece of paper with the formula of the magic drink in his hand and said to Cedric with a smile, "Did you misunderstand something, dear senior Cedric?" Cedric could see that Mike was trying to give him a way out, so he could only smile stiffly and replied that it must be a misunderstanding. "It doesn't matter if it's just a misunderstanding, but my weak heart has been hurt a lot because of your misunderstanding, senior. Please apologize to me, senior." Mike was unyielding. Cedric's smile disappeared, and he found himself being fooled by Mike again. Now that he had admitted that the previous incident was a misunderstanding, Mike became the victim. If he didn't apologize to Mike, his reputation would be ruined. "I'm sorry," Cedric said word by word. He knew that a real man should be able to bend and stretch, but he really couldn't swallow this. Hee. Mike heard the answer he wanted, so he chuckled back at Cedric and left the Hufflepuff common room. Cedric, who was behind them, had a frighteningly dark complexion. On the way back, Mike was very happy. This time, he not only got the formula he wanted, but also stepped on Cedric. He believed that this matter would spread to the 4 major colleges soon. However, what he didn't expect was that Dolphin would actually run away at this time. Cedric just now was obviously here to help him. Maybe he was afraid that he would retaliate against him in the future. What a silly boy. Who would dare to help him after this incident, but it's better this way. Thorfinn will definitely have a hard time in Hufflepuff in the future, and he will only have to come to this friend of his for help. Thinking of this, Mike's mood became better, and he even whistled. He and Franklin laughed all the way back to the Ravenclaw common room. Chapter 22. Hermione's complaint. Time flies, and a week has passed since Mike got the formula of the magic drink from Dolphin. The ingredients required for the formula are not valuable. If it is really an expensive magic drink, Dolphin will not drink it as a beverage. After confirming the authenticity of the formula, Mike immediately contacted the Weasley brothers. He went to so much trouble to get the formula not simply because he liked to drink it, but also to make money. The Weasley brothers are a pair of extraordinary people. They know Hogwarts very well and most of the secret passages. Their dream is to open such a magic joke shop after graduation, so they have already started doing business and saving money for this purpose. So far, they have become the largest smuggling gang in Hogwarts. They can help you get all kinds of things that are expressly prohibited in school rules, such as butter beer. Young wizards may not be very familiar with the Weasley brothers, but among senior wizards, the Weasley brothers are well known. After agreeing to split the profits 50-50 with the Weasley brothers, Mike gave the formula to them directly. Mike was so busy studying spells and meditating every day that he had no time to do these things. He believed in the character of the Weasley brothers and they would never betray their friends for such a small benefit. As a result, the word of the Thorfinn magic drink spread throughout Hogwarts. That's right, Mike named this magic drink Dolphin, and he did not hide the source of the magic drink's recipe at all. After all, he just wanted to make some quick money. After finishing these things, Mike can finally concentrate on learning magic. On this day, Mike came to the Hogwarts library after a long absence, wanting to find a book that was not in Ravenclaw's collection, but unexpectedly found Hermione. Hermione was surrounded by books, which were piled so high that little Hermione was hidden behind them. If it weren't for Hermione's iconic big brown wavy hair, it would be hard to recognize her. "Hey, little Hermione! Have you missed me since you last saw me?" Mike sat down next to Hermione. "I think you should pay attention to your appearance. A clean and tidy girl is more attractive. Don't talk to me in that childish tone. Aren't you a child too?" Hermione rolled her eyes at Mike and moved aside in disgust. "I was just kidding. Where are Harry and Ron? Why aren't they with you?" Mike spread his hands and shrugged in a gesture of compromise. "Anyone who mentions Harry, Ron, and Hermione gets mad. You only know Harry and Ron. If you want to find them, go find them yourself. Don't ask me." "Quiet! I'll kick you out if you make any more noise." Madame Pants roared angrily, holding a feather duster. Mike dismissed the old woman who came to disturb him from teasing the little girl and said, "What's wrong? Did you have a fight with them? Tell me about it." Hermione's eyes were a little red, and she took a few deep breaths to suppress the tears that were about to fall. "They went out at night to duel with Malfoy, and even ran to the room that the headmaster forbade us to go to. They didn't care about the house scores at all, which I worked hard to earn." Hermione's voice became lower and lower. "Ron even called me Miss Know-It-All behind my back." At this point Hermione seemed to suddenly think of something and her voice got louder. "And you? I don't know how you learned. You never come to the library to read, but you always get more extra points than me. Get out of here." Madame Pants finally couldn't stand it anymore. Hermione was startled, her eyes turned red again. She picked up the book and ran out of the library. Mike hurriedly followed, put his right hand on Hermione's shoulder and comforted her. "It's okay, don't cry. I don't come to the library because Ravenclaw has its own library with a lot of books. You can't go to the library now, so why don't you go to my place?" "But I'm from Gryffindor." Hermione was obviously not used to Mike's sudden physical contact. She twisted her body slightly a few times trying to shake off Mike's hand but failed. "It's okay, let's go." Mike didn't waste time talking to her and pushed her to the Ravenclaw common room. After entering the Ravenclaw common room, little Hermione remained in a state of dementia. It was the first time for the little girl to come to the common room of another college. Unlike the Gryffindor common room, the Ravenclaw common room is obviously cleaner and the little Ravenclaws are more hygienic. In this environment, even little wizards who are not very hygienic will be assimilated, otherwise they will be excluded. Many young wizards were sitting in the lounge reading books. Mike found a sofa and pulled Hermione to sit down, and handed her a bottle of Dolphin magic drink. "How about it? Not bad, right?" Mike sat on the sofa next to him. "If you ask me, you should come to Ravenclaw." Hermione, who was sipping the magic drink, was attracted by Mike's words. Before she could speak, Mike continued, "Ravenclaw students are the most studious in the entire Hogwarts, followed by Slytherin. I believe you can feel the atmosphere here. It is completely different from Gryffindor. The learning atmosphere here is very good. Don't underestimate the impact of the environment on people. I guarantee that if you join Ravenclaw, your learning efficiency will definitely increase several times. After all, you can't study in isolation." Hermione lowered her head, and the drink bottle in her hand squeaked as he squeezed it. "The Sorting Hat also suggested that I go to Ravenclaw, but I insisted on going to Gryffindor. Before I came here, everyone said that Gryffindor was the best house in Hogwarts. Actually, you don't have to worry. Even if you don't have a good time in Gryffindor, you can always come to Ravenclaw." Mike crossed his legs on the sofa. "I'm also your friend, right? And I believe the eaglehead door knocker problem won't be difficult for you." "But..." Hermione wanted to say something but was interrupted by Mike. "That's okay, Ravenclaw is different from Gryffindor, no one will chase you away. Here are the notes of the Ravenclaws of all generations. If you don't understand something, you can ask the seniors around you. Isn't your learning efficiency higher than reading alone in the library? Hermione was obviously interested, and Mike didn't say anything else. He opened a bottle of Dolphin magic drink. Before Mike could take a sip, Professor Flitwick's voice came over, "Is our little Mike dating Miss Granger?" Hearing the sound, Mike stood up and saw Professor Flitwick walking towards him with a book, and Penelope followed Flitwick silently. "Good afternoon, Dean Flitwick." Mike bowed and said, "I just want to invite Miss Granger to visit our college. I think Ravenclaw is more suitable for her than Gryffindor." Hermione at the side also stood up and saluted to Professor Flitwick. Flitwick just waved his hand to indicate that they didn't need to be polite and continued, "Actually, I think so too. Since Lily graduated, I have rarely seen such a smart and studious little witch. I remember that Lily was also a student of Gryffindor. Why do outstanding little witches like to go to Gryffindor? I really don't understand. Mr. Dean, Hermione actually wants to come to Ravenclaw to study more often." Mike spoke for Hermione, "She thinks the learning atmosphere in our college is better." Hermione on the side lowered her head shyly and pinched the soft flesh around Mike's waist. She couldn't communicate with the professors as freely as Mike could. "Welcome, welcome." Flitwick smiled from ear to ear. "Ravenclaw welcomes any smart little wizard. You two are my favorite students. You must help each other in the future." Afterwards, they said a few meaningless words before saying goodbye. Before leaving, Penelope glanced at Mike, and the look in her eyes was like she was looking at Lien Tongpi, which made Mike feel creepy. Chapter 23. Halloween. The next day, Mike did not see Hermione in the Ravenclaw common room. Although the shy girl had obtained Flitwick's permission, she still did not dare to come to the Ravenclaw common room. Although Hermione didn't come, another pair of Gryffindors did. As soon as Mike arrived in the common room after class, he saw the bored Weasley brothers. "Do you know how much money we made? You won't believe it when I tell you." As soon as the Weasley brothers saw Mike, they surrounded him and started talking to him with spit flying. "Calm down, I think you are here today to give me money, right?" Mike said with some disgust. The Weasley brothers looked at each other, and George pulled a heavy cloth bag from his robes. "We have been to all the bars and tea houses in Hogsmeade these days, and Madame Poutif's tea house accepted our proposal and added our drinks to their menu. Yes, this drink is so good that they are asking us for more every day now. Including the money we sold at Hogwarts, we've made a full 50 gold galleons in the past few days. Here's your galleons." The Weasley brothers told Mike what they had done in the past few days, and then stuffed the bags in their hands into Mike's hands. Mike was a little surprised. To be honest, he really didn't expect that the two brothers had such a high talent for business and even knew how to find restaurants to cooperate with. "No wonder I have recently seen some senior wizards holding the same dolphin magic drink as me." Tossing the heavy gold galleons in his hand, Mike silently gave the two of them a thumbs up in his heart. "It seems that our magic drink is selling well outside the school. I saw many senior students drinking it." McGingallen stuffed his robe into his head. "But what about the junior students? Have you forgotten about them? You know, the money of women and children is the easiest to make." After hearing what Mike said, the Weasley brothers' eyes became hot and they hurriedly asked Mike what tricks he had. "Halloween is coming soon." Mike paused. "If we provide every wizard with a cup of dolphin magic drink to try at the Halloween dinner, will those who think it tastes good find a way to buy it?" The Weasley brothers were stunned for a moment, then they excitedly stepped forward, one grabbed Mike's arms and the other grabbed Mike's legs, and kept throwing Mike up. They shouted, "Mike our Prince Charming! Mike our Prince Charming! Mike our Prince Charming!" This attracted curious glances from the Ravenclaws passing by. Fortunately, the Weasley brothers knew the limits of joking and put Mike down before the crowd gathered around them. "We have to go stock up quickly, bye Mike." As soon as they finished speaking, the two of them ran out of the Ravenclaw common room playing and fighting. Mike shook his head as he watched the two people walking away. These two people were good in every way except that they were a little too lively. Halloween is coming soon, and Mike, who was sitting on the sofa in the Ravenclaw common room, hadn't even had time to warm up when Penelope pulled him to help decorate the Hogwarts Hall. The girl's attitude towards Mike has become more enthusiastic since she heard Professor Flitwick call Mike his favorite student last time. These days, he would appear in front of Mike from time to time, asking him about his well-being. What a girl who is good at changing her attitude according to the situation. However, Mike was not disgusted by Penelope's flattery. After all, Penelope was a beauty. Compared with little lowly like Hermione, Mike liked Penelope, who was 3 years older than him, more. As for changing with the wind, isn't this the case for most people in the world? They like to gather around the strong, hoping that the strong will drop some crumbs when eating meat. Once they drop some, they will pounce on them like vicious dogs to grab the food. Mike had seen too many people like this in his previous life, and he also liked dealing with these people. At least they were simple enough. As long as there is no greater benefit in front of them, they will never betray you. Helping to decorate the hall can earn house points, so the prefects of each house will organize students to help. In fact, these little wizards were of little help, and some Gryffindor troublemakers even made things worse. The main force of these jobs was still the house elves, who had to clean up the mess left by the little wizards during the day every night. This is actually a labor experience class that Hogwarts gives to the young wizards, which is not much different from the Chinese primary school students being taken by their teachers to pick up trash outdoors on International Environment Day. Most of the participating wizards were from the first and second grades, as those in higher grades were busy dealing with increasingly heavy homework loads. Among them, Mike is undoubtedly a celebrity in the entire hall. His magic and spell skills far surpassed those of the little wizards. Others had to stop and rest after using the levitation spell to carry 2 or 3 large decorations, but Mike could work non-stop for an entire afternoon. Finally, after 3 days of hard work, the hall was finally decorated on Halloween morning. Dumbledore and the teachers from the 4 major colleges held a lunch for all the students who participated in the labor at noon. During this period, Mike was greatly praised by Dumbledore, and 50 points were added to Ravenclaw House. Now Ravenclaw's house points surpassed Gryffindor and were second only to Slytherin. Professor Flitwick on the side clapped excitedly, his hands turned red without him noticing, and his eyes were almost invisible from laughing so hard. Mike had been looking for Hermione during lunch. He knew that Hermione would be blocked in the ladies' room by the troll tonight, and he wanted to avoid this from happening. Because of his arrival, although the world generally maintained the original plot line, a lot of details had been changed. He couldn't guarantee whether Hermione could survive the attack of the troll this time, and he had to prevent Hermione from encountering the troll today. However, to his disappointment, Hermione was not at the Gryffindor table. Only Harry and Ron were eating voraciously. Mike remembered that they only came for 1 day and then gave up because it was too hard. Michael was not in the mood to eat, and after accepting the compliments from the professors, he left the hall. The most important thing at the moment was to find Hermione. Mike looked in many places, the library, the Gryffindor common room, and various professors' classrooms, but found nothing. Seeing that it was getting dark outside, the frustrated Mike could only return to the Ravenclaw common room. He must conserve his energy for the next period of time, as there is a giant monster over 3 meters tall waiting for him to deal with at night. But when Mike walked into the lounge, the figure he had been looking for a whole afternoon appeared before him. It's Hermione. She was hiding alone in a corner of the empty Ravenclaw common room, her nose and eyes red. Chapter 24. The hunt begins. Hey, look who's this. Mike slowly approached Hermione. Oh. A little cat. Hermione heard Mike's voice but did not respond. Instead, she quickly turned her head away so that Mike could not see her face. At the same time, she wiped her face with her hands, trying to prevent Mike from noticing that she had just cried. When Mike saw Hermione's posture, he couldn't help but think of his daughter in his previous life. He thought that Tracy looked like this when she was wronged. Whoever bullies you, I'll kick their ass right now. Mike handed over a handkerchief. Don't keep rubbing your eyes with your hands. It's bad for your eyes. You don't want to wear big glasses like Harry, do you? That won't look good. Listening to Mike's gentle words, Hermione felt that the tears that she had held back with great difficulty began to flow again. They all hate me. Mike put a hand on Hermione's back and patted her gently. The child was crying so excitedly that she coughed. It's okay. You still have me. I will always be your friend. Hearing the sound, Hermione turned around and threw herself into Mike's arms, crying loudly. Her tears and snot soon soaked Mike's robe on his chest. Mike held the crying Hermione in his arms, patted her back gently, and kept repeating the words he used to coax his daughter in his previous life. It took a long time for Hermione to stop crying, but she did not leave Mike's arms. She buried her face in Mike's chest and said in a muffled voice, "Am I particularly annoying?" "Who said that?" Tell me who said that and I'll kick his ass right now. No one says that to me, I just feel that way. The poor girl is still protecting her friend, fearing that Mike will really kick Ron's ass. Mike is very good at coaxing children. He has accumulated a lot of experience in his previous life. He can coax Hermione to stop crying with just a few words. Well, today is Halloween. Let's go to the hall. Mike took Hermione's hand. You've shed a lot of tears today, you must eat more later. Hermione hit Mike in annoyance, but did not refuse Mike's hand holding. Mike took Hermione around the castle. Hermione didn't pay attention at first, but after a while, she finally noticed something unusual. This doesn't look like the way to the hall, does it? Really? Maybe I remembered it wrongly. Mike treated Hermione casually, which was also part of his plan. He took Hermione with him to find the troll, and after finding it, he immediately asked Hermione to find the professor while he dealt with the troll alone. In this way, even if he cannot defeat the giant monster, he can delay time and wait for the professors to come for support, which is like an insurance policy. Hermione didn't doubt him and was led forward by Mike. Finally, after turning a corner, a 3-meter-tall humanoid monster appeared in front of the two. Go find the professor for help, I'll stop him here. Mike let go of Hermione's hand. No. You have to come with me. We can't let it wander around the castle, go. Mike said to the loud Hermione in a commanding tone. Hermione's eyes became red again, startled by Mike's harsh tone, but she didn't let the tears fall. Instead, she turned and ran towards the hall. Mike watched Hermione disappear around the corner, turned around and faced the troll in front of him. The black thornwood wand had already appeared silently in his hand. The hunt begins. Mike loved hunting in his previous life. He had been to Africa to hunt large animals such as lions and rhinos, and knew very well the tricks to deal with these large creatures. Stand still with your legs stiff. A leg-locking spell accurately hit the troll's right leg. To deal with such large creatures, one must find a way to slow down their movement speed. Because you can't kill them with one blow, and they will usually become more ferocious after being injured, and by then you will definitely not be able to outrun the giant on your own 2 legs. The giant monster who was studying the door of the women's restroom was seen twitching violently on his right leg after being hit by the leg-locking curse, but it did not close with his left leg. He had just forcibly broken free from the leg-locking curse. Just as the troll was scratching his head wondering why his leg was cramping, 2 more leg-locking spells hit his right leg. This time, under the effect of 2 leg-locking spells, its right leg finally fit together with its normal left leg at a strange angle. Mike even heard a cracking sound, and he was sure it was the sound of a broken bone. The troll roared in pain, and with a sound similar to a lion's roar, the troll fell down. The fallen troll finally discovered Mike, the little bug that caused him severe pain. It endured the pain, used both hands and its intact left foot interchangeably, and approached Mike at an unscientifically fast speed. Mike immediately started running to the side, continuously casting obstacle spells as he ran. This kind of moving casting and hitting a moving target requires superb shooting skills, and a normal wizard will most likely miss the target. But Mike is different. In his previous life, he was a well-known sharpshooter in the industry. The twisted and crawling giant was getting slower and slower, and it would roar every time an obstacle fell on it. The way it moved now was very harmful to its right leg, and almost every time it twisted, a sharp pain would come from its right leg. Gradually, under the numerous obstacle spells that Mike kept casting, the troll's movement speed was reduced to a level almost the same as Mike's running speed. Seeing this, Mike stopped casting obstacles and instead used rapid imprisonment, a spell that could imprison the entire body of a creature. As one restraining spell after another fell on the troll's 2 arms, the troll finally stopped. Its hands were tied tightly behind its back, and it let out an unwilling roar as it looked at Mike, who was still reinforcing the spell not far away from it. After confirming that the troll could not break free in a short period of time, Mike came to the troll, panting heavily. The movement and spell casting just now consumed a lot of his physical strength. The giant monster in front of it was still roaring, and as it roared, a stench 1,000 times more disgusting than that of a women's restroom that had not been cleaned for years rushed into Mike's nostrils. Mike almost vomited from the smell and quickly pinched his nose. The giant monster looked very miserable at this time, with his right leg still tightly attached to his left leg and twisted in a weird posture. During the crawling process just now, the broken bone in the right leg had already pierced the flesh, leaving a huge wound on the right leg. Blood was flowing like a stream, and soon formed a large pool of bright red on the ground. Looking at the troll in front of him that was in a miserable state and still roaring at him, Mike raised his right hand holding the magic wand, aimed it at the troll's wide mouth and cast his most powerful spell at the moment. The flames are blazing. A red and yellow flame gushed out from the tip of the blackthornwood wand, instantly engulfing the troll's huge head. The flames poured into the troll's open mouth, burning its mouth and throat. The giant monster struggled in pain and let out constant cries of pain from his mouth. But the more it opened its mouth, the more flames rushed into its throat. Mike controlled the flames and moved forward step by step. With the help of the greed necklace on his chest, he could clearly feel the magic power in his body flowing from his whole body to his wand. But in this process, some magic power will break away from the main flow of magic power and eventually dissipate into the air. Mike tried hard to control the scattered magic power and let it flow into the wand along with the large group. This magic power was extremely difficult to control and Mike felt like his head was about to explode with pain. At this moment, the greed necklace on his chest emitted a burst of coolness, alleviating the pain and bringing it to a range that Mike could accept. As more and more magic power was controlled to enter the wand, the flame burning the troll began to gradually change color. Eventually the flames changed from red and yellow to a bright yellow that was close to white. This bright yellow flame was extremely powerful. In just a few seconds, the damage it caused to the giant monster was greater than the total damage caused by the previous red and yellow flames. Soon the troll stopped making any sound. Mike continued to burn for a while out of concern, and only stopped releasing the fire spell when he was sure that the troll was dead. Mike won this hunt. Chapter 25. Doubt and Suspicion. After successfully killing the troll, Mike felt that he had no strength left in his body. He struggled to stand up, leaned his back against the wall, made a more comfortable position, and began to wait for the professors to arrive. The first person to arrive at the scene was Professor Flitwick. It was hard to imagine how he, with his short legs, managed to arrive before all the other professors. But this is understandable. Mike is a student he is very optimistic about. If he died inexplicably at the hands of a stupid troll, he would blame himself for a long time. When he arrived at the scene, what he saw was not the scene he expected of Mike being chased around by a troll. Instead, Mike was sitting in the corner, holding a blackthornwood wand and breathing heavily to rest. Not far from him was the troll that had forced them to suspend the Halloween dinner. But now the giant monster could no longer move, and its entire upper body was roasted. Especially the head and neck, which were almost burned to only charred bones. Its hands were still firmly fixed behind its back by the restraining spell, and its entire body was bent in an extremely twisted posture. The right thigh was broken, and the exposed bone spurs could be clearly seen outside the wound. On the ground was a large pool of dark red liquid, which was the giant monster's coagulated blood. The air was filled with a strong stench, mixed with a hint of the aroma of barbecue. This mixed smell was guaranteed to make people never want to eat barbecue again in their entire life. Mag and others who arrived later were shocked by the scene. They had thought that perhaps Mike, a first-year student, could defeat the troll with his own wisdom. But what was unexpected was that the giant monster would be killed in an almost brutal way. As for Hermione and Harry, they were already vomiting to their heart's content. "Are you okay?" Professor Flitwick loved Mike the most. When everyone else was shocked by the troll's death, only Professor Flitwick reacted and started asking about Mike's condition. "It's okay, Dean. I'm just a little exhausted. I'm glad you're okay. You did a great job. Beautiful fire spell. I was far worse than you when I was your age." It seemed that Flitwick didn't care about the troll's life or death at all, he only cared about Mike's safety. But some people don't think so. "How dare you? How dare you do this?" Professor McGonagall was furious. "Do you know how dangerous this is? The giant monster can easily crush you to death with just one finger." Hermione was unhappy to hear Professor McGonagall say this about Mike. She suppressed her nausea and said, "It's all my fault. Mike ran into the troll because he took me to the hall. He was the only one left to hold the troll back because he wanted to protect me." Professor McGonagall was a little embarrassed by Hermione's retort, but fortunately Professor Flitwick came to her rescue. "Okay, it's enough that everyone is safe." Flitwick helped Mike up. "Also, to commend Mike's bravery and wit, Ravenclaw will get 20 extra points." Mike was a little touched. After being in this world for so long, Professor Flitwick was still the first person who was truly kind to him. He could feel that Flitwick was looking at him as if he were a promising junior of his own, a look he had never felt before in his 2 lifetimes. "Well, we can't stay here for long, let's go back quickly. Mike needs to go to Madame Pomfrey for a checkup. After that, Flitwick and Hermione helped Mike away from the smelly women's restroom. McGonagall felt mixed emotions. Hermione was her favorite student, and her personality was very similar to hers when she was young. Looking at Hermione supporting Mike, Professor McGonagall actually felt like her cabbage was being eaten by a pig. She looked at Mike and Hermione, then turned around to look at Harry and Ron who were still vomiting. McGonagall became angrier and angrier. She grabbed the two of them by the ears and walked towards Gryffindor. Snape was the only one left at the scene. He hadn't said a word just now, and his presence was even pitifully low, which was somewhat inconsistent with his personality. At this moment, he did not choose to leave like others. Instead, he scanned the area again and again, trying to reconstruct the entire process of the battle just now. This was not difficult for him. Finally, his gaze stayed on the troll's hands that were still tied behind his back and his right leg that was broken but still tightly attached to his left leg, and he did not take his gaze away for a long time. Madame Pomfrey was eating pumpkin pie when Hermione and Professor Flitwick took Mike to the infirmary. She had not yet finished the dinner because of the troll incident. It was already late at night when Madame Pomfrey finished examining Mike. Although Mike was just exhausted, Madame Pomfrey decided to let Mike rest in the infirmary for a night just to be on the safe side. After confirming that Mike was fine, Hermione reluctantly left the infirmary under the escort of Professor Flitwick and others. At this time, in the headmaster's office at Hogwarts, Snape was reporting to Headmaster Dumbledore what he had just seen and heard. Our dear Mr. Townley is a ruthless character. Not only does he have amazing talent in fighting, but he also has a cruel heart. Snape said in his signature low voice. Headmaster Dumbledore, who was sitting at the desk opposite him writing something, did not say anything. Instead, he raised the hand holding the pen and motioned for Snape to continue. He first used the leg-locking curse to limit the monster's movement speed, which was very clever. Snape walked to Dumbledore's desk. Only wizards with rich experience in hunting demons know how to deal with giant creatures in this way. Mr. Townley could have escaped unscathed after the leg-lock curse took effect, but he did not do so. He chose to use the binding spell to immobilize the troll, and finally used the fire spell to burn the troll to death. Do you know what this means? This means that Mr. Townley still chose to kill an enemy that had completely lost its ability to resist. This is not an idea that a first-year wizard should have. Dumbledore finally stopped what he was doing, raised his head and said to Snape expressionlessly, "Thank you for your hard work, go and have a rest." Snape turned and left after hearing this, without any hesitation. The office became so quiet that even the crackling of the burning wood in the stove could be heard clearly. Dumbledore did not continue with the work at hand. He stood up and walked to the side of Fawkes, the phoenix, who was preening his feathers on the bracket in the corner. He gently scratched the back of Fawkes's head. Fawkes felt very comfortable with the scratch. He squinted his eyes and tilted his head back. "It seems we need to find time to talk to little Mike." A voice so soft that it was almost inaudible came out of Dumbledore's mouth. Fawkes did not seem to have heard clearly what Dumbledore had just said. He opened his eyes and stared at Dumbledore with a puzzled look. Chapter 26, Troll Killer. The next day, it was already noon when Mike walked out of the infirmary. Perhaps because he was exhausted, he fell asleep in the middle of the examination last night. He didn't even know when Professor Flitwick and Hermione left. When Mike arrived at the restaurant, it was already packed with people. Yesterday's dinner was interrupted halfway through, and Professor Dumbledore ordered all students to follow the prefects of each college back to their own college. This resulted in the delicious food that the house elves had carefully prepared for the dinner being wasted. Fortunately, this world is a magical world, and the house elves are proficient in all kinds of household magic, and keeping food fresh is of course the most basic of the basics. So the delicious food that had not yet been served on the table last night became the little wizard's lunch today. But today, not many people enjoyed these delicacies that the little wizards loved so much. Everyone gathered around the Gryffindor table, and in the middle of the crowd was Ron, who was beaming with joy. At this moment, he was recounting what he saw last night when he followed the professors to the scene of the troll's death. He was talking with saliva flying all over the place, and from time to time he would take a sip of the juice handed to him by others. In his story, it seemed that what Mike defeated was not a troll, but a dragon. But it is undeniable that Ron does have a talent for storytelling. The little wizards around him were all stunned and even forgot about the delicious food at hand. "Look! It's Mike the troll killer!" A little wizard who had been trying several times on the outskirts of the crowd but failed every time discovered Mike and immediately let out an excited scream. With this scream, the crowd that originally surrounded Ron quickly dispersed and surrounded Mike. They asked Mike about what happened last night one after another. Mike was overwhelmed by all this and had to deal with the enthusiasm of the little wizards in a panic. Fortunately, someone who can help Mike out has arrived. Scatter! Snape's deep voice, though not loud, was clearly heard by every young wizard present. As soon as Snape finished speaking, the little wizards surrounding Mike immediately scattered and returned to their own tables. Mike even saw a few timid little wizards who were so scared by Snape that their legs were shaking, and they could only walk with the help of their companions. This is the power of Professor Snape. There are only two people in the whole Hogwarts who can do this, one is Professor McGonagall and the other is Snape. Mike wanted to thank Snape for helping him out, but before he could say anything, Snape spoke up. Disrupting the order in the restaurant will result in a deduction of 5 points from Ravenclaw. After saying this, Snape threw his black robe and turned away. Mike's scalp was tingling after watching this show of operations, and he had no choice but to sit down at the Ravenclaw table. When Mike sat down, a little Ravenclaw witch next to him was shaking her legs with excitement, but before she could say anything, Penelope ran over and asked to change seats with her. The little witch obviously didn't dare to resist this senior schoolmate, so she had to exchange places with Penelope in a dejected manner. "Do you know what they call you?" Troll slayer." "Yes." "Did you really kill a troll?" "If you're talking about the one from last night, I was the one who killed it." As soon as he sat down, Pinello asked a bunch of questions like a machine gun. After getting Mike's confirmation, Pinello's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but get closer to Mike and asked, "How did you do it?" "It was luck. I did this and that, and then that, and finally the troll died." Penelope's face was only about 10 centimeters away from Mike's face. Mike could clearly smell the fragrance coming from her. It was a fragrance similar to that of pear blossoms, which was very pleasant. "It's too close, Senior Penelope." Mike retracted his head a little, somewhat uncomfortable. It turns out that little Mike can be shy. Penelope laughed when she saw Mike's look, and stretched out her hands to pinch Mike's cheeks. Provoked by her, Mike, who was originally a little uncomfortable, immediately straightened his body. "Are you kidding? I was a man who rolled around in flowers in my previous life. How could I be afraid of this little girl?" Now it was Penelope's turn to be shy. Mike suddenly straightened his body, which scared her. She blushed and pulled her face back towards Mike. "You are so amazing. I have never heard of anyone who can kill a giant monster in the first grade." Penelope Cruz tried to ease her embarrassment by changing the subject. "She's just so-so. The senior is really amazing. She manages the entire Ravenclaw in perfect order. Professor Flitwick often mentions you, saying that he would be in trouble without you." Mike couldn't help feeling a little funny when he saw the posture of Penelope's little daughter. This wave of commercial flattery obviously tickled Penelope's heart. She covered her mouth and chuckled, with the blush on her face becoming more and more obvious. Mike thought it was fun to tease a little girl sometimes, and continued, "Especially since Senior Penelope is so pretty, I think there must be a lot of boys who like you, right?" "No, it's you. You're handsome and so capable, many little girls in school are your little fans. Even some of my best friends said they are interested in you." Penelope rolled her eyes at Mike and said coquettishly. The following mealtime passed unnoticed as the two of them flattered each other over business matters. What Mike didn't notice was that Hermione was staring at him at the Gryffindor table not far away. "Damn Mike! Damn Mike!" Looking at Mike who was chatting happily with Penelope, Hermione felt like her lungs were about to explode. It was already late at night when Hermione returned to the dormitory last night. She had not slept all night because she was worried about Mike's safety. As soon as it was dawn, she rushed to the infirmary to see Mike, but was rejected by Madame Pomfrey on the grounds that she could not disturb the patient's rest. "In the following potions class, I accidentally fell asleep because I was too sleepy, and Snape deducted 20 points from me. As a result, the person involved, Mike, was not hurt at all and became a celebrity throughout Hogwarts. That would have been fine, but now he was flirting with his beautiful senior schoolmate right in front of her. It really is true that men's words can deceive people. Everything I said to myself in the Ravenclaw common room last night was a lie." The more Hermione thought about it, the angrier she became. She chewed the chicken in her mouth desperately, as if what she was biting was not chicken but Mike's arm. "Harry, who was sitting next to her, stopped stuffing food into his mouth and looked at Hermione in surprise. He just clearly heard the sound of bones being crushed. Hermione, just now, did she chew the chicken bones and eat them? Harry thought. Looking at Hermione's murderous expression, Harry couldn't help but move away from Hermione with the plate. Hermione is so scary now. Chapter 27. Hunger Marketing. After lunch, Mike took Franklin to the Gryffindor common room. Franklin, the honest boy, had previously complained that Mike was not a good friend and did not even take him with him to such a fun thing as challenging the trolls. But he was still a child after all, and after Mike explained the whole story, he followed Mike happily again. The two of them attracted countless eyes along the way. After last night's events were spread this morning, most of the wizards in Hogwarts knew that Mike killed the troll alone. Franklin was still shy after all, and he was a little uncomfortable with being stared at by so many people for the first time in his life. Unlike some people who didn't care at all, they held their heads high and headed straight for the Gryffindor lounge. He came to find Hermione this time. He saw Hermione in the restaurant just now, but Hermione seemed to be avoiding him deliberately. After hearing Mike calling her name, she not only did not stop, but sped up and left the restaurant. Mike had no choice but to go to Gryffindor to look for her. After stopping a little Gryffindor witch and asking her to shout out commands for them, the two finally entered the Gryffindor common room. When the little Gryffindor witch found out that it was Mike who stopped her, she immediately started asking about what happened last night. Mike had no choice but to tell her the story of his battle with the troll again, which made her eyes light up as if she had seen her idol. After hearing the story, the little witch was still not satisfied and started chatting with Mike again. The topic between the two of them went further and further, and even got to the question of whether Mike had a girlfriend. In the end, it was Franklin who played the villain and scared the little witch away. He was originally the villain. Mike silently gave Franklin a thumbs up. This kid was not as stupid as he appeared to be. On the contrary, Franklin was actually very smart and he could always give others surprises in critical moments. Mike, you were so awesome last night. You defeated such a powerful troll by yourself. Harry and Ron were near the door of the lounge. When they saw Mike and Franklin coming in, they immediately surrounded them. That was all luck. I was lucky to defeat it. Mike waved his hand. Where's Hermione? I just tried to find her in the restaurant and she disappeared. Well, she's in the dormitory, but she doesn't seem to want to see you. Harry said with a strange expression. Mike was a little surprised and asked in astonishment, why, weren't you fine last night? Harry wanted to answer that he didn't know, but before he could open his mouth, a girl who shared the dormitory with Hermione interrupted him. You still have the nerve to ask why? Humph. You stinky man, go away, Hermione won't see you. After saying that, she swaggered back to the dormitory. Harry, Mike, and others were shocked by the little witch's behavior. After a moment, Ron was the first to react. By the way, Harry has been selected for the school Quidditch team, did you know that? Ron looked proud, as if he was the one who was chosen. Mike also remembered this when he mentioned it, and said, I heard from Dean Flitwick, congratulations, Harry. Harry scratched his hair shyly when this was mentioned, and said, by the way, my first game is about to start, you guys can come and watch it then. Mike nodded in agreement. Just now during dinner, Penelope also invited him to watch the Quidditch match together, so he could watch Harry's game at the same time. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, the two went back to class. Since Hermione didn't want to see him, there was no need for him to pester her. He thought it was just a child's temper and it would be fine in a couple of days. However, in the next few days, Hermione kept avoiding Mike, whether in class or in the library, pretending not to know Mike and turning a deaf ear to Mike's greetings. Soon it was time for her and Penelope to go to see Harry's Quidditch debut together, and during this time the Weasley brothers came to give Mike money again. This time the money was more than the last time, a full 200 gold galleons. After learning the details of the situation, Mike couldn't help but sigh that the Weasley brothers were truly business geniuses. Following Mike's suggestion, the two placed a small bottle of Dolphin magic drink on each little wizard's seat before the Halloween party. The small bottle here was really a small bottle, probably only the amount that Mike could drink in one gulp. Although the quantity of the drink was not large, they put a lot of effort into the bottle. Not only were there the names of the Weasley brothers and Mike, but also the trademark they designed specifically for Dolphin magic drink. The trademark of Dolphin magic drink is very simple, and its appearance is very similar to that of Coca-Cola. The 3 English letters of Dolphin are written on it in red ink in a very elegant way. And the magic of words is released on it. The 3 big words of Dolphin have a silk-like luster and can flutter in the wind like a ribbon. The exquisite packaging immediately attracted the attention of the little wizards. After learning that this was a beverage, many of them opened the bottle cap and took a sip almost immediately, and then finished it. The next day, the name of the Dolphin magic drink spread throughout Hogwarts. Coincidentally, the story of Michael's battle with the troll also spread that night, so the Weasley brothers used Michael's fame to do a lot of advertising. This was a serious matter. The orders flooded the 2 of them like raindrops, and the goods they had prepared were sold out in half a day. In desperation, they could only find some senior students to help prepare the Dolphin magic drink. Even if the 2 of them worked themselves to death, they would not be able to satisfy the enthusiasm of their classmates. Of course, those senior students gave up their studies and used their spare time to help them for a fee, and the price was no lower than that of the Muggle-born salespersons in Diagon Alley. You have to know that the study pressure of senior students in Hogwarts is very high, and the salary they are given is actually not much. But even with the additional manpower, it was still a drop in the bucket for the massive orders. Mike could have gotten more money, but because the production was not enough, after deducting the cost, he was left with only 400 gold galleons. The Weasley brothers were heartbroken about this. They could have made more money, but they were still students and it was not convenient for them to increase production. In response to this, Mike came up with a solution that surprised the Weasley brothers: hunger marketing. Since there is no way to increase production, then why not? Officially, they still sell at the previous price, but in reality, the official stock is pitifully small, and they are almost sold out as soon as they are put on the shelves. Then they secretly sell most of the goods to scalpers at a higher price. By the time these drinks reach the hands of customers, the price has increased several times. In the past, this marketing strategy was almost known to everyone, but no matter how many people knew it, it was useless because people could still make a fortune using hunger marketing. Using this method, you can increase profits several times without increasing production, which can be said to be the best way nowadays. As for the price, Mike planned to raise the private price from 5 silver sickles to 10 silver sickles, but the Weasley brothers disagreed. They directly proposed to price a 500 ml bottle of Dolphin magic drink at 1 gold galleon, which is nearly 4 times the price. They are indeed business geniuses, and their hearts are much darker than Mike. Chapter 28. Quidditch. The weather in the UK has never been very good. It has become very cold in November and the daylight hours have also started to shorten. Mike was woken up by Franklin at dawn. Today they were going to watch Harry's Quidditch debut with Penelope. Originally, Penelope planned to take them to watch the match between Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, but Mike suggested going to watch Harry's match together, so Penelope had to agree. Mike is not interested in Quidditch, as he thinks that such a game with so many loopholes in the rules is not worth watching. But strangely, almost all wizards in the world have a high enthusiasm for Quidditch games, and they even hold the Quidditch World Cup regularly. Wizards who perform well in the Quidditch World Cup will become household Quidditch stars, gain a lot of wealth and fangirls, which is no different from the Muggle world. What's interesting is that there is no discrimination based on bloodline in the sport of Quidditch. Whether you are a pureblood or a Muggle-born, as long as you have good enough skills and are handsome enough, you can become a star. This also attracted a large number of Muggle wizards to become Quidditch players, but that's beside the point. By the time Mike, Penelope, and the other 2 slowly finished their breakfast and arrived at the Quidditch venue, the game had already begun. Since it was the Savior Harry's Quidditch debut, the scene was very lively, and the number of spectators was almost more than that of previous year's Quidditch finals. Everyone wanted to see if the little Savior Harry's talent in Quidditch was as high as his talent in defense against the dark arts. It is worth mentioning that the commentator of this game is Lee Jordan, who is a good friend of the Weasley brothers. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. This guy's personality is exactly the same as the Weasley brothers, and his commentary is mainly funny, which often makes the audience laugh. Mike looked up for a long time before he found Harry in the sky, wearing a red and gold Gryffindor Quidditch uniform. Harry was flying aimlessly in the sky on his broom, looking around from time to time, looking for the golden snitch. As a seeker, as long as he could catch the golden snitch, the game would be over. His movement speed is much faster than other players, thanks to the latest flying broom sponsored by Professor McGonagall, Nimbus 2000. From this we can see that although Professor McGonagall appears to be selfless on the surface, she actually favors her own college. While Mike was watching Harry's every move in the sky, Penelope started talking to him. I heard from other first-year students that you have an outstanding talent for flying. Have you ever considered joining the school Quidditch team? Because the scene was very lively, Penelope had to speak close to Mike's ear so that Mike could hear her clearly. Mike could only feel the sweet breath in his ear and turned his head a little unnaturally. I'm only a first year, and just because I'm a good flyer doesn't necessarily mean I can be a good Quidditch player. Harry is only a first-year student. With him taking the lead, no one can say anything if you join the school Quidditch team. Besides, Professor Flitwick thinks highly of you. As long as you ask him, he will definitely agree. You can also practice with the Ravenclaw team for a few days to see if it's suitable for you. I have a good relationship with Roger Davis, the captain of the Ravenclaw team, so I can arrange it. Mike could see that Penelope was trying to do him a favor, but he didn't say it out loud, just kept perfunctory. Gradually Penelope realized that Mike had made up her mind, so she stopped persuading him and instead introduced members of the Quidditch teams of various colleges to Mike. Mike did not plan to join the Quidditch team in his first year. First, he had too many things to do in his first year and did not have time to attend Quidditch training every week. Second, Mike knew very well that this year's Quidditch champion would definitely go to Gryffindor, which was one of the novice gift packages Dumbledore provided to Harry. He was not interested in playing a game that he was sure to lose. Mike and Penelope were chatting happily in each other's ears, but Hermione, who was sitting not far from them, felt uncomfortable. After so many days, her anger had almost subsided. She had heard that Mike would also come to watch Harry's game, so she had planned to find an opportunity to reconcile with Mike today. She was even afraid that there would be too many people watching the game and Mike, a lazy bum, would have no seat if he arrived late, so she specially saved a seat for him next to her. Unexpectedly, Mike, who arrived late, was led by Penelope to the seat reserved for them by the Ravenclaw students. Not long after they sat down, they started biting each other's ears. They looked so close. Hermione became more and more angry, her eyebrows were almost squeezed together, and her cheeks were puffed up. She wasn't actually jealous, and she didn't have the kind of feelings between a man and a woman for Mike, she wasn't at that age yet. She just felt that her friend was taken away by Penelope, and it was obviously she who became good friends with Mike first, but Mike ignored her because of this woman. What's so good about that woman? She's just pretty. Hermione thought to herself. While Hermione was still angry about Mike, the crowd around her exclaimed, and following the crowd's gaze, they saw Harry in the sky seemed to have a problem with his broomstick, flying in the sky in twists and turns, as if he was going to fall down at the next moment. Hermione, who had amazing observation skills, discovered when she looked at Harry that Professor Snape in the stands next to her was also looking at Harry and talking nonsense. She immediately imagined that Snape wanted to kill Harry. Mike and others on the side were also attracted by Harry's abnormal behavior in the sky. Unlike others, Mike was not worried at all. He had seen Dumbledore when he came just now. As long as he was there, Harry would be fine even if he was knocked off his broom by Quirrell's curse. As expected, Harry in the sky quickly returned to normal. Not only that, he caught the golden snitch while losing his balance. The game was over and Gryffindor defeated Slytherin. The scene was boiling almost the moment Lee Jordan announced the result of the match. The savior Harry did not disappoint them and proved that he also possessed superhuman talent in Quidditch. Mike also stood up and applauded. At the same time, he noticed that Professor Snape's robe was on fire not far away. He was trying to pat his robe to put out the fire. His movements were so big that he even knocked over Professor Quirrell who was sitting in front of him. Seeing this, Mike couldn't help but sneer with disdain. Snape's acting skills were really bad. It was obviously a trivial matter that could be solved with just a little effort. After the game, the three did not stay for long, but quickly left the game scene. When the three turned into an empty corridor, Mike asked Franklin to go back to Ravenclaw first, as he and Penelope needed to be alone for a while. Franklin didn't ask why and left without hesitation. But before leaving, he shook his eyebrows at Mike in a funny way and gave him a thumbs up secretly. Chapter 29, Control Spell. Only Mike and Penelope were left in the narrow corridor. There was no electrical lighting equipment in Hogwarts Castle, and the weather was bad today, so the surrounding environment was very dim. Mike turned around and looked at Penelope. His eyes were not as gentle as usual, but a little gloomy. Penelope was startled by Mike's eyes and couldn't help but shrink back, a look of panic on her face. She found that the boy in front of her didn't seem to be what she had thought before. Mike studied the expression on Penelope's face, and a blackthorn wand appeared in his hand. "Senior Penelope, I need your help with something." What happened?" Penelope became even more nervous when she saw Mike take out his wand. She looked at the exit behind her anxiously, and had the urge to turn around and run away. Mike calmly went around behind Penelope and blocked her retreat. The entrance they came from was the only source of light in the entire corridor. With Mike blocking the way, the light around them instantly became a little dimmer. "I need the specific method of learning the disillusionment charm." Mike went straight to the point. "That is a control spell. Only graduates who want to apply for the Aura exam can submit an application to learn the disillusionment charm. I can't help you with that. I believe you can find a way. Aren't you the social queen of Ravenclaw?" Mike walked slowly around Penelope. Mike's face looked particularly gloomy against the dim light around him. The figure, who was half a head shorter than her, put Penelope under great pressure. "Don't you have Professor Flitwick? He'll teach you if you tell him. If it were that simple, would I have to come to you?" Mike was secretly complaining, but he didn't show it on the surface. "Do you want to be a class monitor, senior?" Seeing Penelope looked reluctant, he could only use his ultimate move. Penelope's expression changed drastically when she heard Mike mention the prefect. She had been trying so hard to please Mike during this period of time just to get him to say a few good words to Professor Flitwick, but she didn't expect that Mike not only knew her intention, but also used it to threaten her. Penelope was silent. Seeing that Penelope remained silent for a long time, Mike was not in a hurry. He gently stroked the blackthorn wood wand in his hand, waiting for Penelope's answer. Mike was not afraid of Penelope's rejection. From the contact during this period, it seemed that Penelope was more eager for power than he had expected. And Penelope was also able to get him the detailed learning method of the disillusionment spell. You know, Penelope also had many suitors among the pure-blood graduates. The disillusionment charm is a kind of invisibility spell. After using this spell, the caster will feel a liquid flowing down his head and wrapping his body. After the spell is completed, the user's skin will become like a chameleon, changing with the color of the environment, but the effect of the disillusionment charm is much stronger than that of the chameleon. In addition, the invisibility cloak is actually a cloak with the disillusionment charm attached to it. Since the disillusionment charm has a limited duration, a general invisibility cloak needs to have the disillusionment charm reattached to it every once in a while. The disillusionment charm can only last for a short time on a cloak made of ordinary materials, so the materials used for the invisibility cloak are all magical materials, and only this kind of material can make the disillusionment charm last longer. In the original book, Harry's invisibility cloak is different from an ordinary invisibility cloak. It is a real artifact with a permanent disillusionment charm solidified on it, and the invisibility effect will never disappear. But this does not mean that you can make an invisibility cloak after learning the disillusionment charm. Attaching the disillusionment charm to the invisibility cloak requires very profound knowledge of alchemy. This is a spell that Mike must learn this year. Before, Mike had looked for detailed learning methods of the disillusionment charm in Ravenclaw's library and Hogwarts library, but found nothing except some simple introductions. The disillusionment charm is a control spell that must be learned to become an Auror. Ordinary wizards will never be able to learn this spell. There are many other control spells that belong to the disillusionment charm, the most well-known of which is the Unforgivable Curse. However, many families have their own methods of learning these control spells, which is the so-called knowledge barrier. If ordinary Muggle wizards want to learn the disillusionment charm, they can only apply to the school in their 7th year at Hogwarts, except for joining the Aurors. Not everyone can submit this application. You must have 2 or more professors to guarantee you to be eligible to apply. According to Mike, the last person who submitted an application to Hogwarts and was accepted was named Tom Riddle. After submitting the report, the professors will conduct a strict review of the applicants, and only after confirming the applicant's talents and character will they provide specific learning methods for the disillusionment spell. Of course, the instructions for using the disillusionment charm must be stored in the restricted books section of Hogwarts, but with the spells Mike currently knows, he still has no good way to deal with the magical restrictions in the restricted books section. Once these magical restrictions are triggered, they will alert Dumbledore in the Hogwarts principal's office. If you want to enter the restricted area, you have to wait until Dumbledore is not in school at least. And this year, there will be such an opportunity. At this time, Penelope finally spoke. Okay, I do have a way to get the disillusionment charm, but you have to ensure that I can become a prefect next year. At this moment, Penelope's expression was not as panicked as before. Now that she understood Mike's intention, there was nothing to be afraid of. You will become a prefect, I promise. Mike stepped forward and looked Penelope in the eye. Then, happy working together. Penelope said coldly as she looked at the young man in front of her who was half a head shorter than her. After getting the answer he wanted, Mike didn't stay any longer. He put away his wand and strode towards the room of requirement on the 8th floor. Halfway there, he seemed to have thought of something, stopped, turned around and said, "Christmas is coming soon, hurry up." After that, he left quickly. Penelope bit her lips lightly with her pearly teeth. She understood what Mike meant just now. He was simply reminding her to hurry up. There is only 1 month left until Christmas, which seems like a long time, but it is still not enough time to get the specific learning methods of the disillusionment charm from those graduates who have signed the confidentiality agreement. Michael on the other hand didn't care about all that. It would be best if Penelope could help him get the disillusionment spell before Christmas. If that didn't work, he had a second plan and didn't need to rely on her. Chapter 30. Mirror of Erist. That night, Mike, who had been practicing in the room of requests until late at night as usual, dragged his tired body out of the room of requests. Since he discovered the room of requests, Mike would come here to practice almost whenever he had time, and after mastering meditation, Mike added meditation to his practice. As a result, he was exhausted and looked like a zombie almost every time he walked out of the room of requests. Mike held onto the wall and walked into the secret passage leading to the Ravenclaw Tower. Fortunately, this secret passage was extremely unscientific. The room of requirement was very far from the Ravenclaw Tower, but it only took a few tenths of seconds to reach it. At first, Mike had doubts about this, but now Mike is really glad that this secret passage exists. He just wants to go back to his bed and have a good sleep. It was pitch dark inside the secret passage, and Mike could only move forward relying on the flickering fluorescent light. A minute later, Mike discovered that there seemed to be something wrong with this secret passage. Normally, according to his walking speed, he should have seen the exit of the secret passage by now, but now all Mike could see was endless darkness. Mike perked up, thinking that he might have triggered the mechanism and changed the destination of the secret passage. It was unknown how long it had passed, but the exit of the secret passage finally appeared in front of Mike, but Mike was not in a hurry to go out. Ravenclaw's tower is located next to the Owl House, where the lighting is very good, allowing Mike to see the surrounding situation even at night. But judging by the light coming through the entrance of the secret passage this time, the destination of this secret passage is definitely not Ravenclaw Tower. Mike turned off the fluorescent light in his hand and slowly moved along the wall to the exit of the secret passage. This is a very spacious room, which looks like an abandoned classroom, with dusty desks and chairs piled up in the corner. Where the podium should have been was placed an object that was out of place with the surroundings, a huge full-length mirror. Under the moonlight outside the window, everything in the abandoned classroom was visible. The full-length mirror was quietly placed there, reflecting the moonlight, looking eerie. Mike walked out of the secret passage carefully. The moment he left the secret passage, the entrance to the secret passage on the wall of the classroom disappeared silently. Mike fumbled on the wall where the secret passage was originally located for a while, but did not find any mechanism, and his heart sank. Fortunately, the door of the abandoned classroom was still open, so Mike didn't have to worry about being trapped here. After observing for a while and not noticing anyone else in the classroom, Mike turned his gaze to the only unusual thing here, the full-length mirror. When I got closer, I realized that the mirror was incredibly large, reaching the ceiling. The frame was golden and decorated with extremely gorgeous wood carvings. A line of words was engraved on the top, Aristra Eru Ayubikafru Anvahis. Mike was shocked. Isn't this the Mirror of Erist? It was brought to Hogwarts so early. In the original book, Harry found this mirror after Christmas. The Mirror of Erist is called the Mirror of Desire in legend. It can display the things that the user desires most in the form of a picture in front of the user. Many great men in history have fallen under its magic and wanted to die, including the famous Merlin. Although he knew that he might be immersed in the illusion created by it, Mike couldn't help but look at himself in the mirror. He really wanted to know what he wanted most. In fact, most people don't know what they want most in their hearts. Everyone just follows their instincts and lives in a daze. Being able to see clearly what you want is a necessary quality to become a great man. Mike saw himself in the mirror. Although his face was very different from his current self, Mike still recognized him. It was his previous life, the greasy middle-aged man. There were many people standing around the greasy middle-aged man, all of them were his relatives and friends from his previous life. His wife Amanda was hugging him tightly in her wedding dress. The woman in the mirror was not as old and ugly as she was when Mike died in his previous life. She still maintained the same radiant face as when she was young. Mike swore that she was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. There were 3 people standing behind them. His eldest daughter, Tracy, was wearing a gorgeous evening gown, looking as graceful as a princess from a fairy tale. His youngest son, Jimmy, was wearing a doctoral gown and holding a roll of paper tied with red silk. Mike knew it was a graduation certificate. A little further away, a slightly bald man was holding a bottle of wine and smiling at the family of 4, taking a sip from time to time. "Trevor," Mike murmured. Mike stared at everything in the mirror in a daze, tears unknowingly wetting his cheeks. He stretched out his hand and wanted to touch Amanda's face, but what he felt in his hand was not Amanda's warm skin, but a cold and smooth mirror. It has been almost a year since he came to the world of Harry Potter. During this year, Mike has been using hard training to numb his longing for his family and friends, and this suppressed emotion finally erupted tonight. Mike's emotions finally broke down. He collapsed to the ground, holding the mirror of Ariste and burst into tears. Mike always thought that he was still the carefree gangster he was back then, and that family and friends were dispensable. But he never expected that they were the ones he cared about the most in the end. In the shadows of the classroom, Dumbledore watched Mike crying. He was familiar with Mike's reaction, as he had the same reaction when he first saw his family in the mirror of Ariste. Seeing Mike at this moment was like seeing himself back then. Dumbledore sighed silently, and his figure gradually became transparent, and finally disappeared. He had brought Mike to this abandoned classroom today in order to test Mike using the mirror of Ariste. He had originally thought that when Mike was trapped in the illusion of the mirror of Ariste, he would suddenly appear and teach Mike a lesson about love. However, this is probably not necessary now, as Mike's performance was excellent, much better than the best scenario Dumbledore had expected. Mike is different from Voldemort, who has no love in his heart, only desire and hatred. But Mike still has love for his family and friends in his heart. A Mike like this will never become the next Voldemort. Chapter 31. Mike's plan. The next day, when Mike opened his eyes, what he saw was a photo of himself and his family in the mirror of Ariste. He had slept in this abandoned classroom last night. After a night of thinking, he had guessed that last night's experience must have been designed, starting from when he came out of the room of requirement and the secret passage he often used suddenly led to this abandoned classroom. There was only one person who could do this, and that was Dumbledore. Mike could roughly guess the reason why Dumbledore did this, which was simply to test his character. From the first time they met, Mike sensed Dumbledore's dissatisfaction with him. In fact, the fact that this test had not come until now was a bit beyond Mike's expectation. He had thought that Dumbledore would talk to him soon after he entered the school. However, Dumbledore did not show up last night, so it seemed that he had passed the test. Mike walked out of the classroom facing the dazzling sunlight outside. After what happened last night, he understood what he wanted most. He wanted to go home. In the following days, Mike worked even harder to learn magic. If he wanted to go home, he had to have strong strength. After the battle with the troll, Mike had a clearer understanding of his own combat power. He was now roughly on par with the students in grades 6 and 7 in terms of combat power alone, but in terms of the number of magic spells he had mastered and his understanding of magic, Mike was not even as good as the students in grades 3 and 4. It should be mentioned here that the teaching mode of Hogwarts is rather strange. The first and second grade wizards are almost free range, and what they learn are the most basic things in the wizarding world. However, this is understandable, after all, it is to take care of the little wizards of Muggle origin. Hogwarts begins to truly educate young wizards in magic from the third grade when they can choose elective courses. It can be said that this is the first crossroads in the life of young wizards. The elective courses you choose will have a great impact on your future. At the same time, the learning pressure of students begins to increase from the third grade. From the third grade to the end of the fourth grade, the study pressure will become greater and greater in these 2 years, because they will face the first wizard level test, OWLS, at the end of the fourth grade. After taking the OWLS, students will choose NEWTS courses based on their scores. The OWLS exam is like the college entrance examination, and the NEWTS courses that can be chosen after the exam are like university courses. Many NEWTS courses have their own score cutoffs, and the score cutoffs for popular subjects such as potions and charms are very high, but if you study these courses, it will be of great help to your future employment and your strength. Students who perform extremely poorly in the exam can only choose to study some low-requirement courses like Muggle studies, but after graduation they will face the dilemma of unemployment, unless your family has a mine. Starting from the 5th grade, Hogwarts students were divided into two groups. One was those who studied difficult courses like potions, and the other was those who took garbage courses. The former have endless homework to do and books to read every day. Although the latter is more difficult than grades 1 and 2, it is not even as difficult as grades 3 and 4. It can be said to be very easy. Finally, there is the Newt's exam, which is the highest degree certificate that Hogwarts can give, and it is also the most valuable degree certificate in Europe for hundreds of years. After graduation, whether you are employed or married, people will use your Newt scores and the subjects you have studied as a standard. If your grades are good enough, even if you are a Muggle wizard, you can live very well in the wizarding world. But in contrast, the study pressure of 6th and 7th grade graduates is so great that it is unimaginable. In the original book, Hermione used the time turner to attend all the elective courses in the 3rd grade, which made her lack of energy, but this study intensity can be said to be the norm for 6th and 7th grade students. So almost all the senior wizards you see on the campus of Hogwarts look hurried, and they rarely participate in entertainment activities such as Quidditch. It's not because they don't like entertainment, but because they are too busy. But fortunately, hard study has brought about a rapid increase in strength. The level and number of spells mastered by students in grades 6 and 7 are no less than those of most adult wizards, so Mike's combat effectiveness is really strong at this time. You have to know that Mike now also masters conventional attack spells such as Armor and Expelliarmus. The reason why his combat effectiveness is so high is largely due to his combat experience in his previous life. Attacking with a wand is like shooting with a pistol, which requires very high accuracy. The reason why many wizards have low combat effectiveness is that their shooting range is too short. If you are far away from them, they can't hit you. However, Mike was a sharpshooter in his previous life. Shooting is as easy for him as drinking water. In addition, Mike also has the blessing of emotional casting skills and magic control skills. The magic he casts far exceeds that of wizards with the same magic level as him. At present, in addition to learning new magic, what Mike needs to do is to improve his magic perception and magic control. The higher Mike's magic control ability, the stronger his magic will be. But many magics are too difficult to learn just by reading books. It's not that Mike has no talent, but the textbooks in the wizarding world are too bad. You can't learn the magic just by reading textbooks. You have to combine it with other people's teachings. Only those private notes of others have real learning value. Mike also consulted Professor Flitwick, but when Professor Flitwick saw that Mike was asking him about high-level spells, he advised him not to aim too high and just to master the spells he was learning now. Mike strongly suspected that Dumbledore had given the old man a hint. Thinking of this, Mike couldn't help but grit his teeth. Dumbledore, this old bee is so bad. But Mike is not completely helpless. There is a place that must have the detailed casting methods of those advanced spells, and even the method of releasing the unforgivable curse. That place is the restricted book area. The purpose of asking Penelope to help him with the disillusionment charm was to enter the restricted area. Dumbledore would leave Hogwarts during the first-year final exams, and that would be Michael's best chance to enter the restricted area. As for the forbidden area in the restricted area, Mike also has his own solution. Since the last battle with the troll, Mike felt that his ability to perceive magic had increased a lot. Now Mike can vaguely sense the magic outside his body. After discovering this, Mike immediately went to the library. As expected, in front of the entrance to the restricted area, Mike sensed the presence of magic. It was magic that was like infrared rays across the wall. Although these threads were intertwined to form a net, it did not mean that Mike could not enter. Now it depends on whether Penelope can get the disillusionment charm. If Penelope can't get it before Christmas, Michael may not have time to learn this complicated spell. Then he will have to take the risk of asking Harry to borrow the invisibility cloak. Chapter 32. Christmas. It is already mid-December. Winter came very early in Hogwarts, and it started snowing from the end of November. Now, the entire Hogwarts campus has been dressed in silver. Because of Christmas, most of the little wizards have gone home for the holiday, which is indeed good news for Filch. Because of the snow, many naughty little wizards like to play snowball fights in the snow, which makes them often wet. When these naughty ghosts returned to the castle, they left their dirty wet footprints all the way, which greatly increased Filch's workload. The poor old squib had to spend half a day cleaning the place with those outdated cleaning tools, even though it was a task that could be solved by just cleaning it up. One day, when our Mike woke up, he found many owls gathered in front of the window. When they saw Mike open his eyes, they immediately pecked at the glass with their beaks, signaling Mike to open the window. Mike quickly got up and opened the window for the owls. He forgot that last night was Christmas Eve. The Christmas customs of the wizarding world are completely different from those of the Muggle world. In the eyes of wizards, Christmas was originally just an excuse for them to be lazy, and then it became a grand festival. So naturally there is no such legend as Santa Claus entering your home through the chimney and putting gifts in the socks at the head of your bed. Therefore, on Christmas Eve in the wizarding world, every household will leave a gap in the doors and windows to make it easier for owls to deliver gifts quietly at night, so that they can see the Christmas gifts in the room as soon as they wake up in the morning. But our Mike apparently forgot. Mike didn't receive many gifts, only 7. Among them, Franklin gave the gift to Mike in person yesterday. He was not used to sending things by owl. Mike opened it and found it was a bag of ZZB candy, which surprised Mike. You have to know that first-year wizards have no way to go to Hogsmeade. If they want to get this exclusive candy of the Duke of B, they can only ask smugglers like the Weasley brothers to bring it. Of course, you also know the price. Mike also gave a gift in return, his own study notes. This was the most valuable gift he had ever given out. He had chosen the Dolphin magic drink over all the other gifts. Mike has already regarded Franklin as his confidant, and Franklin's talent in magic has not disappointed him, so Mike decided it was time to give Franklin some cheats. Continuing to look through the Christmas gifts, Harry gave him a big box of Beebs every flavor beans, and Ron gave him an old Gryffindor scarf with a big stain on it, which Mike threw into the trash can after taking a look at it. Hermione gave him a Lockhart novel, and she didn't expect that this little girl had fallen in love with Lockhart so early. The Weasley brothers jointly gave a gift, a large bag of dung bombs. Mike was shocked when he opened their gifts. You know, these dung bombs are not very stable. If so many dung bombs exploded in his dormitory would become uninhabitable. Professor Flitwick gave me a set of combat wand sets. Unlike ordinary wand sets, this set of combat wand sets has the word combat in it. Okay, this is nonsense. The combat wand sheath is one of the Auror's equipment, and it is installed on the forearm. Its structure is actually somewhat similar to the hidden blade in Assassin's Creed, but it is driven by magic. When fighting, you only need to think about it to make the wand pop out and enter the combat state instantly. In addition, the set given by Professor Flitwick also comes with a flying spell. In the future, even if Mike's wand is hit by the disarming spell, he doesn't have to worry about it. The flying spell attached to the wand cover will automatically release the wand back to the user's hand. Mike put on the wand cover and moved his arm. He found that it did not affect his movements and nodded with satisfaction. Professor Flitwick is really worthy of being a fighting champion. The gift he gave is simple and violent, which directly improved Mike's fighting power. The next step is the highlight. Miss Penelope gave Mike a notebook as a gift, a study notebook for senior pureblood graduates on the disillusionment spell. On the cover of the notebook was written "To my beloved, Penelope." However, apart from this paragraph, there is nothing else, and there is not even a signature. It seems that this is a Christmas gift from a dog to Penelope, and Penelope sent it to herself overnight after receiving it. Mike opened his notes and found the spell of the disillusionment charm and the way to wave the wand, and tried it out. The result was just as Mike expected, there was no reaction at all. Mike put the notes in his drawer and didn't read them any further. Today was Christmas, and Hogwarts was holding grand celebrations throughout the day. Perhaps because the professors were afraid that the students who stayed on campus would feel lonely, Hogwarts was decorated very gorgeously today. As Mike walked along, he discovered that not only was the Ravenclaw common room decorated in a festive manner, but the corridors were also decorated with new decorations. Even the usually cold armors were wearing Santa Claus red hats, which looked very cute. Not to mention the hall, a tall Christmas tree was placed in the center of the hall. This Christmas tree reached into the sky. If you stood under it and looked up, you could not see its top at all. There were a lot of Christmas decorations on its trunk, shining brightly under the magic ceiling. The branches and leaves must have been cast with some magic, and crystal snowflakes kept falling from them. Unlike the snow outside, these snowflakes formed a perfect hexagon as described in fairy tales. These snowflakes slowly fell, but disappeared when they hit the ground. In such a magical scene, Harry and the others who arrived early were already having a lot of fun. They chased the snowflakes, caught one and watched it slowly disappear in their hands, and after a moment of distress, they continued to catch the next snowflake. They looked like they wanted to take one back as a souvenir. Even though Mike's mental age was much older than the young wizards present, he couldn't help but be stunned. This was much more real than any 3D movie in his previous life. The young wizards were brought together by professors from various colleges. Dumbledore did not give any speech. With his command "Eat," all kinds of delicious food appeared on the plates in front of the young wizards. The young wizards cheered and threw themselves into the battle to finish the food. Dumbledore sat on a high place and watched with a smile the young wizards who were feasting on the food below the stage. Driven by the surrounding atmosphere, Mike's appetite also increased greatly. After the Weasley brothers snatched a chicken leg from his plate, a food-grabbing war got out of control. The professors were not angry. Professor Flitwick even joined in. Even Professor McGonagall, who was usually the strictest, had a smiling look on her face. On this day, everyone was immersed in the joy of Christmas and put aside all their worries. Chapter 33. Nicholm. After experiencing Christmas in the magical world, Mike devoted himself to learning the disillusionment charm. The notebook Penelope gave him was really good. Not only was the handwriting neat, but the understanding of the disillusionment charm was also very profound. The original owner of this notebook must have guessed that Penelope wanted to learn the disillusionment charm in advance, so he wrote a lot of tutorials for beginners. Judging from the ink, it should have been written not long ago, and all of this is now benefiting Mike. Thanks to these beginner tutorials, Mike successfully cast the disillusionment spell before the end of the holiday, but it was only a half-finished product. The disillusionment charm that Mike cast at first was not very effective. Not only was it cast very slowly, but it would also become ineffective if he moved a little too much. As a result, Mike could only work harder to learn. In addition, this notebook on the disillusionment spell also mentions how to avoid magical restrictions to achieve perfect invisibility. This passage is written in a flourish, and it can be seen that the writer is very proud of it. There are 3 methods mentioned in it. One is to use one's own powerful magical ability to break the magic restriction, the second is to use an advanced magic potion called Absolute Magic Powder to isolate one's own magic fluctuations in order to deceive the magic restriction, the third is to use something containing powerful magic power to cover up the restrictions monitoring of oneself. Mike has ignored the first 2 items here, and only the third item can be done. The notes clearly state that most restrictions detect targets through magical perception, and if you carry an item that emits a lot of magic power, the restrictions will ignore you. It's like using a thermal imager to look at a baked sweet potato in the oven, you can't see it clearly at all. Mike was very happy to know the method to bypass the magical restriction. His plan to invade the restricted area at the end of the semester was more confident. On the other hand, Harry received the invisibility cloak from Dumbledore on Christmas Day, just like in the original book, and also accepted the test of the Mirror of Erised under Dumbledore's intentional guidance. However, unlike Michael, he was completely fascinated by the Mirror of Erised, and Harry stood in front of it almost every night. In the end, Dumbledore had to come out and give Harry some psychological counseling, which made Harry calm down. Harry, who had calmed down, remembered that he had promised Hermione to look for Nicholas Flamel during the holidays. Nicholas Flamel was the key information to find out what Hagrid had taken from Gringotts that day. They hadn't been idle for so long since they entered the school. The 3 of them first discovered the trapdoor guarded by the 3-headed dog, and then analyzed from Snape's actions that Snape wanted to get the thing under the trapdoor. Finally, they learned from Hagrid that the thing guarded by the 3-headed dog Fluffy was an important item they took out from Gringotts that day. Now all they needed to do was to find out what that thing was. I think we can go ask Mike. He's a celebrity now. Maybe he knows. Ron said to Harry with some envy. Harry didn't hold out much hope for Ron's proposal. After all, he knew that Mike, like him, grew up in the Muggle world. There was no reason for him to know something that even a wizard like Ron, who came from a pure-blood wizard family, didn't know. With the mentality of giving it a try, they went to Ravenclaw to look for Mike. After all, they had to do something, otherwise Hermione would definitely be angry. But when they arrived at the Ravenclaw passage they were dumbfounded. In which year did the first Goblin Rebellion occur? Asked the eagle-headed door knocker. Harry and Ron looked at each other. Damn it! Professor Bin's lectures on history of magic were like a lullaby. They were snoring in almost every class. How bored must one be to listen to that old ghost's lectures seriously? 520 years. Harry had no choice but to make up one. Mistake. 521 years. Mistake. A Ravenclaw first-year student standing in line behind Harry and Ron, waiting to enter the Ravenclaw common room, was impatient. 201 AD, he said lightly. Correct. The eagle-head door knocker opened the door. The first-year Ravenclaw proudly squeezed past Harry and Ron and entered the Ravenclaw common room. He gave the two of them a look of contempt before leaving. Harry and Ron blushed with shame, but they followed him into the Ravenclaw common room. If they didn't seize this opportunity, they might never be able to enter the Ravenclaw common room in their lives. When Harry and Ron found Mike, he was sitting on the sofa in front of the fireplace, reading a book with his legs crossed, and occasionally eating a piece of snack beside him. When he saw Harry and Ron coming, he put down his book and asked them why they came. By the time Harry and Ron explained the whole story to Mike, Mike had finished the snacks on the side. Well, this is what happened. We wanted to ask you if you know who Nicholas Flamel is. Harry was a little embarrassed because he felt that everyone in the Ravenclaw common room looked at him as a fool after what happened with the eagle-head door knocker. This made his face turn red. Fortunately, they were standing next to the stove, so others would only think that his face was burned red. I know. If you didn't know, what? You actually knew. Harry couldn't wait to leave here, but Mike gave him an answer that surprised him. Yes, if you are careful enough, you will find the introduction of Nicholas Flamel on the magic card that comes with the chocolate frog, on Dumbledore's card. Mike changed his sitting position. Nicholas Flamel is the only maker of the famous Philosopher's Stone and the only owner of the Philosopher's Stone today. Harry and Ron looked confused when they heard this. Seeing their confusion, Mike had to continue explaining. The Philosopher's Stone has the power to turn stones into gold and can also make people immortal. I heard that Nicholas Flamel and his wife are hundreds of years old now, all thanks to the Philosopher's Stone. Then what Hagrid took from Gringotts that day must be the Philosopher's Stone. Snape must want to get the Philosopher's Stone. Harry said excitedly. Yet. Turning stone into gold. Who wouldn't want that? Ron said with the light of gold galleons in his eyes. Mike, Ron, we have to go tell Dumbledore now that Snape is trying to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Looking at the two people in front of him who were so excited that they couldn't control themselves, Mike shook his head calmly, picked up the book again and replied, I won't go, I still have to read. But... Harry wanted to continue persuading Mike but was pulled away by Ron. I think he has become stupid from reading too much. You know, Ravenclaw is full of nerds. If Hermione hadn't been sorted into Gryffindor, she would probably become like this too. Ron said to Harry in a voice that he thought no one could hear. Mike, who heard everything that just happened clearly, glanced at the two people who were walking away with contempt and crossed his legs again. He was not going to participate in the puzzle game that Dumbledore had set up specifically for Harry. Chapter 34. Dolphin's Request. The Christmas holiday was over soon, and the students returned to school one after another. Hogwarts became lively again, and everyone was very happy, whether they stayed at school or went home. They exchanged their Christmas experiences with each other and had a great time chatting. However, not everyone was happy, and Dolphin had a not-so-happy Christmas. The Carrow family was once one of the 28 noble pureblood families, but has now fallen. In the past 100 years, the Carrow family has always refused to marry Muggle wizards, determined to maintain their noble bloodline, and only married direct purebloods from the same 28 pureblood families. However, after hundreds or thousands of years of intermarriage, the blood relationship between the 28 pure-blooded families is already very close, and continuing to intermarry would be no different from marrying close relatives. The result of this is that the number of members of the Carlow family is decreasing, and the number of duds is increasing. As we all know, the probability of giving birth to deformed and mentally retarded children from inbreeding is very high, but there is also a small probability of giving birth to super geniuses, which is why many people insist on the theory of pure-blood aristocracy. The vast majority of famous wizards in history come from extremely pure-blooded wizard families. Originally, if the Carlow family did this, they would be able to give birth to a genius with extraordinary talents, and then lead the Carlow family to rise again. However, it is obvious that they do not have that kind of luck. In fact, Dolphin was the only offspring of their generation, and the rest had almost lost their fertility. However, this was not the worst. The most urgent thing now was that the Carlow family had no money. Pure-blood families like the Carlow family are still immersed in the glory of the past and cannot extricate themselves, pursuing the ultimate luxury in food, clothing, and daily necessities. It is conceivable that with such descendants, no matter how much wealth their ancestors have accumulated for them, they will squander it all. So Dolphin was brought by his parents to attend the Christmas dinner at Malfoy Manor. They hoped that the Malfoy family would be able to give them some help because they were all pure-blood families. But things went against their wishes. At the dinner, a group of children led by Draco humiliated Thorfinn in every way. The reason was Thorfinn's magic drink. In Draco's opinion, since the magic drinks sold by Michael and the Weasley brothers were named after Thorfinn, their relationship must be very good. So Thorfinn was miserable. He had no playmates of the same age as he was young. When he grew up, he was looked down upon by children from other wizarding families because his family was too poor. This made him develop an inferiority complex. There is a saying that goes, either explode in silence or die in silence. Under Draco's humiliation, Thorfinn chose to explode and punched Draco in the cheek. Draco staggered back a few steps but did not fall to the ground. Then, Draco, who was furious, and Gower Crabbe gave Thorfinn a severe lesson, and later drove Thorfinn and his parents out of Malfoy Manor. Thorfinn returned to Hogwarts with injuries all over his body, and the first thing he did when he arrived at Hogwarts was to find Mike. "You were serious about your promise to help me, right?" Dolphin's face was bruised and he grimaced in pain as he spoke. "Of course, just let me know if you have any trouble." Hearing this, Mike stood up from the sofa next to the fireplace. He knew that business was coming. "I want you to help me teach Draco a lesson. That guy beat me up like this. He also humiliated my parents." Thorfinn pointed at the bruises on his face and said viciously. Mike walked around Dolphin and observed his injuries. He said, "It seems that he hurt you badly. I won't ask the details. You are my friend and I will definitely help you. It's just that there is a problem of cost." Dolphin flew into a rage when he heard what Mike said. He grabbed Mike's collar and shouted, "Didn't I give you the formula of the magic drink? Didn't you say you would help me? Do you know that it's because of you?" Before he could finish, Mike raised his right foot and kicked Dolphin in the abdomen, knocking him out. "Be polite to me, little brat." Mike straightened his collar. "Don't you think about who is willing to help you now, Cedric? I'm afraid it's good enough that the guy doesn't cause trouble for you. In other words, if you want my help, you have to give me some benefits, otherwise, forget it." But I have no money." Dolphin curled up into a ball. "I'm not short of money." Mike smiled with a look of success. "I know your Carlo family is one of the 28 pure-blood families. Even if you have almost ruined it, a lean camel is still bigger than a horse. You must have some good things in your family. Our family heirlooms have long been sold out." It seems that Mike used quite a lot of force in that kick just now. Dolphin is still lying on the ground. He struggled to get up several times but failed every time. "So there's nothing to talk about." Mike winked at Franklin beside him. Franklin understood, nodded to Mike and walked over to Dolphin, ready to throw him out of the Ravenclaw common room. Wait! I know what to give you." Dolphin thought Franklin was going to teach him a lesson again, so he quickly put his hands on his head and said. Mike raised his hand to stop Franklin's action, sat back on the sofa and said, "Tell me about it." "The wind speed spell. This is a spell inherited from our Carlo family that can make people move faster. I've learned it." Dolphin knelt on the ground with sweat all over his forehead. "The wind speed spell is very useful." "Really?" Mike stepped forward and helped Dolphin up, whispering in his ear, "Deal." After watching Thorfinn write down the method of casting the wind speed spell, Mike took Franklin to the Slytherin common room. This time Mike did not intend to use any conspiracy or trickery. This was the first time he stood up for his subordinates. He wanted to teach Malfoy a lesson in public. Only in this way would others know how loyal he was. As for the school rules, Mike didn't care at all. With his relationship with Professor Flitwick, the school would never expel him for such a thing. Not to mention the house points. At first Mike even thought about getting the house cup, but then he realized that this year's house cup had been decided by Dumbledore for Harry Potter. No matter how many points he earned for Ravenclaw, at the end of the grade Dumbledore would use various titles to help Gryffindor gain extra points until Gryffindor became number 1. Chapter 35. Chris closes the door. In the Slytherin common room, Draco was telling his companions how luxurious the Christmas party held at his home was and how distinguished the guests were. Just as he was talking excitedly, he was interrupted by a voice. "Draco! It's bad. Chris said breathlessly, that lunatic Mike is blocking the door of Slytherin and wants to cause trouble for you. What? Draco was horrified. Chris, close the door. Don't let him in. Draco really didn't want to deal with Mike anymore. Last time he only offended Mike with words. According to his expectation, Mike should be angry but helpless, but he didn't expect Mike to directly cast a petrification spell. The most abominable thing is that afterwards, Michael did not receive any punishment, but was put in solitary confinement for half a month. Professor McGonagall was not his godfather, and Draco's half-month solitary confinement was actually half a month of facing the wall. Teenagers aged 11 or 12 are naughty and restless. When Draco was facing the wall, he was even fixed in front of the wall by Professor McGonagall with a petrifying spell several times because of his improper standing posture. After half a month of confinement, Draco felt that the spell he hated most in his life was the petrification spell. In Draco's eyes, Mike was a complete lunatic who didn't care about the school rules at all. If he was allowed to enter Slytherin and got beaten up in front of so many classmates, he would be too ashamed to face anyone. I think you'd better go and take a look. Chris looked strange. There are already a lot of people gathered at the door. Mike said a lot of unpleasant things. Draco couldn't help but clench his fists when he heard Chris say that. He understood what Chris meant. If he just let Mike shout at the door and he didn't fight back, the consequences would be no different from having him beaten in public. And he didn't necessarily lose to Mike. Good brother, you are really thoughtful. Draco patted Chris's shoulder vigorously. Let's go. When Draco and Chris arrived at the entrance of Slytherin, there were already a lot of people gathered there. All of them were Slytherin students, and in the center of the crowd were Mike, Franklin, and Dolphin. The moment Draco saw Thorfinn, he understood what was going on. It was nothing more than a case of beating the younger and then the older. Looking at the many Slytherin students surrounding him, Draco finally felt relieved. No matter how strong Mike was, he couldn't beat so many people. So he said calmly, Mike, don't go too far. And Thorfinn, you little glutton, glutton is a contemptuous name for Hufflepuff by Slytherin, actually have the nerve to show up in front of me. It seems that I didn't deal with you well last time. Hearing Draco talking about this, Thorfinn was furious. But with so many Slytherins watching him, he didn't dare to lose his temper, looking angry but unable to speak. And then Mike spoke. Draco, don't you think your behavior is despicable? You call yourself a pure-blood noble, but you bully Thorfinn, who is also one of the 28 pure-blood families. And there are several people bullying one. Are you afraid that you can't beat Thorfinn alone? Bullshit. Draco was very angry. Thorfinn is my friend, I must seek justice for him. Since you are all pure-bloods, then use the pure-blood method to solve the problem, wizard duel. You decide the time and place. Mike showed a mocking smile on his face, but you won't be afraid to come this time like Harry did last time, right? You're talking nonsense. Let's go to the same place tonight. Whoever doesn't come is a dog. Draco was a little panicked. He was afraid that Mike would continue to tell Harry about how he fooled Harry last time, and then he would become a laughingstock. Okay, but you may be wrong. The one who wants to duel with you is Dolphin, and I'm just his assistant. After saying that, Mike pushed Dolphin up. Dolphin didn't expect Mike to do this and almost fell flat on his face. After stabilizing himself, he wanted to say something harsh, but seeing Draco's murderous eyes, he finally backed off and shrank back to Mike's side. The people around him laughed when they saw Dolphin's cowardly look, but Draco couldn't laugh. Michael was a student that Flitwick was very optimistic about. Needless to say, he was very strong. If he took Goyle or Crabbe with him, they would probably not be able to beat Michael. As for standing them up like last time, Draco would never dare to do so. Many people knew about it this time, and it would be more embarrassing for him not to go than to be defeated. After much deliberation, Draco finally found a suitable assistant, Chris. Chris' full name is Chris Flint, and he is also one of the 28 pure-blood families. He is different from those two idiots, Gower and Crabbe. The Flint family is not weaker than the Malfoy family. Chris's strength is needless to say. One word can describe it, fierce. Malfoy looked at Chris for his opinion. The two had equal status, and Malfoy could not order Chris around like he did Goyle Crabbe. Chris, who was standing by, received Malfoy's gaze and nodded gently. The Flint family and the Malfoy family had been friends for generations, and he and Draco had grown up together. He couldn't just turn a blind eye to his friend's troubles. Seeing that Chris agreed to Malfoy's request, he was delighted and said to Mike, "My assistant is Chris. You are dead this time." When he heard Draco mention Mike, he noticed the black-haired boy who had been standing next to him. The young man was about the same age as Draco, with short black hair that was naturally curly. He stood there straight as a pine tree, and it was obvious that he had received a good education. Seeing Mike staring at him, Chris even smiled at Mike. Mike nodded at him as a greeting, and said to Draco, "We'll see when the time comes." After leaving Slytherin, Thorfinn finally couldn't help but said, "Why is it me and Draco who are dueling? Shouldn't you help me teach him a lesson? This is different from what we agreed on." "Don't worry, you won't lose as long as I'm here." Mike yawned lazily, "Then you will nominally be the one who defeated Draco, wouldn't that be great?" Dolphin was somewhat tempted after hearing what Mike said, but his cowardly nature still made him very hesitant. Mike didn't bother to say anything more to Franklin as he looked like a loser, so he told Franklin to go back to the Ravenclaw common room. "Before leaving, I left a message. Don't forget tonight. If you stand me up, you know the consequences." Chapter 36. Midnight Duel. At midnight that day, Mike left the Ravenclaw common room using the disillusionment charm. When he arrived at the trophy room where the duel would take place, Malfoy, Chris, and Dolphin were already there. "You little glutton, where's Mike? Is he too scared to come?" Malfoy was yelling at Dolphin. Dolphin heard Malfoy's shouting but didn't dare to reply. He looked around to find Mike. He was very nervous. Normally, he would never dare to go out at night, but this time Mike threatened him. "Are you looking for me, Malfoy?" In an open space not far from the three people, Mike lifted the disillusionment spell. Mike slowly appeared in front of everyone. Mike's sudden appearance startled the three of them. Dolphin screamed, then quickly covered his mouth for fear of attracting Filch. Malfoy and Chris recognized the disillusionment charm, and their faces looked unhappy. As a high-level spell, the user of the disillusionment charm must be a wizard with powerful magic. "Now that everyone is here, let's get started." Chris stood up and said. Chris didn't want to continue talking nonsense. The trophy room was not a good place for a duel, especially at night. Filch might come here at any time. Mike agreed. "Then let me introduce them first. The two combatants are Draco Malfoy and Thorfinn Caro." Thorfinn spread his hands and pointed at the two men. "Their assistants are me and Mike Townley." Chris nodded to the two men, then stepped back to Malfoy and said, "The duel begins now. Please salute each other." Thorfinn and Malfoy are both pure-blood wizards, and they are familiar with the etiquette of wizard duels. Both sides held their wands in front of their chests like swords, and then they bowed to each other. Both of them had impeccable etiquette, not to mention Draco. Mike was a little surprised that a timid guy like Thorfinn could master such standard duel etiquette. Of course, if he knew that Dolphin had been forced to learn by his family with a stick every day since he was 3 years old, he might not be surprised. As the 3-second countdown ended, Malfoy swung the wand held in front of his chest towards Thorfinn. "Stand still with your legs stiff." At the same time, Dolphin looked at the red light flying towards him from Malfoy's wand and was unable to react for a moment. It took him a while to try to dodge. Unfortunately, his reaction was too slow. Just as he turned around to dodge, Malfoy's leg-locking curse had already hit him. There was a loud bang and Dolphin fell flat on his face. He was moving and undoubtedly lost his balance under the sudden leg-locking curse. Just as Draco was about to take advantage of the victory, Mike flashed in front of Dolphin. "Let's change people," Mike said coldly. "Hee. That's just what I want. I'll show you the new magic I learned." Oolong out of the cave. With a roar from Draco, a black smoke floated down from Draco's wand, fell to the ground and turned into a small black snake. As soon as the little snake appeared, it spit out red letters and rushed towards Mike. "Wind speed spell." Mike waved his wand gently, and a green light flashed on Mike. Then Mike rushed towards Draco like a rocket. Mike didn't plan to use spells against Draco, that would be too boring. He wanted to use the newly learned wind speed spell to fight Draco in physical combat. After using the wind speed spell, Mike's speed increased several times. Now he can definitely win a gold medal in the sprint if he participates in the Olympics. He slightly turned sideways to avoid the black snake that was flying towards him, and Mike rushed in front of Draco in an instant. Mike bent his knees and arched his waist, and after a brief period of accumulation of strength, his right fist hit Draco's abdomen hard. The look of surprise on Draco's face had not yet disappeared when he was hit by Mike's punch and couldn't help but arch his abdomen. Mike took advantage of the situation and grabbed Draco's neatly combed wavy golden hair with both hands, while at the same time kneeing Draco hard in the face with his right knee. What? Draco was hit in the face by Mike's knee and fell back with a scream. His nose was broken and blood was spurting out of his nostrils like tap water. With a bang, Draco fell to the ground with his head back, covering his nose and groaning in pain. Draco was knocked down with 2 strikes, which made the other 2 people present a little at a loss. Mike ignored Draco, who had lost the ability to resist, and tilted his head to look at Chris beside him. Chris looked at Draco, who was lying on the ground with blood and tears flowing from his nose, and was rolling around holding his nose. He then looked at Mike, who was staring at him fiercely, as if he was going to rush up and give him a loving knee strike at the next moment. You win. I don't want to be eaten like that. Chris raised his hands in surrender without hesitation. We will give Dolphin enough compensation, don't worry. Mike was a little surprised when he saw Chris being sincere in front of him. This guy is not stupid. I thought that all the people hanging out with Draco were idiots like him, but it seems there are still smart people among them. Thorfinn, who was still locked in the leg-locking curse and unable to stand up, saw Draco's miserable appearance and couldn't help but laugh loudly. Ha ha ha, you have come to this day. Aren't you quite arrogant? Why are you crying now? Ha ha ha. Chris looked at Dolphin speechlessly. It wasn't you who hit me, why are you so proud? Mike was about to answer Chris when Filch's voice came from outside the trophy display room. Aha! Sure enough, it's here. You naughty little bastards. Why are you staying up late at night to have a wizard duel? Everyone looked towards the door, only to see Filch looking at the 4 people in the room with red eyes. Filch seemed to be frightened by Draco's miserable state, and retreated to a place where no one could see him. Just wait, I have already informed Professor McGonagall. You can't get away. Before Filch could finish his words, Professor McGonagall appeared at the door. You, all of you will be put in detention. Professor McGonagall was so angry that she could hardly breathe. Deduct another 50 points. Deduct 50 points from everyone. Hearing Professor McGonagall's words, Draco, who was still lying on the ground, turned pale. He didn't want to be petrified again in his life. Not to mention that he and Chris had caused Slytherin to be deducted 100 points. The seniors would definitely kill him in the future. Mike was very calm. He didn't care about grades or detention at all. He didn't care even more whether Draco would ask his father to take revenge on him afterwards. Mike is barefoot and is not afraid of wearing shoes. If Malfoy is capable, he will ask his father to fight with Mike personally. As for the fact that Malfoy's father was a Hogwarts director and could expel Mike, that was even more impossible. Dumbledore would not allow the directors to expel students at will because of personal grudges. In fact, in Dumbledore's view, the directors were just ATMs, because he was now the most powerful person in the wizarding world. Chapter 37. Forbidden Forest. That night, Mike and others were escorted back to their respective colleges one by Professor McGonagall, except for Malfoy, who had to go to Madame Pomfrey for treatment. Malfoy's injury was not serious, and he recovered in just one night under Madame Pomfrey's treatment. But he tried his best to pretend to be in unbearable pain, hoping that Madame Pomfrey would let him stay in the infirmary for a few more days, because he knew that if he went out now, he would definitely be greeted by a storm. However, Madame Pomfrey did not buy it and forced him out. So Malfoy had no choice but to go to the hall early the next morning, knowing that he could no longer escape. There are 4 huge hourglasses in the hall, which are used to record the scores of the 4 major colleges. Now, the hourglasses belonging to Hufflepuff, Slytherin and Ravenclaw are missing a large part of the gems used to represent the scores. The Slytherin hourglass is particularly obvious, as they lost 100 points last night because of the night outing of 2 young wizards. Mike came to the hall early and was now eating breakfast slowly. The deduction of points was nothing to him. The points he earned for Ravenclaw had already far exceeded 50 points, and all the young wizards in Ravenclaw knew this very well. But it's different for Draco and Chris. Slytherin has won the House Cup for 6 consecutive years. In order to get the House Cup Grand Slam, this year's graduates not only tried their best, but also warned their younger classmates that whoever misbehaves and causes them to not win the House Cup this year will be the enemy of all the 7th-year graduates. As soon as Draco arrived in the hall, he was taken away by 2 senior students. No one knew where he was taken to discuss life. As for Chris, although he was not carried away, looking at the scars on his face, he must have been beaten a lot after returning home last night. Among the four, Dolphin was probably the one who was treated the best. Not only did the Hufflepuff classmates not blame Dolphin for making their already pitiful house points even less, but they also surrounded him and kept comforting him, hoping that he would not blame himself for this matter. After all, they were used to being at the bottom of the class every year. Mike was indifferent to all these things. Today's breakfast at Hogwarts was curry beef. Although Mike was a little surprised why he had curry for breakfast, to be honest, it tasted really good. Suddenly an owl threw a letter onto Mike's plate. Mike reacted quickly and stood up to avoid it, so he was not splashed with curry. But the little witch sitting opposite him was not so lucky. She was covered in curry on her head and face. After being stunned for a moment, she ran to the girls' bathroom crying. Mike didn't care. He took out his magic wand and used it to clean the letter stained with curry. Then he picked up the letter and started reading. Mr. Mike Townley, please arrive at Mr. Filch's office at midnight tonight. Mr. Filch will take you to the Forbidden Forest to begin your detention. Mike was a little surprised when he saw the content of the letter. This was not right. Isn't this the plot of the three saviors going to the Forbidden Forest? How did it happen to me? Mike was a little confused. The Forbidden Forest plot was the first time that the original trio faced Voldemort, so there was a high possibility that he would encounter Voldemort this time as well. However, with Mike's current strength, he would most likely be defeated if he rashly encountered Voldemort. Looks like we need to make some preparations and not just sit there and wait for death. Mike stopped eating and walked towards the Ravenclaw common room. Mike spent the whole day preparing for the evening trip to the Forbidden Forest. What he was most proud of was that he had pieced together an anti-death curse garment. This protective suit is actually not much different from an ordinary vest, except that it has many pockets, and Mike sewed a lab mouse into each pocket. If the Avada Kedavra curse hits this suit, it is very likely that only the mice will be hit, so Mike can survive. This protective suit was not actually invented by Mike, but was invented by half-blood wizards who were afraid of being found by Voldemort during his rampage. This suit is definitely effective, and many people have survived the Avada Kedavra curse with this suit, but the only drawback is that it requires luck. If you are hit in other parts of your body, you will still die. However, what Mike lacks the least is luck. Everything was ready, and Mike set off for Filch's office. When Mike arrived, Dolphin and the others had already arrived, but Filch was nowhere to be seen in the office. Mike, do you know? My mother told me that there are giant eight-eyed spiders in the Forbidden Forest. Dolphin was very nervous. He pulled Mike's sleeve and lowered his voice and said, the giant eight-eyed spider is the kind of spider that eats children. I heard that they are as big as the night bus. Oh, you don't know the night bus yet? The night bus is. Before Dolphin could continue, Filch's iconic voice came over. That's right. You will all be eaten by the Acromantula tonight. Filch limped in from the door and looked at the four people in the office. Okay, come with me, we're already late. Filch lit an oil lamp. As far as I'm concerned, the school doesn't need to use such a troublesome method to punish students. Just hang the offending students from the ceiling for a few days like they did before, and make sure they behave themselves when you let them down. I mean it. In fact, I keep those chains in good condition. Okay, I don't have time to listen to your bragging. Let's go, Filch. Mike was getting a little impatient. The little white mice sewn into his vest kept moving around, making him very uncomfortable. Filch was furious, but Mac just walked out of the office. When Malfoy and the others saw Mike taking the lead, they followed him out. They all disliked Filch. Mike came to the entrance of the Forbidden Forest according to his memory. A huge black figure was standing there motionless. It was Hagrid. His figure was particularly easy to recognize. Oh, you are the students who come to help tonight, right? Where is Filch? Hagrid was a little confused. That old squib walked too slowly. We left him behind long ago. After saying this, Malfoy glanced at Mike with a smug look, implying that you are not the only one who will be in the spotlight. Who? Who? You are talking nonsense. I am not. Filch rushed over breathlessly and just heard what Malfoy had just said. I saw the letter you left on the table. Speedy spell lessons, ha ha ha. Poor old Filch can't even cast a spell yet. Malfoy laughed. All right. Stop arguing, you're already late. Hagrid interrupted Filch, who was about to retort, "Let's go." Hagrid, holding a torch in one hand and leading the Hound Fang in the other, led the way into the Forbidden Forest. Mike followed without hesitation. Thorfinn and the others looked at each other, and after a little hesitation, they also followed. Chapter 38. Shock. Late at night, Hagrid, Mike, and 3 others were walking in the dense woods. The moonlight was very bright today. At first, Mike could observe the surrounding environment through the moonlight, but as they gradually went deeper into the Forbidden Forest, the moonlight was blocked by the dense branches and leaves above their heads. There was a lot of noise around them, with the sound of insects chirping, the rustling of leaves and grass caused by unknown creatures passing through, the roar of unknown creatures in the distance, and pairs of green eyes that appeared from time to time not far away. All of this reminded everyone that they were not the only creatures in this forest. Draco and Chris were very nervous, and Thorfinn was shaking all over and could hardly walk. Not to mention them, even Mike felt creepy. Having experience in jungle survival, Mike knew better than them the dangers of going deep into the jungle at night. They had just entered the Forbidden Forest not long ago. Normally, the trees should not be dense enough to block the moonlight. This was simply unscientific. The only person they can rely on in this situation is Hagrid, the Hogwarts gamekeeper. The torch in Hagrid's hand was like hope in Pandora's box, attracting the 4 people to come closer involuntarily. Hagrid also noticed the tension of the crowd, and whispered to comfort them, "It's okay, little ones. You are very safe with Fang and I here. Our mission this time is very simple. We just need to investigate the situation of the unicorns in the Forbidden Forest. They have been acting a little abnormal recently." The 4 did not respond to Hagrid. They could tell that Hagrid was trying to comfort them, but they were not in the mood to thank him now. Not long after they started walking, Hagrid stopped. "Well, now that we're here I should split up," Hagrid told the group. "What? Split up? Are you crazy or am I crazy? You want us to split up in such a dangerous place? This is Draco." Hagrid was a little overwhelmed by Draco's yelling, but he did not change his principles. "We don't have much time. If we don't split up, we will be too late. By the way, you are Mike, right?" "Yes." "Oh, I remember you. You were with us last time I took Harry to Gringotts. Harry often mentioned you afterwards and said he wanted to come with you to see me." "Yeah, I was delayed because of something. Harry told me a lot about you. You are a good man, Hagrid." Mike shrugged and spread his hands to explain. Hagrid was very happy to receive the good guy card and handed the rope leading to Fang to Mike. "Ha ha ha, what a good boy. Come, I'll leave Fang to you." Hagrid's face covered with thick beard twitched a few times. He must be laughing. "According to Professor McGonagall's instructions, you have to be in a group with little Malfoy. And Thorfinn and Chris will follow me. Don't worry, Fang will remind you if there is any danger, and then you know to cast a signal spell and I will be there." Mike nodded in agreement. It would be useless to be with anyone if he met Voldemort. Draco on the side disagreed. "What? You want me to be in a group with him?" Draco's eyes almost popped out. "Do you know that he broke my nose yesterday? Didn't you say you would protect me? I want to be in a group with you. Professor McGonagall knows about your feud, and she thinks you should spend more time together." Hagrid looked at Draco helplessly. "Well, hurry up, McGonagall has already left. You should know that if you don't follow the school rules, you will be expelled even if your father is rich." Hearing the sound, Draco looked at Mike, who had already walked away, gritted his teeth and followed him. Mike had gradually gotten used to the surroundings. He glanced at Draco, who was following him silently, and didn't pay much attention. He was no longer afraid of this trip to the Forbidden Forest. He was fully prepared for it. At this moment, he was even looking forward to meeting Voldemort, the top fighting force in the wizarding world. The 2 of them walked slowly forward under the light of the luminescent charm. Although the luminescent charm brought them light, it did not give them a sense of security like a torch. When Mike was passing by a bush, a glowing object suddenly flew out from it. Draco was so scared that he screamed and turned to run away. "Shut up! That's an elf!" Mike shouted in a low voice. Draco stopped what he was doing when he heard that, and turned his head tremblingly to look at the glowing object. He saw a Cornish elf, about 6 centimeters tall, with insect wings but in human form, waving its claws and fangs at him. Draco breathed a sigh of relief, as this kind of elf did not have much attack power. It was probably because Mike had disturbed his sleep. Why are there Cornish pixies in the Forbidden Forest? They only live in Cornwall, Draco asked. Don't ask such irrelevant questions. Take care of yourself first. Mike, you are very strong, right? I know. Draco swallowed. If you protect me tonight, I will forgive you for breaking my nose, and I will also let my father give you a large sum of gold galleons. Shut up and look what that is. Mike ignored Draco. He noticed something unusual. In an open space not far in front of them, there was an object emitting a dim silver-white light, which was particularly obvious in the pitch-dark Forbidden Forest. Mike hurried forward to check. What is this? Draco asked. Unicorn blood. Mike dipped his hand into the silvery white liquid and rubbed it. Looks like we found it. Unicorns are very powerful creatures. What kind of creature can hurt them? Draco was a little scared. Let's go. It's too dangerous. Let's just pretend we didn't find anything. Mike ignored Draco. In order to perform a perfect disillusionment spell to conceal the magical restrictions in the restricted area, he needed an object that could emit a large amount of magic power to cover up his own magical fluctuations, and the blood of powerful magical creatures was the best choice. Originally Mike was planning to use dragon blood. It just so happened that the Norwegian Styracosaurus raised by Hagrid was about to be born soon, so he could steal it and bleed it then. But now he has a better choice, unicorn blood. Mike began to look around and saw the unicorn's silver-white fluorescent blood spreading far away. It seemed that the unicorn was injured. Mike and Draco followed the blood trail and soon found the end of it. I saw a unicorn emitting holy silver light all over its body lying motionless on the grass. A black figure was pounced on it and biting it. Silvery white blood continued to spread from under the unicorn's body, forming a large pool of glowing blood. Chapter 39. Fierce Battle. Mike felt like his scalp was about to explode. The dark shadow lying on the unicorn was definitely Voldemort. Draco, who arrived shortly after, was also startled. He opened his mouth in horror and stared blankly at the tragedy happening in front of him. The hound Yaya, who was with them, was also so scared that he collapsed on the grass, with his tail tightly clamped between his legs, looking very scared. Mike was afraid that Draco would scream, so he covered his mouth and whispered in his ear, "Back off slowly, don't make any sound, understand?" Feeling Draco's mouth being covered by him, he nodded, and Mike released his hand that was covering his mouth. The two men looked at each other and began to slowly retreat. They retreated very slowly, fearing that if they took a little bigger step, it would attract the attention of the black figure not far away. But just because Draco could understand what Mike said didn't mean Fang could understand it too. Yaya, who was lying on the ground motionless out of fear like Draco, suddenly stood up and ran in the direction they came from, making a rustling sound. The sound was particularly obvious in the silent night, and the black figure turned his head and looked towards Mike. "This damn dog! I must kill it and make soup when I get back!" Mike yelled, "Wind speed spell!" Mike didn't care about anything else. He cast a wind speed spell on himself, picked up Draco and ran away. However, before Mike ran far, a hoarse voice came from behind him. "There are many obstacles." As soon as he finished speaking, Mike felt himself hit an invisible wall, lost his balance and fell to the ground, while Draco was thrown to who knows where. "Wind speed curse, you're a kid from the Caro family?" "Hey? No, the smell on you is, you're a mood blood." A hoarse voice came from behind Mike. Hearing the voice, Mike felt that his head, which had been dizzy from the impact, suddenly became clear. Mike quickly raised his right hand, and the black thornwood wand that had been thrown away returned to Mike's hand almost instantly under the summoning spell of the combat wand set. The flames are blazing. A beam of white flame spurted out from the tip of the black prickly pear wand, rising into the sky and engulfing the black figure. Mike was trying to maintain the fire spell while thinking about how to escape. He knew that the fire spell would not last long. Suddenly, a scream attracted Mike's attention. It was Draco. The guy saw him confronting the black figure and turned around and ran away. Just when Mike was distracted, the hoarse voice in the white flames sounded again, "Disarm you." This time the voice was obviously filled with anger. A red light flashed from the flames and flew towards Mike at an extremely fast speed, against the fire spell released by Mike. Mike's fire spell was simply vulnerable to the red light. Boom! Mike flew backwards in response. Although his wand was not knocked away by the disarming spell because of the wand cover, the disarming spell cast by the black figure was obviously not ordinary. The knockback effect alone knocked Mike back more than 3 meters. Mike struggled to get up. Although his whole body was in pain, he might really die here if he didn't fight hard. At the critical moment, Mike only felt something heating up in his chest. His magical perception became unusually clear, and the magic in his body seemed to sense the master's crisis and began to boil. It seemed as if something was guiding him. Under the guidance of this mysterious force, the magic power in his body began to arrange and combine in a unique way, forming a magic symbol and then collectively flowing towards the blackthornwood wand. Mike raised his wand based on his feeling and shouted, "Flame!" A white fireball as big as an adult's head flew out from the black prickly pear wand. "Protect everyone!" Looking at the fireball flying towards him, the black figure began to get anxious. He waved his wand in the air and almost instantly drew a set of wonderful magic runes in the air. As the magic runes were formed and the spells were recited, a white transparent shield wrapped around the black figure's entire body. Boom! With a loud bang, the white fireball and the translucent shield collided violently. Almost instantly, the white transparent shield was shattered by the fireball, and the violent shock wave sent the black figure flying. The explosion of the white fireball brought up sparks and ignited the trees around the two people. The temperature of the white flame was extremely high, and the flame spread almost instantly. Mike felt like he had no strength left in his body. The previous attack had consumed almost all of his magic power. Fortunately, the effect of the wind speed spell was still there, and Mike gathered his strength and fled with difficulty in the direction they came from. However, the battle is not over yet. The black figure who was blown away by the shock wave slowly climbed up. The black hood on his head was shattered in the explosion just now, and Quirrell's somewhat young face was revealed. Seeing Mike running away at a very fast speed, Quirrell struggled to get up and chase him, but the severe pain in his right leg stopped him. His right leg was unfortunately broken in the explosion just now. Just when Quirrell was at a loss, a cold, emotionless voice came from the back of Quirrell's head. "Trash, let me do it." "Yes, master." A strange black mist floated out from the back of Quirrell's head, and soon covered Quirrell's whole body. Quirrell's expression immediately became dull, and his body stood up in a very awkward posture. "Quirrell, no, now I should call him Voldemort." Voldemort looked at Mike's gradually receding figure and raised his wand. Avada Kedavra. A green streak, representing death, streaked across the night sky and rushed towards Mike at a speed that was difficult for the human eye to capture. At this time, Mike, who was running for his life, seemed to sense the danger and turned to look behind him. A hint of green gradually enlarged in Mike's pupils, and the green light accurately hit Mike's chest. In an instant, the green light that hit Mike's chest exploded, and Mike flew backwards as if he was hit by a running car. Snapped! Mike fell to the ground like a rag. He could hear nothing, feel nothing, and there was still a trace of green on his retina. Gradually, Mike's consciousness began to become blurred. Mike vaguely felt as if someone was turning his body over, but at this time Mike was too powerless to resist. I don't know how much time had passed, but the person who had just turned his body over seemed to have left, and Mike's consciousness finally fell into darkness. Chapter 40. Strange Ceiling. Inside the Hogwarts infirmary, bright sunlight shone on the snow-white bed. Mike, lying on the bed, frowned, and kept replaying the scene of the green light hitting him in his mind. He felt like his head was about to explode with pain. Mike finally couldn't stand the pain anymore. He held his head tightly with both hands and sat up from the bed. It would have been fine if he didn't sit up, but when he sat up, Mike felt a sharp pain in his chest. "What?" Mike couldn't help but scream. Hearing Mike's painful roar, Mrs. Pomfret hurried in from the front room. "Merlin, you finally woke up." Attracted by the sound, Mike looked in the direction of the sound. He saw Mrs. Pomfret's fat face looking at him with concern. "How do you feel? Are you feeling unwell?" asked Mrs. Pomfret. "My head hurts so bad. And my chest, too." "Then there's no problem. Chest pain is normal. You have 3 broken ribs, child." Madame Pomfret stroked Mike's forehead with her hand. "As for the headache, it may be related to the killing curse." "Korean curse?" "Yes, I can't believe you survived the Avada Kedavra curse with just an old-fashioned anti-Kedavra cloth. You know, the probability of this happening is very small." After that, Mrs. Pomfret took out a bottle of blue liquid and a bottle of purple liquid from a cabinet and poured them into a transparent cup. The 2 liquids in the transparent cup mixed to form a strange green color in an unscientific way. "Come, drink this and you'll feel better." Mrs. Pomfret brought the cup to Mike's mouth. Mike looked at the cup of green unknown liquid in front of him, which was still bubbling with strange bubbles, and retched. Whenever he saw something green, he would think of the green light in the Forbidden Forest. Seeing that Mike looked like he couldn't drink it, Mrs. Pomfret reached out and pried open Mike's mouth, then poured the entire cup of green liquid into Mike's mouth. Mike only felt a warm current flowing down his throat to his stomach, and after circling around his stomach, it rushed straight to his brain, and then he lost consciousness again. When Mike woke up again, it was already dark. I have to say that although Mrs. Pomfret's medicine didn't look very good, the effect was really amazing. Now Mike's head didn't hurt as much as before. Mike didn't stand up immediately, but slowly moved his body starting from his fingers to check his physical condition. After checking himself, Mike breathed a sigh of relief. Mrs. Pomfret did not lie to him. Apart from some dull pain in his chest and head, he had no other adverse reactions. "Good evening, Mike." Mike was startled and looked quickly towards the source of the sound. He hadn't even noticed that there was someone else in the room. "Relax, would you like some fizz-a-bee candy?" Dumbledore made a gesture to Mike to relax, and handed the candy in his other hand to Mike. "Sweets are a magical potion, they always make people happy. I heard that Muggles have worked out the principle behind it, it seems to stimulate the nerves or something." "Professor Dumbledore, why are you here?" Mike said in a daze as he took the candy handed over by Dumbledore. "I want to talk to you about what happened in the Forbidden Forest that night." Dumbledore found a chair and sat down. "You've been in a coma for 3 days. Everyone is very worried about you. After all, not everyone can survive being hit by the killing curse, even if you were wearing the anti-killing curse cloth. You are lucky, Mike, you survived almost unscathed. It was Hagrid who saved you. I have to say that you learned the fire spell very well. It was very powerful and almost set 1/9 of the Forbidden Forest on fire. After Hagrid found out that the Forbidden Forest was on fire, he went in your direction and eventually met little Malfoy on the way. He eventually found you under the guidance of little Malfoy. It was really dangerous at the time. You were in a sea of fire, and Hagrid had to use a water-clearing spell to find you. Luckily there were no trees in your area, otherwise you would have been burned to death. Oh! By the way, please keep the fact that Hagrid can use magic a secret. His wand was cut off in an accident, and the Ministry of Magic ruled that he cannot use magic for the rest of his life. At the same time, you are also very brave. Even in such a dangerous situation, you can stand up to protect your classmates and fight against unknown dangers. Mr. Malfoy told us that you chose to let him go first to protect him, and you stayed alone to fight against the monster with a height of 8 meters and a waist circumference of 8 meters. Hearing this, Mike couldn't sit still anymore. He spread his hands and raised his voice and said, "What? That coward told you this? It was that damn coward who left me and ran away alone. I was thinking of taking him with me." Seeing Mike's frustrated look, Dumbledore smiled, a very bright smile. The bright moonlight from the window shone on his white robe and beard, making him look like he was glowing. "Anyway, it's a good thing, isn't it?" Dumbledore winked at Mike. "And that monster, he's not a man with an 8-meter square waist. He's a human being," Mike complained. When Dumbledore heard Mike talking about the monster, his eyes behind the lenses flashed with a gleam of success. "Is that a human? Can you describe it to me?" "That person is about 1.78 meters tall, of medium build, a man." Mike realized that Dumbledore was trapping him and answered perfunctorily. Dumbledore waited for a while, and when he saw that Mike had no intention of continuing, he asked, "Anything else?" "What else?" "It was pitch black and he was wearing a hood. I didn't see what he looked like at all." Mike once again used his signature move, spreading his hands and shrugging his shoulders. Also, he lowered his voice. I couldn't discern his real voice. After listening to Mike's description, Dumbledore fell silent. He lowered his head and seemed to be thinking about something. After a while, he seemed to have thought of something, raised his head and asked, "What was he doing when you found him?" "I believe that coward Malfoy should have answered this question for you. If you still need confirmation, I can answer it again. That person was lying on the unicorn and biting it." "I see. Thank you very much for the information, Mike." Dumbledore didn't care about Mike's attitude at all. He stood up and prepared to leave. "I should go now, Mike. You should have a good rest. Maybe you should eat that candy before going to sleep, so that your mouth is filled with sweetness and you can fall asleep slowly." That's what I like to do most. Oh, by the way. Dumbledore walked to the door and suddenly turned around and said, because of your bravery and wisdom, Ravenclaw will get 100 points. After saying that, he winked at Mike mischievously, and finally disappeared into the darkness in Mike's speechless eyes. Chapter 41, Wand Mutation. It was already noon when Mike woke up the next day. After Dumbledore left last night, Madame Pomfrey once again gave Mike a large glass of medicine. This potion seemed to have a sedative effect. Mike felt that he slept much longer than usual after drinking it. Mike's wand and the wand case given by Professor Flitwick were all quietly placed on the bedside table. Mike reached out to take the wand, ready to check whether it was damaged in the last battle. As soon as Mike got the wand, he noticed something strange. Although this blackthornwood wand looked the same as the original one, the feeling it gave him was completely different from the original one. Ollivander's skills were beyond reproach. Mike had used other people's wands before, but they were inferior to the blackthornwood wand that Ollivander had chosen for him. Although other wands could also release magic, there was always a sense of blockage in the process of transferring magic power to the wand, which greatly reduced the power of the magic used. The blackthornwood wand did not have this feeling at all, and the magic could come and go freely in it. Compared with other wands, the magic released by Mike using the blackthornwood wand was at least 30% stronger. After experiencing the battle in the Forbidden Forest, this wand gave Mike the feeling that it was not a wand at all, but an organ of Mike himself. The moment the palm touches the wand, the magic power automatically fills the entire wand. This feeling is very wonderful. According to Mike's magical perception, the magic power in the magic wand is exactly the same as the magic power in his body. In this state, Mike doesn't need to spend any time to infuse magic power into the wand when casting spells. The magic power will automatically replenish the magic power in the wand as if it has its own consciousness. Mike knew exactly what this meant. His spell casting speed will increase to an exaggerated level in the future, and the spell's power will also become even greater. The specific extent will need to be tested in the room of request after he recovers. Mike didn't know why his wand had changed, but he didn't care. Just like Dumbledore told him last night, no matter what, as long as the result was good, it was fine. He could ask Ollivander about the change in the wand after the holiday, and there was no need to worry about it now. Crack! The door of the infirmary was opened and Draco walked in stealthily. Hey, Mike! I came over to see you as soon as I heard you woke up. Are you okay? You coward! Mike said expressionlessly, staring at Malfoy. I didn't run away at that time. I went to find help. Draco scratched his head awkwardly. Look, didn't I bring that big guy Hagrid to rescue you later? You should really thank me. If it weren't for me, you might have been burned to death. You're a coward. I didn't mean it, I was just scared. Draco's face turned red. You're a coward. Okay. Okay. Sorry. Okay. Draco said angrily. Is that all? Then what do we need Aurors for? So what do you want? Draco understood what Mike meant. How about this, I forgive you for breaking my nose, and you don't tell anyone about what happened that night, how about that? Mike stroked the wand in his hand and looked at Draco with a smile. Plus 10 ounces of dragon's blood, and I'll keep it a secret. You don't want the whole world to know that you left your classmates behind and ran away alone. It's only 5 ounces at most. That thing is too expensive. Draco was furious when he saw Mike's smiling face. Mike knew when to stop and nodded to Draco. An ounce of dragon's blood sold for about 100 gold galleons in the market, and it was always out of stock. 5 ounces would cost gold galleons, which was almost as much as he could make from selling Dolphin magic drink for a semester. Seeing Mike nod in agreement, Draco was obviously relieved, and the expression on his face eased a lot. He walked to Mike's bed with an awkward pace, raised his head proudly and said, besides, after what happened in the Forbidden Forest, I think you may be a special, Muggle wizard. Maybe we can be friends. A descendant of the Malfoy family, one of the 28 noble pure-blood families, actually wants to make friends with a mudblood? Malfoy, have you been hit on the head by a troll? Mike said sarcastically, also, don't talk to me in that manner. All I can see is your dirty nostrils and the disgusting nose hairs inside. Draco was a little surprised at first when he heard Mike call himself a mudblood, but he immediately went crazy when he heard the rest of the words. Do you think I want to be friends with you? If my father hadn't told me to build a good relationship with you, I would have ignored people like you. Since you don't want to, just pretend I never said anything. Draco said with his hands on the edge of the bed, but believe me, if you continue to hang out with those talentless people, you will become like them sooner or later. Draco slammed the door and left. This is really surprising. Draco's father would actually attract talented Muggle wizards. This is not shown in the original book. Mike thought, but this is understandable. Racial discrimination, bloodline discrimination, and other discriminations are all insignificant in the face of sufficient interests. I performed well enough, so I attracted their attention. This is normal. Although the trip to the Forbidden Forest did not yield any unicorn blood, Draco, the victim, actually came to Mike's house and gave him 5 ounces of dragon blood, which helped Mike resolve his worries. Otherwise, with Mike's financial resources, it would have been difficult for him to buy such an expensive material as dragon blood. Now, maybe there would be some left. After figuring it out, Mike lay down again and stopped thinking about Draco. The conversation with Draco just now made his head start to hurt again, and he needed to have a good rest. Unfortunately, Mike was destined to not be able to rest well today. Not long after Draco left, Harry and others came to visit him again. Harry and Ron, these two heartless guys, were only concerned with asking Mike about what happened that night so they could go back and brag about it to their friends, which made Mike's already aching head even more painful. Little Hermione is the best. As soon as she came in, she squatted beside Mike's bed and asked him about his well-being. She helped peel an apple and then poured water for Mike. Hermione's eyes were still red, obviously she had cried before coming here. Looking at the beautiful little loli in front of him, Mike felt like his heart was about to melt. Mike didn't have any desire in his heart. Some people are like this. They can awaken the hope in others' hearts just with their smile and temperament. Mike thinks Hermione is such an angel. What a nice girl. Why did she marry Ron in the original book? Chapter 42, Becoming Famous at Hogwarts. After finally coaxing Hermione and the other two away, Mike, who had wanted to have a good rest, was in despair. Everyone received the news that Mike had woken up and began to come to see him one after another. Penelope and Franklin were not to be mentioned, and there were many people Mike had never met before. They all wanted to see Mike, who had survived the killing curse that night. Later, Mrs. Pomfret couldn't stand it anymore, so she yelled and drove away all the visitors, and forbade anyone to visit Mike on the grounds that the patient needed to rest. Only then did Mike have some peace and quiet. Mike let out a long breath and thanked Mrs. Pomfret sincerely in his heart. The bed in the medical room was covered with a very thick quilt, which made the entire bed very soft. Mike relaxed his body and felt as if he had sunk into the bed, which was extremely comfortable. The quilt covering him had a unique smell of sunshine, which was unscientific. Mike remembered that he had been using this quilt for no less than 2 days. There was a lavender-like scent on the quilt and pillow. The faint scent slowly penetrated into Mike's nose, and Mike's brows, which were tightly knitted because of the pain, gradually relaxed, and finally fell into a dream silently. In the next few days, Mike's headache symptoms gradually improved. Mrs. Pomfret said that the headache was caused by the killing curse, but Mike knew that the main reason for his headache was that he overused magic, which caused damage to his spirit. This kind of injury is not like the injury on his chest, which can be recovered by taking a few potions. It needs rest. The green potion that Mrs. Pomfret gave Mike before was actually a painkiller called elm leaves, which had no therapeutic effect on his injury. It took Mike a month of lying in bed for his injuries to heal. During this month, Mike lived a life worse than death. All he could do every day was eat and sleep. Due to his mental injury, Mike could not cast magic at all, and even reading books and newspapers was strictly prohibited by Mrs. Pomfret. When Mrs. Pomfret announced that he could be discharged from the hospital, Mike almost had the urge to scream to the sky. He felt that if he continued to lie down, he would soon go crazy. It was too boring. Pushing open the shabby wooden door of the infirmary, a black boy appeared in front of Mike. It was Franklin. Mike was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that someone would come to pick him up at the infirmary door. It was class time. Franklin stepped forward and gave Mike a big hug, saying softly, "Next time you encounter something like this, remember to take me with you." Hearing this, Mike patted Franklin's back vigorously and replied, "Sure." The two walked towards the hall together. Mike was obviously in a very good mood. Along the way, he kept telling Franklin about his experiences in the Forbidden Forest. Of course, he exaggerated some parts a little. Franklin was a very good listener, always able to ask the right questions at the right time, which made Mike very comfortable bragging. When the two of them came to the hall chatting and laughing, it was just time for dinner, and the little wizards were walking into the hall one after another. Mike originally thought that after a month of settling down, the topic about himself should have cooled down. However, it turned out that Mike underestimated the status of the Forbidden Forest incident in the minds of these bored little wizards. Almost the moment the two entered the hall, they attracted everyone's attention. The timid little wizards only dared to hide in the distance and curiously look at Mike, while the bolder ones directly surrounded Mike. They surrounded Mike, their eyes shining, and they chattered in an indescribable manner. Mike's scalp tingled as he watched the scene in front of him, and his headache, which had originally healed, seemed to be aching again. This was Franklin's moment to shine. He used his size advantage to force his way through the crowd and took Mike out of the hall before more people gathered. After finally escaping to a remote corridor, Mike panted and leaned against the wall and said, "What's going on? It's been a month. Are they crazy?" Franklin on the side was in an even worse condition than Mike. He had just expended a lot of energy clearing the way for Mike and was now lying half dead on the ground, with beads of sweat the size of beans on his face sliding down his skin onto the floor. "You don't know, you have become famous this time." Franklin paused for a moment and replied, "Around 2 o'clock that night, Dumbledore woke us all up and we were gathered in the hall. Professor McGonagall changed a lot of sleeping bags for us to rest. Dumbledore said that the Forbidden Forest was invaded by a monster, and that the monster might enter Hogwarts Castle. Although the professors said that as long as we stayed together there would be no danger, we were still scared. Then we found out that the Forbidden Forest was on fire. The fire almost lit up the entire sky. Professor Flitwick gathered some 7th-year seniors to put out the fire, and only then did they put it out. We were all very scared, and many of us barely slept the entire night. It wasn't until the next morning that Dumbledore announced the all clear, and told us about you. You're a hero, Mike." Franklin excitedly grabbed Mike's shoulders. "Malfoy told us everything that happened that night. You're amazing. I almost forgot to tell you that Dumbledore gave Ravenclaw a full 100 points because of you. Our current house score has surpassed Slytherin and we are now in first place. There is not much time left in this school year, and if nothing unexpected happens, the House Cup will be ours." Mike didn't hear the last part of Franklin's words at all. He was confused by the previous content. He didn't expect Dumbledore to make such a big fuss. To be honest, Mike felt a little flattered. But according to the previous conversation between him and Dumbledore, Quirrell or Voldemort was not caught that night. In that case, it means that the plot will continue to develop as in the original book. What Mike fears most is that the original plot will collapse. His greatest advantage as a time traveler is his familiarity with the plot. If Chi Luo is caught in advance and the plot is ruined, then all his plans for the future will come to naught. But Mike had watched a lot of science fiction movies in his previous life, and he had some knowledge about time travel. He knew clearly that the longer he stayed in this world, the more damage he would cause to the original plot. All this would happen regardless of whether he participated in the plot or not. This was the butterfly effect. At least before the plot gets completely out of control, I must make good use of my advantage as a prophet and improve my strength as much as possible. Mike lowered his head and murmured in a voice so soft that others could hardly hear it. Chapter 43. The Ugly Face of Capitalists. In the next few days, Mike felt like a big star in his previous life, causing a stir wherever he went. This might sound great, and if it were Ron, he would have been so happy that he couldn't even sleep, but for Mike it was simply torture. During class, all the students' attention was on Mike, and some of the brave ones even passed notes to Mike. Now many professors are dissatisfied with this. Mike estimated that if it weren't for his good grades, he would be kicked out of the classroom by angry professors. He couldn't have a peaceful meal either, as he would become the center of attention whenever he showed up. Some people would even fight with others just to sit next to him. The younger wizards naturally couldn't beat the older ones, so every time Mike ate, there would be a group of older wizards surrounding him. This put a lot of pressure on Mike, because some senior girls would tease him with their feet under the table. He really couldn't understand why these senior girls would do this when he was only 11 years old and didn't even have the ability to do bad things. Fortunately, Mike was soon relieved because the exam was in a month. The 3 huge mountains of final exams, OWL exams, and NEWT exams weighed heavily on everyone's mind. The Quidditch field, which was once bustling with people, became deserted. On the contrary, the library, which was usually crowded with people, was now packed with people. Everyone was busy reviewing. Candidates taking the final exams have it relatively easy, but candidates taking the OWL and NEWT exams have it difficult. The amount of study content for the OWL and NEWT exams is overwhelming, so candidates have to stay up all night to study if they want to get a good grade. According to statistics, the average sleep time for NEWT candidates is only 3 hours a day in the month before the exam, which is simply desperate. But thanks to the desperate review of these candidates, Dolphin magic drink, whose sales had declined due to hunger marketing, has become in short supply again. Candidates found that even if they reviewed all night, after drinking a bottle of Dolphin magic drink, they only needed to take a short nap to restore all their energy and face the new day's study with the best mental attitude. As a result, almost all the candidates went crazy, and the Dolphin magic drink in the hands of various middlemen were quickly snapped up by the crazy candidates. The Weasley brothers were extremely excited when they told Mike the news. After they explained the whole story to Mike one by one, they blinked their big eyes and looked at Mike expectantly. The previous hunger marketing strategy was a great success, making the two brothers rich. Since then, Mike is no longer a person in their eyes, but a god, the god of wealth. They hope that Mike can come up with another idea to make them more money. Mike naturally wouldn't refuse. The better the Dolphin magic drink sold, the more gold galleons he would get. He also had a plan during the summer vacation that required a large amount of gold galleons. Mike stroked his chin, which had not yet grown a beard, and paced back and forth with his head lowered. The Weasley brothers stared at Mike, their heads turning back and forth as Mike paced. The only sound that could be heard in the empty classroom was Mike's footsteps. It was as if Mike's footsteps were stepping on the hearts of the Weasley brothers. They became more nervous with every footstep, as they were worried that Mike could not think of a good way to increase profits. In fact, their worries were unnecessary. Mike had already thought about how to increase profits after understanding what happened. The reason why he spent so much time thinking about it now was entirely because he was thinking about how to maximize the profits. After an unknown amount of time, the footsteps finally stopped. Mike walked up to the Weasley brothers with a kind face and said in a slightly bewitching voice, "Do you want to make more money?" The Weasley brothers nodded in unison. "Then do as I say." Mike's smile became even more amiable. "We will triple the price to 3 gold galleons a bottle." As soon as these words came out, the expectant expressions on the Weasley brothers' faces froze. After they realized what was happening, they shouted in unison, "Are you crazy? 3 galleons a bottle, that's almost as much as an ordinary energy potion. Aren't those candidates using the Thorfinn magic drink as an energy potion?" Mike continued to smile. "And as far as I know, the effect of ordinary energy potions is not even half of that of the Thorfinn magic drink, right? If you want to achieve the same effect as the Thorfinn magic drink, you must use a high-level energy potion. Let me think about how much a bottle of high-level energy potion costs. I think it costs 10 galleons a bottle." Hearing this, the Weasley brothers fell into a daze again. In fact, it is not their fault. You have to know that Mr. Weasley's monthly salary is only 80 gold galleons, but with these 80 gold galleons, he supports a family of 9. Although the eldest brother Charlie and the second brother Bill graduated earlier and can reduce the burden on the family, there is no doubt that the spending power of these 80 gold galleons is definitely not weak. Seeing the Weasley brothers' expressions of being teased, Mike clapped his hands vigorously in front of them. The applause was particularly harsh in the silent night. The Weasley brothers were frightened and shuddered together and woke up. Seeing that they were awake, Mike nodded in satisfaction. He spread his hands, shrugged his shoulders and continued, "Then it's decided. You just need to supply the middlemen with 3 gold galleons per bottle, and you won't have to worry about offending the senior students. As for the specific price, you don't have to worry about it. Also, recruit senior students to help make the Dolphin magic drink. Their salaries can be paid with the Dolphin magic drink they make themselves. Give them an employee discount, and each bottle of Dolphin magic drink counts as 2 gold galleons. And don't forget to use the assembly line to prepare the magic drink. Each step must be completed in a different place, and we must protect our formula. As for Dolphin, I will warn him not to reveal the formula of the magic drink." Mike still had that kind smile on his face, but to the Weasley brothers at this moment it looked like a devil's smile. "Oh my God! I'm afraid only the devil can come up with such an evil plan. How miserable will those candidates who have no money to buy Dolphin magic drink but are afraid of not being able to catch up with others in their studies, so they can only work for them, be." The Weasley brothers looked at each other and thought to themselves. Chapter 44. Exam. It turns out that there are still a lot of wealthy people in the wizarding world. Dolphin magic drink is like a plug-in. After using it, the study time can be almost doubled as usual. This is an irresistible temptation for candidates who want to get good grades. Even if Mike raised the purchase price of Dolphin magic drink to 3 gold galleons per bottle, it was still in short supply. The final retail price of each bottle of Dolphin magic drink basically ranged from 5 gold galleons to 9 gold galleons, which made the middlemen who obtained the Dolphin magic drink agent earn even more than Mike. But Mike does not envy them. He knows that if a brand wants to grow bigger and stronger, it must maintain a good reputation. Unrestrainedly raising prices for profit is a behavior of killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. And don't be fooled by the fact that these middlemen are enjoying a good life now. When the exams are over and the demand for Dolphin magic drink decreases, that's when they will suffer. Who among those who can afford the Dolphin magic drink is not a wealthy family? Would these people allow others to take advantage of their misfortune without taking revenge? Mike would never believe it. The hot sales of Dolphin magic drink naturally attracted the attention of some interested people. From the name of the magic drink, one can guess that this magic drink should be related to Dolphin, so there has been an endless stream of people coming to Dolphin in the past few days. However, Mike had already warned Dolphin that if he dared to reveal the formula of Dolphin's magic drink to others, he would be in a dilemma. Of course, Mike still understood the principle of giving a sweet date after a slap. After scaring Dolphin to tremble, Mike promised to give him 5% of the dividends as patent fees. After this set of operations, Dolphin, the cowardly kid, finally began to be grateful to Mike. Mike doesn't care whether Dolphin is born with this personality or has a Stockholm psychosis attack, as long as the final result is in Mike's interest, it is enough. As the days passed, the sales of Dolphin magic drink increased steadily. On the day before the exam, when Mike and the Weasley brothers gathered together to calculate the profits, everyone was stunned by the exaggerated amount. After removing the decimals, the net profit of the past few days actually reached 12,000 gold galleons. After deducting the 5% profit share promised to Dolphin, the Weasley brothers and Mike divided the remaining 11,400 galleons equally. Looking at the 5,700 gold galleons that were enough to crush them to death, the Weasley brothers were in a dream. Such a large sum of money was enough for them to open a large-scale toy and joke shop in Diagon Alley. They even had the urge to drop out of school right now to fulfill their dream, but after thinking about how their mother would react when she found out about this, they decisively gave up the idea. After dividing the spoils, Mike finally faced his first final exam at Hogwarts. Mike didn't care about this exam, as the first grade questions were not difficult. Besides, Mike didn't have any family, so even if he didn't do well on the exam, he didn't have to worry about being beaten up by his parents when he got home. But at least he had to pass the exam, because I heard that people who failed too many subjects would be expelled from school, but I didn't know if it was true or not. The first exam was Professor Flitwick's charms. There was nothing much to say about it. As Professor Flitwick's favorite student, Mike's charms class was definitely the best among all the subjects he had learned. The practical exam in charms required casting a levitation spell on a pineapple and controlling it to tap dance across a desk. To be honest, this is quite difficult. Most young wizards can only make the pineapple float. If they can make the pineapple fly smoothly over the desk, they are considered to have learned it well. As for tap dancing, that requires very precise control of the spell. But this was not a problem for Mike. After a year of meditation, his spell control was far beyond the reach of other young wizards of the same grade. With a wave of his wand, the pineapple seemed alive and performed various difficult flying movements in the air. Finally, the pineapple jumped across the desk like a juggler. Although it wasn't tap dancing, Professor Flitwick was still very happy. After the test, he asked Mike why he could control such complex flying movements but couldn't make pineapple tap dance. Mike was speechless. He couldn't say that he was a rough man in his previous life and didn't know how to tap dance. The practical test of transfiguration was to turn a mouse into a snuff box. When Mike heard the question, he was confused again. What is a snuff box? In the end, it was Professor McGonagall who demonstrated to Mike and produced a snuff box inlaid with emeralds. Only then did Mike know what a snuff box looked like. Unfortunately, even though Mike knew the appearance of the snuff box he could conjure up could not be as exquisite as Professor McGonagall's. After all his effort, he could only produce an ordinary snuff box. Looking at Professor McGonagall's unhappy expression, Mike felt that his transfiguration grade was probably in jeopardy. Unlike the previous two exams, Professor Snape is obviously a more rigid person. The exam content of potions is to make a bottle of forgetfulness potion, which is not as weird as charms and transfiguration. Mike secretly thought it was safe. He had done well in potions class. It was just a bottle of forgetfulness potion. It was a piece of cake for him. After checking Mike's forgetfulness potion, Professor Snape not only did not mock him as per his character setting, but even nodded with satisfaction. Seeing the reaction of the old bat, Mike was overjoyed. His potion result this time would definitely not be too bad. There is no need to mention other subjects like history of magic. Mike felt that he would be lucky enough to pass those subjects. Finally, with the end of the last exam, the little wizards of Hogwarts were liberated. Laughter and joy have returned to the Hogwarts campus, and the faces of the little wizards are once again filled with bright smiles. The exams are over, and they can have fun for a whole week until the exam results are announced. Mike walked quickly down the corridor leading to Ravenclaw Tower, surrounded by cheerful little wizards. He was not smiling like the others. He decided to sneak into the restricted area of Hogwarts tonight. Whether he would get rich overnight or be caught and expelled from school depended on tonight. Just now he saw with his own eyes the three saviors walking hurriedly towards Hagrid's hut. According to the plot, tonight should be the time for the trio to go to the trapdoor to play the game. The original book mentioned that when the trio went to the trapdoor, Dumbledore went to London because of a letter. This was undoubtedly the best time for Michael to sneak into the restricted area. However, according to Mike's guess, Dumbledore probably did not go to London, but stayed near the trio to prevent his little savior from getting into trouble. If Mike's guess is true, then this intrusion would be discovered by Dumbledore if there was any mistake. But now Mike can no longer care about so many things. The gradual collapse of the plot and the terrifying green light of Voldemort in the Forbidden Forest, all these put a lot of pressure on Mike. He knows that he must use all his strength as soon as possible, otherwise he will die. Thinking of this, Mike quickened his pace. Chapter 45, Breaking into the Forbidden Book Area at Night. At night, Mike, who had got his equipment, cast the disillusionment spell on himself, and his body twisted and disappeared in the dormitory. Now his control over the disillusionment spell has improved by several levels, and with the Blackthorn wand and the Greed Pendant, he can enter the invisible state almost instantly. The lounge of Ravenclaw was bustling with activity. The desks were put together to form a large table, which was filled with all kinds of delicacies. The young eagles, who had always kept their books in their hands, put down their books and sat around the table, trying their best to devour the delicacies. The exams had just ended, and even the most studious Ravenclaws were caught up in a festive atmosphere. Mike cast a silent spell on himself to prevent his footsteps from being detected. He carefully walked around the celebrating classmates and walked out of the Ravenclaw common room. After walking along the wall and turning corner after corner, Mike finally saw the door of the library. The door of the library was closed. Madame Pants should have gone off work and gone to rest by this time. Silently. The Allaho is open. After casting 2 spells, Mike opened the door of the library silently. Mike carefully closed the door of the library and breathed a sigh of relief. All the exams this afternoon were officially over, and Mike couldn't believe that there would be anyone staying in the library now. It turned out that Mike was still too young. When Mike arrived at the entrance to the restricted books area, he was surprised to find that there were already 2 people there. Because the light was too dim, Mike couldn't see the 2 people's faces and clothes, but based on the intermittent hum and ah sounds, he judged that this should be a pair of senior lovers doing something. Cursing inwardly, Mike's heartbeat, which had originally calmed down, began to speed up again. Being blocked by these 2 people at the entrance of the restricted book area, Mike had no way to sneak into the restricted book area. After thinking it over again and again, Mike decided to wait. Anyway, according to Mike's experience in his previous life, this kind of thing can be completed in more than 10 minutes, and he can still wait for this time. So Mike squatted quietly in the corner and began to peek at this wild couple. However, half an hour later Mike officially gave up hope. Not counting the time before, it took the wild couple half an hour to fire the first shot after Mike arrived. But just as Mike was checking his equipment and preparing for action, the hum and ah sounds started again. This time Michael couldn't stand it anymore. Anyone with experience knows that the second shot will definitely take longer than the first. Plus, the kid in front of him is extremely talented, so the second shot will definitely take an hour or so, right? When Mike was about to stop the wild couple regardless of the danger of being exposed, a dim fluorescent light came from the direction of the library door. The wild mandarin ducks at the entrance of the restricted area also noticed the fluorescent light. As two very suppressed spells were heard, the two of them disappeared one after another. Disillusionment spell. This time Michael was really a little surprised. He guessed that the two should be senior students, but he didn't expect that they both mastered the disillusionment charm. However, judging from the speed of casting, they should have just learned the disillusionment charm not long ago. The footsteps gradually got louder as they got closer, and finally, Madame Pance's old face, whose wrinkles couldn't be hidden even with makeup, appeared in Mike's sight. Mike used all his magical sense to find the location of the wild mandarin ducks. Now everyone was in stealth mode, and it would be bad if they bumped into each other. Fortunately, the strength of the two people's disillusionment spell was not high, and Mike quickly found their location. I saw two blurry blue lights still motionless at the entrance of the restricted book area, and the man seemed to have not even put on his pants. Mike understood what was going on at a glance. The two men's control over the disillusionment spell was too weak. They were afraid that any big movement would reveal their true identity, so they could only stand there like wooden men. The dedicated Madame Pants quickly finished her tour of the library. As the fluorescent light gradually faded away, the two blue shadows began to move in Mike's magical perception. The two of them walked slowly on tiptoe like thieves, and since they couldn't see each other, they would bump into each other from time to time. Once, the blue light with long hair was even knocked down by another light, and in the end she was able to hold on to the bookshelf quickly and escaped. After the two of them finally slipped out of the library after going through untold hardships, Mike also came out from the corner. They had been delayed for too long tonight and they needed to hurry up. When he arrived at the entrance to the restricted book area, Mike's magical perception field showed a series of crisscrossing, dense blue lights, which filled the entire passage like infrared alarms in spy movies. Although he had come to scout the area a long time ago, Mike still felt a little annoyed when he saw so many magical restrictions. Mike slowly approached the entrance, took out the dragon blood Draco gave him from the bag of the traceless extension charm, opened the bottle cap and sprinkled the dragon blood into the passage. Dragon blood emitting a faint red light was scattered in the passage, and the red light was particularly obvious at night. As the dragon blood fell to the ground, some of the thicker blue light in the passage changed its original trajectory and shone on the dragon blood on the ground. The blue light wall in the passage, which was originally so dense that no gaps could be seen, also revealed some gaps. These gaps are extremely narrow, and even adults who have undergone rigorous special agent training would not be able to pass through them. However, thanks to the size of children today, this is enough for Mike, who was a professional in his previous life. After stretching his body, which was a little stiff from squatting for too long, Mike took a deep breath and rushed towards the passage. Mike performed a series of difficult stunts in the passage. He had already changed his bulky wizard robe into a tights that made it easier to move. In the blink of an eye, Mike had already reached the center of the passage. The second half of the passage was not sprayed with dragon blood, and the blue light still densely formed a wall of light. Mike supported himself with the toes of his right foot, raised his left foot at 30 degrees, bent his left calf downward at a 45-degree angle, and raised his left hand high. Using his right hand, the only part of his body that could move freely, Mike took out the dragon blood with great difficulty, and then threw out all the remaining dragon blood in the bottle. There was a gap in the wall of light before my eyes again. At this time, Mike was already sweating profusely, and his legs were trembling slightly. Although he only maintained that posture for a few seconds, it consumed a lot of his energy. Taking a deep breath and pushing on his toes, Mike rushed out again. After another round of spinning and jumping, Mike finally passed through the terrifying passage. After passing the first passage, Mike collapsed on the ground like a dead dog, gasping for breath. Just now in the passage, he didn't even dare to breathe. After all, this body is still a child, and the physical strength is not as good as the middle-aged state of his previous life. Mike finally recovered after a short rest and looked at the passage. When he thought about having to repeat the operation again when he left, he felt his teeth start to ache again. Chapter 46. Harvest. Shaking his head to get rid of the distracting thoughts in his mind, Mike continued to walk deeper into the restricted books area. Mike didn't find any restrictions on the next section of the road, which made him more alert. There were so many alarm-type restrictions at the entrance, it didn't make sense that there would be no defense here. What Mike didn't know was that there were indeed restrictions here, and they were the kind of attack restrictions that would kill anyone who touched them. However, these restrictions were all removed by Dumbledore's order. Dumbledore is definitely the kindest headmaster in the history of Hogwarts, no doubt about it. Before he became the headmaster, the school rules of Hogwarts were very cruel. Just as Filch said to Mac and the others that night in the Forbidden Forest, the punishment for students who violated the school rules at Hogwarts was quite severe. Filch's office still keeps those torture instruments, not only the chains used for hanging, but also branding irons, steel chisels, knives of strange shapes, etc. These torture instruments are carefully preserved by Filch, waiting to be used again in the future. After Dumbledore became the headmaster, he ordered the abolition of all overly cruel punishments, including the dangerous restrictions in the restricted area. After passing the second passage safely, the true appearance of the restricted book area finally appeared before Mike. The restricted book area is not large, and Mike can see through the entire restricted book area at a glance. There were about 30 bookshelves scattered in the dark restricted book area. These bookshelves were completely different from the bookshelves in the library outside. In Mike's magical perception, they looked like walls of light, emitting a faint magic, and it was obvious that some kind of magic had been released. Mike took a quick look around and found that the books in the restricted area were not only well classified, but also spotless, as if someone cleaned them regularly. Now Mike knew what the magic attached to the bookshelf was. It was cleaned and used to protect these precious books. The bookshelves at the back of the forbidden book area contained books that were obviously about black magic, such as Secrets of High-End Black Magic and Notes on Soul Cultivation. The magic fluctuations on these bookshelves were much stronger than those on the other bookshelves. In the field of magic perception, they were no longer walls of light, but walls of fire. Looking at the strong magical fluctuations on these bookshelves, Mike decided to give up on them and turn to look at those bookshelves with weaker magical fluctuations. God only knows what kind of strange magic is attached to those bookshelves with black magic books. Walking to the bookshelf with the weakest magical fluctuations, Mike took out a Muggle camera from the bag of the Traceless extension charm and started taking pictures. Judging from the titles, this should be a bookshelf for storing advanced spells, Shut Up Your Brain, The Path to a Legilimency Master, Detailed Explanation of Advanced Spells, 100 Uses of the Fire Spell. As Mike filled up roll after roll of film, he gained a large amount of advanced magical knowledge. Mike originally planned to use a magic feather pen to copy these books, but after discovering that Muggle cameras could be used in Hogwarts, he decisively gave up the idea. The efficiency of the two was simply incomparable. These high-end magic books were thicker than the other, and Mike had already used up most of his film after just shooting the books on the first shelf. Mike had no choice but to pause and select the books that were useful to him to shoot. By the time Mike had finished shooting all the spell books he had chosen, he had run out of film. What was worse was that he had wasted too much time, and it would be dawn in a few hours. The remaining bookshelves in the restricted area are filled with materials on the history of magic and cutting-edge potion recipes. Mike had no desire to learn about the historical secrets of the wizarding world. On the contrary, the huge sales of Dolphin magic drink made him very interested in potions. He walked quickly to the rows of bookshelves where the potion recipes were placed and began to look for the books he needed. Philosopher? This is good, take a picture of it. Wolfsbane potion? Rubbish. No. Before he could take many pictures of the recipe, Mike's film ran out. The complexity of these potion formulas was far beyond Mike's imagination. The thickness of a cutting-edge formula like the Philixer was no less than that of a spellbook like Detailed Explanation of Advanced Magical Spells. Looking at the bookshelf in front of him that was still mostly unphotographed, Mike let out a deep breath. There was no other way, so he could only come back next time. The harvest this time actually exceeded Mike's expectations. He originally planned to take photos of a few important spells, but this time he also took photos of several cutting-edge potion formulas. It was getting late, so Mike had no choice but to leave. By the time Mike returned to the Ravenclaw common room, it was already dawn outside. The little eagles who had been partying in the common room had all returned to their dormitories to rest, leaving behind a mess. Surprisingly, there was still one person who did not rest, and that was Franklin. Mike carefully avoided Franklin, who was dozing on the sofa, and prepared to return to the dormitory without anyone noticing. But seeing Franklin shivering on the sofa, Mike softened his heart and took out a blanket from the dormitory and gently covered Franklin. The moment the blanket covered him, Franklin grabbed Mike's hand with a look of horror. Mike was frightened and tried to pull his hand free but failed. He had no choice but to lift the disillusionment spell. Seeing Mike appear in front of him, Franklin opened his mouth in surprise, and the atmosphere became a little awkward for a moment. "Well, would you believe me if I said I just went out to the bathroom?" Mike said, scratching his nose. Franklin finally reacted and slowly let go of Mike's hand. He said to Mike weakly, "I've been looking for you all night. Tell me honestly where you went? Why didn't you have sex with me? Aren't we friends?" These three fatal questions made Mike extremely embarrassed. He really didn't expect that Franklin, this idiot, would wait for him in the lounge for a whole night, but he was still a little touched deep in his heart. "I went to a dangerous place, but I didn't take you with me because I was afraid you would get hurt. To put it bluntly, it's because I'm too weak that I'll hold you back, right? I'm so stupid. I thought we were friends who could talk about anything." Franklin slumped down on the sofa, tears about to fall. After a long silence, Mike walked up to him and gave him a big hug, then whispered in his ear, "Hey, brother, listen to me. I promise you this is the last time, okay? I'll definitely take you with me next time." Franklin clenched his fists tightly and choked back, "Yet." Mike did not deny Franklin just now, which was undoubtedly a disguised acknowledgement of Franklin's words. Finally unable to hold back tears, Franklin hugged Mike tightly and vowed in his heart that he must study hard and improve his abilities as soon as possible, otherwise he might never be able to help Mike. Chapter 47. Year-end Dinner. Happy times are always so short, and a week of revelry seems to have passed in the blink of an eye. Not long after Mike returned to the dormitory, the three saviors were rescued one by one. Ron and Hermione were not seriously injured and soon appeared in front of everyone alive and well. Everyone gathered around the two and asked about what happened last night. Hermione was very shy and kept her head down with a red face, while Ron was very excited and told everyone what they saw and heard under the trapdoor with a red face. Compared to the two of them, Harry was in a much worse situation. He stayed in the infirmary for 3 days before waking up. Mike and Franklin went to visit Harry as soon as he woke up. During the conversation, Harry apologized to Mike for not bringing him along on the Sorcerer's Stone adventure because they couldn't find Mike at the time. Mike felt a headache when talking about Franklin. Franklin had become autistic after what happened that day. Mike was very optimistic about this young man, so he could only comfort him. Franklin recovered only after Mike promised to give him extra lessons during the summer vacation. Finally, after such a busy week, Mike had his first year-end dinner at Hogwarts. Because he had to help decorate the auditorium, Mike followed Professor Flitwick to the auditorium early. Under the guidance of Professor Flitwick, the young eagles hung banners with Ravenclaw's Eagle of Wisdom printed on them on the walls of the hall, and all the tablecloths were changed to blue. Their current school score was the highest, which meant that this year's school cup belonged to them. The hall became a blue ocean due to the efforts of the little eagles. Professor Flitwick laughed so hard that his eyes almost disappeared. Slytherin had won the House Cup for 6 consecutive years, and Ravenclaw had been the runner-up for 6 years. He thought it would be the same this year, but he didn't expect Mike to show his prowess and directly push Ravenclaw to the first place. After that, he looked for Mike in the crowd. Such a good kid should be rewarded. Mike didn't smile like everyone else. He knew that this year's House Cup had already been decided for Gryffindor. No matter how many points they were ahead of Gryffindor, Dumbledore would give it to Gryffindor tonight. Professor Flitwick saw that Mike looked depressed and thought it was because the holiday was coming and Mike would become homeless again. Thinking of this, Professor Flitwick's eyes could not help but show a hint of tenderness. "Mike, why are you staying here alone?" Flitwick patted Mike's arm. "Don't be unhappy, you are our great hero today." "I'm afraid you won't be happy anytime soon," Mike thought to himself, forcing a faint smile on his face. Professor Flitwick was more certain of his guess when he saw this, and he said softly, "Don't worry about the holidays. If you don't mind, you can stay at my house. I have a few old friends to introduce to you." Mike felt a little strange, but kept a straight face. "This isn't a good idea. It might be too much trouble for you." Mike wanted to refuse. He had already promised Franklin to take him to tutoring classes during the summer vacation. "You don't have to be polite to me. It's decided." Professor Flitwick clapped his hands. "Don't rush to leave tomorrow. I will take you to my house after I finish dealing with the affairs in the academy." Mike could only agree with a wry smile, and at the same time observed 3 seconds of silence for poor Franklin. Just as Mike and Professor Flitwick were having a great conversation, students came to the auditorium one after another and soon filled it up. Seeing that the dinner was about to begin, Flitwick called the students back to their respective tables and then returned to his seat. Mike saw Draco in the crowd. Draco didn't look very good at this moment. His originally slicked back hair became a little messy, and he walked with a limp, as if he had just been beaten. Not only him, but all the Slytherin students looked unhappy, as if everyone present owed them $1 million. Mike understood their feelings very well. Slytherin's legendary record of winning the House Cup for 6 consecutive years was broken in their hands. They would definitely become a shame for Slytherin. In sharp contrast to them are Ravenclaw and Gryffindor, one of which is the biggest winner of this school year, while the other is satisfied as long as they see Slytherin in trouble. The Slytherin students were furious when they saw the Gryffindor people gloating over their misfortune. Losing to Ravenclaw was one thing, after all, it was because of their lack of skills. But Gryffindor was ranked 3rd. What qualifications did you, a defeated opponent, have to be so arrogant? So the people from the 2 colleges started scolding each other. In terms of eloquence, the little snakes were obviously no match for the little lions, especially the Weasley brothers and Lee Jordan. These 3 of them were able to scold the entire 3rd year of Slytherin speechless. Just as the quarrel was about to escalate into a fight, Dumbledore finally arrived. As Dumbledore waved his wand, a violent explosion echoed in the hall. The noise attracted the attention of the people in the audience. When they saw that it was Dumbledore, they hurried back to their seats and sat down quietly. Dumbledore looked at the audience who had returned to silence, nodded with satisfaction, and began his speech. As Mike expected, as Dumbledore announced again and again that he would give extra points to the Savior Trio, Gryffindor's score went directly from 3rd place to tied for 1st place with Ravenclaw. This is not the end yet. After Neville added 10 points, Gryffindor surpassed Ravenclaw and became the 1st. It looks like the decoration here needs to be changed tonight. With the wave of Dumbledore's wand, the blue hall that the Eagles had been busy decorating for an entire afternoon instantly turned into the golden red color representing Gryffindor. The little lions of Gryffindor exploded. They cheered and came to the 3 saviors, lifted them up high and put them down, shouting the names of the 3. All the little eagles are shut in. Abbott, the male student president sitting next to Mike, clenched his fists and didn't even notice that his nails had pierced his palm. Drops of blood continued to drip onto the table, being absorbed by the golden red tablecloth and disappearing. The eaglets found this meal extremely uncomfortable to eat. The usually delicious and tempting food now tasted like wax in their mouths. Professor Flitwick on the stage also looked unhappy and left shortly after the banquet began. Mike couldn't eat any more. He was surrounded by unhappy little wizards who had no appetite. It was obviously inappropriate for him to eat alone at this time. Seeing Professor Flitwick walk out of the hall, Mike also stood up and left. Mike's departure was like a signal, and the Ravenclaw Eagles stood up one by one and followed Mike out of the hall. The little Slytherin snakes were delighted when they saw this, and, led by the class leaders, they left the hall one after another. The originally bustling auditorium was now filled with only the little lion who was still partying and the little badger who was busy eating. Dumbledore's smile on the stage was slowly becoming stiff. Chapter 48. Door Key. Ravenclaw was humiliated this time. The House Cup was taken away by Gryffindor, and the hall they decorated with great effort was also used for nothing. After everyone returned to the Ravenclaw common room, they finally started to complain. Some said that Dumbledore was protecting Gryffindor, and some said that Harry Potter and his gang were just unlucky. The clever little eagles could see the trick here. Mike only got 100 points for holding off the monster in the Forbidden Forest. But Harry Potter and his 4 companions got 324 points for holding off the monster. The young eagles were all filled with righteous indignation, and some of the more sentimental seniors even shed tears. How happy they were before, how sad they were now. Fortunately, Professor Flitwick arrived in time. It can be seen that Professor Flitwick is also an emotional person, his eyes are red and he may have cried. But at this moment he still stood up to comfort everyone. Facts have proved that having more girls is good, and with the comfort of Professor Flitwick, everyone gradually calmed down. If it was Gryffindor's House Cup that was taken away by Slytherin, the little lions might have fought with the little snakes. Mike watched all this with an expressionless face. He had been mentally prepared for what was going to happen tonight, so he didn't feel too bad. What happened tonight directly led to the feud between Ravenclaw and Gryffindor, and it seems that this feud will not be resolved for at least the next 7 years. Gryffindor's current situation is very bad. They have always been at odds with Slytherin. If this is the same as the original book, it would be fine, at most it would just add to the hatred. But now they have offended Ravenclaw again. It seems that Gryffindor will have a hard time next semester. But these have little to do with Mike, he now has an urgent matter to deal with. You mean, the holiday training plan is cancelled? Franklin was withdrawn again. It's just a postponement. Mike took out a rectangular wooden box and handed it to Franklin. Take this. Inside is a magic wand without a trace. I don't know the specific material and the core of the wand, but you can use it to cast spells in the Muggle world. You practice on your own for the next few days. I'll come to you when I'm done with my work here. Franklin took the wooden box silently without saying anything. He knew that this was all Mike could do for him. Late at night, Mike lay in bed and couldn't sleep at all. In this year, Mike saw all kinds of wonders in the magic world, learned powerful spells, made trustworthy friends, and won the love of teachers. He has gained a lot this year, but he is still not satisfied. He knows very well that he is now like a boat sailing against the current, and if he does not move forward, he will fall behind. He needs to work harder in the future. I don't know how much time passed before Mike fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, the young wizards packed their bags and gathered at the school gate to wait for the Hogwarts Express. Although Mike didn't have to get on the train, he still got up early to say goodbye to his friends. Harry's envy almost overflowed from his face when he learned that Mac was invited to spend the holiday at Professor Flitwick's house. If he could, he didn't want to go back to the Dursleys' house, which was a hell compared to Hogwarts. The thought of staying there for the entire holiday made Harry want to jump off the building. Since Ravenclaw left too early last night, Professor Flitwick could only announce Ravenclaw's results to the young Eagles this morning, and Mike also received his own report card. Unexpectedly, he did quite well in the exams, getting full marks in charms and transfiguration, a high mark in potions, and passing all other courses. After finally sending all the little wizards away, Professor Flitwick's work was finally over. It was impossible to use space teleportation magic such as apparition or portkaya inside Hogwarts, so the two could only go to the school gate first. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Professor Flitwick took out a teacup and handed it to Mike. Here's the portkaya. I think you should know how to use it. Mike nodded nervously and reached out to hold the corner of the teacup. This was his first time using a portkaya and he heard that the experience of using this kind of teleportation magic was not very good. He hoped that he would not vomit. The moment Mike's hand touched the teacup, the two of them turned into a distorted afterimage and disappeared. The next second, Mike appeared on the floor of an unfamiliar room. Professor Flitwick helped Mike up and patted his back gently to relieve his discomfort. Mike felt like he was about to die. Just now, he felt like he was thrown into a washing machine, and his whole body was squeezed and deformed, and kept spinning. When he was about to vomit, he finally reached his destination, but unfortunately he still lost his balance and fell to the ground. It took Mike a long time to recover and he began to look around the room. This should be the living room. The crystal chandelier was reflecting brilliant light under the sunlight. Hanging on the walls were many animal specimens of various sizes that Mike could recognize and those that he couldn't. In the most conspicuous place in the room was a shining medal. It was probably Professor Flitwick's fighting championship medal. Professor Flitwick saw that Mike had noticed the medals and introduced them to him. These are the championship medals I won in the International Wizarding Tournament. You didn't see the expressions on the faces of those arrogant purebloods when they were defeated by a half-blood like me who was only 1 meter tall. Mike cooperated very well and showed an expression of admiration on his face. Flitwick became even more excited when he saw it, and began to introduce the animal specimens on the wall to Mike. This is a curled winged devil, it is a cunning hunter. Although it is now a big guy with a wingspan of nearly 3 meters, it is only the size of an egg when curled up. They will hide in the shadows and wait for prey to approach, and then suddenly stretch out their entire body to wrap around the prey's head and suck its brain. This is... Professor Flitwick became more and more excited as he spoke, and Mike couldn't interrupt him, so he could only cooperate by making various expressions such as surprise and admiration, which made his face look a little sore. Goo! A long rumbling sound came from Mike's stomach, and Professor Flitwick was awakened from his frenetic state when he heard it. Oh, sorry kid, I'm sick again. Flitwick stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers. Lolo, is lunch ready? With the sound of snapping fingers, a house elf appeared in front of Mike. It bowed at an exaggerated angle, with its head touching the floor. Mike couldn't see its appearance, but from its clean and tidy pillowcase, he could tell that it was probably living a good life. Yes, master. A shrill voice came from his mouth. Lolo has prepared roast potatoes, roast chicken, sweet mushroom soup for you and your distinguished guests. I hope you and your distinguished guests will be satisfied. The house elf Lolo recited a long list of dish names in a rhythmic manner, leaving Mike dumbfounded. It was a pity that this guy didn't become a crosstalk performer. Chapter 49. Godric's Hollow. House elves are an excellent slave, their magic ability is innate, and they don't need to learn like wizards. At the same time, after thousands of years of brainwashing, they are now proud to work for their masters for free and ashamed to be abandoned by their masters. The original house elves were spoils of war captured by families who participated in the war to suppress the Goblin Rebellion. They were passed down to later generations and became a symbol of family glory and heritage. Therefore, no family would sell their house elves unless they were on the verge of survival, which made house elves a priceless and precious treasure. Lolo was won by Professor Flitwick in a fight with someone else. It is said that the guy who lost Lolo was beaten half to death by the elders of his family when he got home. Mike did not sympathize with the house elves. Those who fell behind would be beaten. This was the eternal truth in the world. I have to say that Lolo's cooking skills are really good. He doesn't look like a house elf from Britain at all. Mike and Professor Flitwick enjoyed this meal very much. After lunch, Flitwick took Mike to visit his house. The address of this house is 210 Godric's Hollow. You read that right, it is the Godric's Hollow where Harry Potter's parents lived. To be honest, this house doesn't look magical at all from the outside. It looks just like an ordinary two-story British building. But if you open the door and go inside, you will find a different world inside. The door will open and close automatically, the mop and rag will clean by themselves, the specimens will move their eyes around. The most exaggerated thing is that this seemingly small house actually has 46 rooms. From the guest rooms of dozens of square meters to the spell training rooms of hundreds of square meters, each room is attached with a large number of traceless telescopic spells. Mike was stunned by such a large sum of money. If this amount of work was used to make seamless stretch bags, it would probably be enough to buy half of Diagon Alley. After learning that the house was built by Professor Flitwick himself, Mike looked at him differently. You are so rich, but you still want to be a professor at Hogwarts? You must be vain. Mike had also been to Professor Flitwick's common room at Hogwarts. Although the conditions there were also very good, it was far inferior to this mansion. Mike raised his doubts to Professor Flitwick, but Professor Flitwick did not explain anything to Mike. He just laughed dryly and changed the subject. Stop asking these boring questions and let's go to the magic training room. I want to take a good look at your magic level. The magic training room in the mansion is even more luxurious than the one inside the secret door of Professor Flitwick's office. The material on the wall has been directly upgraded from anti-magic stone to obsidian. As Flitwick watched, Mac raised the blackthorn wand. The flames are blazing. A blazing white flame gushed out from the tip of the staff and engulfed several dummies not far away, and the brightness in the entire training room was lowered a bit. The quality of the dummy here is obviously much better than the one in the Room of Every Wish. It lasted more than 10 seconds under the burning of the blazing white flame before starting to melt. As Mike's mind moved, the column of fire spurting out from the tip of the staff disappeared, and balls of bright white fire the size of an adult's fist were fired out. The flying speed of these fireballs is not very fast, but they seem to have automatic tracking and can automatically adjust their flight trajectory to finally focus on the target. Boom! 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 As the fireball hit the dummy, a series of explosions completely submerged the area where the dummy was. The airwaves hit Mike and Flitwick, blowing up their clothes. Professor Flitwick was very excited and clapped his hands repeatedly. But Mike's performance was not over yet. Wind speed spell. Obstacles galore. Blazing flames. Shattered into pieces. Petrified. Mike started running, and with the help of the wind speed spell, he was like a flash of lightning, moving around the training room. Spells were released from his wand one after another, and the few remaining moving targets in the training room were blasted into slag. After finishing the performance, Mike supported himself on his knees and gasped for breath. At this moment, he looked like he had just been pulled out of the water, and his whole body was covered in sweat. Professor Flitwick at the side quickly turned a glass of water into water and handed it to Mike. You are definitely the best student I have ever taught. I only demonstrated the use of the fire spell to you once, and you have been able to achieve this level after studying on your own for a year. I can't believe that you just finished the first grade this year. No, it's the dean's good teaching. Mike took the cup and drank it all. How could I, an orphan with no one to rely on, achieve what I have today without your care? Professor Flitwick was a very emotional person. When he heard Mike's words, his eyes suddenly turned red. He stretched out his hand to touch Mike's head but found that he was too short to reach it. His expression instantly became a little awkward. The outstretched hand quietly changed direction and patted Mike's arm, while he continued to mutter words of praise to Mike. And Mike continued to flatter Flitwick about his business as if he didn't notice what Flitwick had just done. Before dinner, Professor Flitwick took Mike to visit Godric's Hollow again. Not long after they walked out of the gate, the mansion behind them disappeared. Mike knew that this should be a kind of protective magic, and his evaluation of this mansion increased a few points. Godric's Hollow is the birthplace of Godric Gryffindor, one of the 4 founders of Hogwarts. After the International Statute of Secrecy came into effect, it became a village where Muggles and wizards live together. The two have lived together for a long time, so Muggles will naturally discover some secrets about wizards, so this is also the focus of the Ministry of Magic's Memory Erasure Department. Almost every Muggle resident here has been forgotten, perhaps because of the sequelae of the forgetfulness charm. The Muggles here don't have a good memory. It is also the birthplace of the famous Harry Potter. Voldemort was defeated by the baby Harry Potter here. In order to commemorate the Porter family, people specially erected a bronze statue of them in the village square. These bronze statues are attached with Muggle-repelling spells. In the eyes of Muggles, they are just a monument to commemorate World War II. But in the eyes of wizards, they are bronze statues of the Potter family. Almost every wizard who comes to Godric's Hollow will choose to come here and bow deeply to this brave family to thank them for their contributions to the wizarding world. The church in the village is also extraordinary. The small cemetery behind the church is the ancestral burial place of many pure-blood families. Those powerful wizards who were so famous during their lifetime can only be buried in this small and dilapidated cemetery after death. Death is really an equal and terrifying thing. Mike thought as he looked at the densely packed tombstones in front of him, no wonder Voldemort was so crazy about pursuing immortality. There is great terror hidden in death. Chapter 50, Crow's Nest. Mike spent the next few days very fulfillingly. He would run around the village every morning. Most of the residents in this village were Muggle elders, and the young people had gone out to work. These old people probably haven't seen a teenager of Mike's age for a long time. Every time they see Mike running, they will invite Mike to their home. After being rejected, they will force Mike to eat some food. As a result, Mike always goes out empty-handed and returns with a full load every time he goes out for a run. After running, Professor Flitwick woke up. After breakfast, Flitwick taught Mike. Professor Flitwick was a fighting champion and a real fighter. His way of teaching Mike was to fight in the training room. Under Flitwick's teaching, Mike felt that his skills in dodging spells were becoming more and more proficient. The rest of the time Mike would stay alone in his room studying the books he brought back from the forbidden section. He had given the films to a small camera shop in London to develop them on the first day of his holiday. The owner of the camera shop seemed to be a fan of mysticism. When Mike went to pick up the photos, he pulled Mike aside to chat for a long time about various mystical things. At first, Mike thought the other party was also a wizard, and almost took out his wand to shoot him, knocking him unconscious. But then he used the topic of Moodblood to test him, and found out that the other party was just a Muggle, so he didn't take it seriously. On this day, Mike got up early as usual to go for a morning run. When he came to the living room, he found that Professor Flitwick was already dressed and waiting in the living room. "You are very energetic, young man. Come here quickly, we are about to set off." "Departure? Where to?" "Diagon Alley." Mike had a black question mark on his face. "Didn't I tell you? We're going to a party today." Mike then remembered that Professor Flitwick had indeed mentioned this matter when he was at Hogwarts, but so many days had passed and he had long forgotten it. "Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. We're going to be late." Professor Flitwick waved his hand. "Come, grab my shoulders, and we'll use apparition this time." Mike's heart tightened when he heard the word apparition. He still remembered the unpleasant experience of teleporting with the Portkaya last time, but he still gritted his teeth and grabbed Professor Flitwick's shoulders. As Professor Flitwick gently waved the wand in his hand, a familiar feeling of dizziness came, and the next moment the two of them appeared in a jungle. The jungle in front of me is not as gloomy as the Forbidden Forest. The morning sun shines through the sparse branches and leaves onto the lush plants on the ground. Colorful flowers bloom in the green forest. The breeze blows, bringing a burst of floral fragrance while also blowing the flowers slightly swaying, just like a girl bathing in the sun, stretching lazily, a scene that can only be seen in a fairy tale. A narrow path in the woods meandered into the distance. The road was very flat without any protruding rocks. From time to time, squirrels jumped and landed on it. They looked around for a while, discovered Mike and Professor Flitwick, and then quickly disappeared into the jungle. Professor Flitwick took Mike walking along the path, and the sound of birds singing could be heard all around them. Less than 10 minutes later, an open space appeared in front of Mike. The open space was covered with green grass, and there was a dilapidated hut in the middle of the open space. The small animals in the forest gathered around the hut and played around. When they saw Mike and Flitwick, they did not run away, but blinked their big watery eyes and stared at the two curiously. On the way here, Professor Flitwick had already told Mike about today's party. This is the monthly regular party of Raven's Nest. Raven's Nest is an organization spontaneously formed by Ravenclaw graduates. At first, it was just a gathering similar to a class reunion, but as time went by, 1,000 years later, Raven's Nest has become a behemoth. The organization's members are spread all over the world. New members who want to join Raven's Nest must be from Ravenclaw, and must be recommended by a member who has been a member for more than a year, and finally pass the test. Under such strict entry conditions, all members of the organization are extremely talented. In fact, all 4 major colleges have similar organizations, such as Slytherin's Pureblood Society, Gryffindor's Order of the Phoenix, and Hufflepuff's Badger Hollow. Among them, the Badger Hole has the strongest overall influence. Wizards from Hufflepuff are not as smart as Ravenclaw, not as rich as Slytherin, and not as brave as Gryffindor, but they have an advantage that no other college can match, that is, they have more people. You may find this a little funny, but in the sparsely populated wizarding world, having more people is indeed a huge advantage. No money and no strength? No problem, we have many people. Compared to the Badger Hole, the Raven's Nest is more like a student support association, and the monthly gatherings are more like student reunions than organized social activities. As for Gryffindor's Order of the Phoenix and Slytherin's Pureblood Society, both organizations have been destroyed after the wars provoked by the 2 Dark Lords. The Order of the Phoenix is still better, at least it still has Dumbledore, the strongest wizard, to support it, while the Pureblood Society is already in a semi-disbanded state, and all the powerful pureblood families have withered, leaving only a few big cats and small cats. Raven's Nest actually participated in these 2 wars, but because most of the organization was composed of pureblood wizards, it stood on the side of the Dark Lord. Fortunately, the people of Ravenclaw were still very smart and left immediately when they saw that the situation was not right. It was also because of this that Raven's Nest did not suffer much loss in these 2 wars. Hufflepuff, on the other hand, remained neutral and miraculously preserved its strength. Under such circumstances, Badger Hole has become the undisputed uncrowned king of the British wizarding world. From the drivers of night buses to the high-ranking officials of the Ministry of Magic, Badger Hole members are spread all over the wizarding world. And Hufflepuff is famous for its solidarity. When one side is in trouble, all sides will help. In the academy, you can still laugh at Hufflepuff students for being good-for-nothings. Try it again in society. Someone will immediately give you a beating from society. Professor Flitwick brought Mike to the Raven's Nest party this time in order to recommend Mike to join Raven's Nest. According to Professor Flitwick, the admission test of Raven's Nest is very strict and the pass rate is extremely low, but as long as you join Raven's Nest, you can get great benefits. Not only can internal knowledge be shared with you, but if you encounter difficulties and seek help from members of the same organization, you will also receive help to the best of their ability. Furthermore, the organization provides special help to members who have not yet graduated, and provides a meditation method passed down from Ms. Ravenclaw free of charge. Professor Flitwick couldn't explain how powerful this meditation method was. It was said that it varied from person to person, but based on Professor Flitwick's personal experiments, the effect of meditation would at least increase by 3 times. If you enjoy the content of this channel, subscribe, like, and comment, to help this channel to grow.